board meeting of many.
Maybe I should learn how to use that. Good morning, everybody. It's very nice to be here. Thank you, Bill, for the kind words. I wanted to just start off, I'm going to do a little intro of myself, just to introduce myself to the group, but I also wanted to thank Stephen Little and Mark Aquino, who are here in the front row, for their leadership of the agency for over a year now. They have been double, triple hatting, I think, in a lot of different roles, and I'm just very grateful to be stepping in with their advice and guidance as I sort of work my way through the great work that the DNR does across the board. Have had a chance to meet all of the board members individually and really looking forward to working with all of you in your very important role here, and the public just for giving input into the processes and the policy work that we do here at the DNR. It's really important to the work of the state, and we need all the public input we can get. So just by way of background, I am obviously new to the DNR, but I've been living here in Wisconsin for the last 6 years with my family. I've got 3 kids, so I live here on the west side, and I'm really looking forward to taking my federal experience toward helping protect the resources here in the state. I most recently came from NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It's a $6 billion agency within the Department of Commerce that works to understand the planet and predict what's happening on the planet. Before that, I worked at the National Audubon Society, and before that, I worked at the Department of Interior as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, which oversees the National Park System and the Fish and Wildlife Service of the U.S. government, so it has a lot of similarities to the work here at the department. And I also have worked at other positions in Commerce and NOAA and on the Hill and the Natural Resources Committee, so have a lot of love and appreciation for the work that the board does, the public does, and the DNR does in this space here in the state. And I'll just say, by way of background, I'm really excited to be working with all of you. I know it takes an enormous amount of effort and time on everybody's part to be able to push forward the good work that we do in service to the mission of the DNR. And so thank you for everybody for participating. And I will turn it back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Karen. On behalf of the board, we're excited to have you here and would like to extend our very warm and very hearty welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, item 1C, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? I'm aware of one. Robin, you had a request.
We move item, sorry, I should have written that down. Item E to number 3 for first a brief discussion.
So that would be item 2E to move that to section 3.
Correct, and that is the drinking water or the drinking water standard.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll request a motion to approve the agenda, which would include moving item 2E into section 3.
So moved.
Thank you, Marcy. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Doug. Any further discussion from the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We have an agenda. We'll move on to item, excuse me, we'll move on to item 2, which is the consent agenda. Item 2A, approval of brief of action from January 22, 2025. Item 2B, acknowledgement of donation, Lower Wisconsin State Riverway Fund of the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin. Donated $35,515.48 to the Bureau of Wildlife Management. Item 2C, request approval of department recommendations for the prohibition of hunting and a limitation on types of trapping to protect public safety on land to be purchased with Knowles Nelson Stewardship grant assistance, City of Schofield, Marathon County. Item 2D, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order WA 1524 for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 530 relating to implementation of electronics recycling program requirements. And as we said earlier, item 2E will be moved to section 3. So with that, we have a motion on the consent agenda, please.
So move.
We've got a motion to approve from Doug. Is there a second?
Second.
Deb seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Move on to section 3. This is for discussion and possible action concerning item 2E, which has been moved from the consent agenda. Item 2E is to request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order DG-2-25 for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 140 related to setting numeric standards to minimize the concentration of polluting substances for certain per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, in groundwater based on the 2025 DHS recommendations. And staff on that is Dr. Carla Romano, Groundwater Section Manager. And Robin, you had some things you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just had a couple of clarifying questions that I wanted to ask Dr. Romano. This particular effort has been before the board in the past. Can you just clarify like what happened and why we're looking at this again?
Yeah, so you're correct. Good morning, everybody. First of all, good morning, Secretary Yun, Chair Smith, and the rest of the members. My name is Carla Romano. I'm the Groundwater Section Manager in the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program here at DNR. Yes, you're correct. So we have tried to amend NR 140 to introduce groundwater standards for PFAS in the past. Back in 2019 with Cycle 10, 2020 with Cycle 11, and also in 2022 for 4 PFAS. And right now, we're trying again. So we started the rulemaking in 2025 after that we received updated recommendations for 6 PFAS from the Department of Health Services at the end of January 2025. So the main difference at this point are actually the recommended enforcement standards. So those are based on the federal standards that were issued back in April 2024.
And then just one other question. So if you could, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, or if you could maybe say it more eloquently than I can say it. But for people who are getting their drinking water supply from municipal systems, these standards are already in effect. Is that correct?
So that will fall underneath NR 809. Right now, there is a rulemaking process ongoing for establishing new drinking water, state drinking water standards that will follow the federal standards. So that has not been set up yet. So there is, again, like a rulemaking in process. So these will be slightly different. Those are groundwater standards. So that are standards that we put in place to protect groundwater as a whole. And that would apply, again, to the general, state of the groundwater.
So people who are using well water as their water source would be covered under this rule. And without this rule, they wouldn't have the same standards applying to their drinking water sources. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
so I mean, NR 140 again applies to the whole groundwater, and we know that a lot of residents in Wisconsin rely on private wells and on groundwater as their drinking water source. NR 140 does not regulate private wells specifically, but does regulate. It basically sets up a threshold for all the regulated activities and facility for them to comply with groundwater standards.
Okay. Thank you. I think this is just, I called it out because I think this is really important protection for the state, for all the groundwater supplies, and especially for folks who are relying on private water. And I encourage folks to participate in the upcoming public hearing, and learn more and share their concerns or thoughts on this. So thank you so much for your efforts.
Yeah, I really, really appreciate your words. This is a really important issue for us, for Wisconsin residents. We're trying to do our best to protect groundwater again, and we'll see. And I hope that we will get approval for holding the preliminary hearing.
Thank you, Robin. Are there other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, could we have a motion?
I would move approval.
Got a motion to approve from Robin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Patty seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 4, action items. 4A, request the board adopt germane modifications to Board Order AM-05-22. Proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 439 to simplify, reduce, and make more efficient the reporting, record-keeping, testing, inspection, and determination of compliance requirements for sources of air contaminants. Kristen Hart, Air Management Program Field Operations Director. Welcome, Kristen.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, members of the board. As you just said, I'm Kristen Hart. I'm the Field Operations Director for the Air Management Program. You can go on to slide 2. And I am before you today to request adoption of the germane modifications to Board Order AM-05-22. This is a draft rule that would simplify, reduce, modernize, and make more efficient the reporting, record-keeping, testing, inspection, and other determination of compliance requirements for facilities that are subject to air pollution regulations. We can go on to slide 3 here. So as background, if you recall, this is Chapter 439. It serves the important role of establishing methods regulated facilities use to demonstrate compliance with air pollution regulations that apply to them. It includes record-keeping, reporting, monitoring, and testing methods. The conditions in Chapter 439 are required by the Clean Air Act and necessary for federally approvable permit and planning programs under the Clean Air Act. All facilities that emit air pollution are subject to at least some regulations under 439. These include large power plants to our mid-sized food manufacturers or small foundries, auto body repair shops, etc. Federally approved permit programs are also necessary to demonstrate attainment of our national ambient air quality standards. This proposed rulemaking to revise Chapter 439 is part of the department's ongoing effort to simplify our reporting, record-keeping, and monitoring requirements and make processes for demonstrating compliance easier and more efficient, while still remaining consistent with the applicable requirements of the Clean Air Act. So on August 14th, 2024, the Natural Resources Board meeting, we had this rule already for adoption. You might recall that stakeholders did urge adoption, but also said they would like to continue to work with us on a few clarifications for this rule. So as we can jump on to slide number 4. So if we fast forward, then we did subsequently work closely with stakeholders to address their concerns regarding the clarity of several provisions of this rule. And we are now here to propose modifications to rule language in 3 areas. Clarification of the language defining deviations from applicable regulations that require prompt reporting, the clarifications on access to records, and clarification of the calibration frequency of monitoring equipment. These proposed modifications do not substantively change requirements, but they do assure a consistent understanding of rule language, and they continue to maintain that EPA approvability. And finally, on the last slide here, or I guess second to the last slide, this slide just lists the outreach we have provided to stakeholders throughout the rulemaking process. As noted on the last bullet point here, the department presented this rule to the Senate Committee on Natural Resources, Veterans, and Military Affairs at the end of January. We explained that we had worked with stakeholders and intended to propose these germane modifications at the board meeting today. And then I think there is a final slide here. So if approved, the department will resubmit this modified rule back to the legislative committees. And all this is authorized under Section 227.19, Parent 4, Parent B3 of our Wisconsin statutes. And that's all I have for you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have no public speakers or written input to the board. The board have any questions or comments?
Just to compliment on making it through the process, we heard they've had great working relationships, as we saw in the earlier, and just want to compliment the staff on making that extra effort. And I would move approval if there's no further discussion.
Thank you, Marcy. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Rachel. Any further discussion from the board?
I was going to second Marcy's compliments. Just still being new to the board, I really appreciated the process and that you went back through with those comments from the stakeholders rather than just to push the rule through as it was. So commend you for that additional effort and work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4B, request the board adopt emergency order WM-11-24E and board order WM-12-24. Proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 10 related to revising white-tailed deer management unit boundaries. Jeff Pritzel, Deer Program Specialist, Bureau of Wildlife Management. Welcome, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, Chair Smith and Secretary Hyun, members of the board. Happy to be with you this morning. Again, my name is Jeff Pritzel. I'm the State Deer Program Specialist. I am here to seek approval for changes to NR 10 that would affect portions of the state in their deer management unit boundaries and some subsequent language change for the county deer advisory councils. The main focus of this rule is a change in deer management units, specifically directed at the forest zones. We have 4 zones in this deer management zones in the state: a northern and a central forest zone and a central and southern farmland zone. The map on the left represents the current status, where we have a county-based DMU system across the state. In some cases, counties are split by the zone boundary. And the map on the right represents the proposed rule change, which reflects the interest we've heard for quite some time to return to a habitat-based DMU system, at least in the northern forest, and some boundary modifications in some of the central forest counties. And so it results in units that started with looking at historic habitat-based units, but looking at combinations of those units to arrive at somewhat larger deer management units. And then the subsequent change to the northern forest boundary to align with some of those historic habitat-based boundaries. That does create 5 small new farmland units in those counties that previously were fully in the northern forest zone. Then in the central forest zone boundaries, modifications on the southeast end where Wood, Monroe, and Juneau counties have requested a change in the boundary to increase the size of their farmland unit and decrease the size of their forest unit. And in Adams County, which also was previously split, a request to completely remove the county from the forest zone and make it a single farmland unit. And then in addition, we're following through with some requests that were brought forward in previous deer management unit reviews for some of the metropolitan subunit boundaries, specifically in southeast Wisconsin. The Rock County metropolitan subunit having some expansion, as well as Racine and Kenosha County, and then Washington and Waukesha County moving their counties fully into the metropolitan subunit like Ozaki and Milwaukee are. A small expansion in Sheboygan County, which actually reflects a return to their metro unit they had back in 2017, and then a slight retraction of the metro subunit in Manitowoc County. I'd like to just quickly walk you through the process of how we have engaged the public in arriving at our recommendation. As soon as we were given approval to take this to the public in August by the Natural Resources Board, we reached out via email to all to the Conservation Congress delegates that are chairs and alternate chairs to the CDACs, as well as the tribes throughout Wisconsin, recognizing their interest and stake in any potential changes. And this really was an invitation for the local Congress delegates, as well as tribes that had an interest in their area, to reach out to their local wildlife biologist to work with them on their interests in potential changes. And I'll just point out that as it relates to the role of the county deer advisory councils, because we've heard in the feedback some expectations and misunderstandings of the role that the advisory councils have in this process, in that Formally, the CDACs are obviously a significant stakeholder, and that's why we reached out to them right away. But they do the CDAC meeting process is not a part of the formal boundary review or any changes. And so we were certainly reaching out to them, and we had those conversations with them. But there is some misunderstanding that we should be using the actual CDAC meetings to collect input and have influence on any changes. That actually was, as a policy, changed in 2017. When the CDACs were created in 2014, that indeed was part of the role of the CDACs. But during the first review in 2017, after that, it was removed from as a formal process for the CDACs to be part of, but we still engage them along the way again because they're major stakeholders. Our first formal action was to assemble our DNR Deer Advisory Committee to make the preliminary recommendation and to develop a map. And the initial map was based on looking at historic habitat-based units, making combinations of neighboring units, again, to arrive at a similar number of units that we have now, just configured differently. And then after some of this additional public feedback I'll go through, there were some modifications made to the map. But once our advisory council made the preliminary recommendation, then we did reach out to all CDAC members, offered an online briefing, which was also posted for the public, and some media attended that as well. And that's when this process really got out probably to the public, when articles were carried in the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, Wisconsin Outdoor News, as they listened to that briefing, as well as our Deer Committee meeting. We offered an online survey to the public in October, and that was not really focused on the map and the specifics of the boundaries. It was really just focused on the concept. Do you support the concept of returning to habitat-based units? And we got strong support in the feedback on that online survey. And then we circled back specifically to the Ojibwe tribes because they have a specific role in the ceded territory and a stake in any changes with the deer management units. Working through the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, they helped sponsor a meeting. 3 of the Ojibwe tribes had representatives at that meeting. We had some good discussion, but no specific formal recommendations or interests were brought forward by the Ojibwe tribes. We then, before the gun deer season, held 4 open houses across the state, 3 of them in person, 2 of them up north in Woodruff and Cable, 1 specifically in the Central Forest Zone in Adams County, and then we had an online open house as well. And then we entered into the formal rule change process by which we had a public comment period from early December to early January, and it culminated with a public hearing, which was also held online on January 8th. And through all of that, we put together the final package for the green sheet, and that brings us to today. This just quickly captures the public feedback we received through that formal rule change process from December and January, and broke out the feedback we got. On the left side, people that specifically made reference to the Northern Forest. The support ran close to 80% for the changes. In the Central Forest, the support was the majority, but it wasn't as strong as it was in the Northern Forest. And then for people that didn't specifically reference a part of the state, again, their comments ran almost 80% in favor of the change. And then the other part I would like to point out is, in addition to the modifications to some boundaries, we're asking for some word changes in the code that will allow potential flexibility in the future for how the county deer advisory councils are aligned to adjust and work in the best potential case with any changes to the deer management units. And so a simple terminology change from county deer advisory councils to citizen deer advisory councils breaks what currently is a very specific obligation that every county has an advisory council that's bounded by county boundaries. And we actually received feedback from some of the chairs of the CDACs in the north at those open houses that really inspired us to pursue this language change, because they recognize that we may want to modify the alignment of the advisory councils to align with any changes that are made to the units. And so that's yet to be determined, but this language change would allow for us to work collaboratively with the Conservation Congress to make those adjustments going forward. And that's the conclusion of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Hey, thank you, Jeff. We have a number of speakers today. A number of people have registered to testify, and I suggest we take those comments and then stay close, Jeff. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you.
Okay, will do. All right, thank you.
Okay, as I said, we have 6 people registered to appear, and have the honor, our first presenter. I'd like to welcome Wisconsin State Representative Chance Green, who has taken his precious time and decided to be here in person to comment. Welcome, Chance.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate you guys' time. Yeah, it's
I want to point out too that as a elected state legislator, you're not held to the 3-minute limit.
I gotcha. Well, I feel privileged and honored. Thank you. Yeah.
But don't
No.
get carried away.
No, everybody's time is valuable here. I appreciate that. So again, appreciate you having me. Thank you again for having this hearing. So I represent most of the northern forest zone in the 74th Assembly District up north. So we had 4 actually listening sessions last fall and into the summer regarding deer hunting. It's a huge passion up north. A lot of people turned out. They were standing room only. They were lined out the door, 200 people per room. It was definitely well attended. I also attended the meetings that Jeff and his team had in Cable when it came to introducing these maps. I am in support of the maps. And the changes. I do support that. My constituents have reached out and said, this is what they want to see. And I just came to relay that message. I would also like to clarify that I did not request any expedited process to this rulemaking procedure. It has been brought up that I requested that. I did not. I would like to see this vetted and properly gone through the channels and everybody get a chance to see it and learn about it, understand it better, so they can either support it or, voice their opinion about it either way. But again, made the 5-hour drive down here this week to come here and show support that the map change is, I think, something necessary for northern Wisconsin. Deer hunting has been on the decline the last, probably half dozen years or so. It's been pretty dismal and people up north are looking for a change. So, yeah, just wanted to voice that and willing to answer any questions you may have for me.
Are there any questions from the board or comments? Marcy?
Just quickly, do you feel like it's been fully vetted and your constituents have heard enough to make a decision, or?
I do. I definitely believe that they voice their opinion. Showing the map up north, I think I would like to see a little more when it comes to that regard, because it is a new concept. Cable was well attended. I guess you could say. I don't know the numbers for the other meetings they had, but I'd say 20 to 30 people showed up. I would like to see a little more promoting of it. I think I want people to understand this as we go through this process, that this is going to be the change and this is how it's going to affect their deer hunting going forward. So I would like to see a little more promoting of it, but I leave that to the powers to
But
be.
not promoting for the discussion purposes, promoting so that there's an understanding before the next hunting season?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. Yep,
Thank
yep.
you.
So they understand the changes going into the next hunting season and moving forward. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Doug?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Representative Green. Thanks for appearing. So when you said you weren't in favor of, or that you weren't the one to ask for the expedited process in this, I'm assuming you're referring to the fact that this order in front of us is an emergency board order?
Correct. And Jeff can probably speak to that more. We spoke about it earlier, actually, in that regard. But like I said, I've had a lot of constituents and people reach out to me about this issue. Like I said, I want this due process. I want them to have a say. I want to make sure it goes through all the proper channels and it gets vetted. And there was no request from me or my office to expedite this thing, just to clarify, so.
In your constituents, you mentioned the meetings and the support for this action. Is it your opinion that they're the same opinion that they would rather not see an emergency order on this and
I guess
regular
in
rulemaking?
that regard, they would like to see it vetted properly, make sure that it goes through the right channels and things like that. But yeah, I mean, everybody wants to make sure everybody gets a say in that regard. That's what I heard from people reaching out.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions from the board? I have one for you. I'd like to pursue Doug's question a little bit more. I also attended some of the meetings up north, and the message I heard that was pushing for a quicker resolution. A lot of the northern CDACs and some of the individual citizens were interested in seeing these boundaries implemented as soon as possible. And again, I'd ask Jeff to comment on that some more, but the concern I heard that they wanted more time to try some things was on the CDAC role of the advisory councils and how they would align with these new boundaries, how they would gather input. Could you talk a little bit more about that? The interest in the public, is it focused on the CDACs, or do they want the boundaries slowed down also?
Well, my understanding is there is a mistrust in northern Wisconsin when it comes to the CDACs. So anything that would slow down their role, but they will want to understand the new role of the CDAC in northern Wisconsin. So again, promoting that and explaining it to them, I would like to see, public input is important. I would like to see that there be public input, especially when drawing these new boundaries when it comes to the CDAC. I would hope that we, continue the conversation about how that'll break down, especially. It was so simple with the county lines, but now we're breaking down basically from farmland to forest to, national forest, things like that. So I would think the public would definitely want input on that, and I would encourage that as well. As for you're right. A lot of hunters up north want to see action now, but in my regards, I would. Like I said, let's get it right is my thought. So making sure that we go through the proper process, vetting it and explaining it, educating the public. This is how it's going to work. This is how these are the changes made. I think we need to make sure we do that as well. So I would encourage that.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Thank you again very much for making the trip down. It's always
Absolutely.
good to hear it firsthand.
Thank you for having me, guys. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, our next presenter is Dick Wolkowski from Baraboo. Welcome, Dick. And I would also note that we've received some written information as well. Dick is one of the presenters that submitted additional written information. Thank you.
Good morning, Secretary Young, Chairman Smith, NRB Board. I did send this out. It's what my outline will be for today. And I also submitted a white paper. I'm a retired extension soil scientist, worked for the UW for 32 years. So I did a lot of work in land management over those years. And I've also hunted 56 consecutive years out of Drummond. We hunt mainly just the first weekend and maybe a couple days. We've only harvested 4 bucks since 2010. Things have gone downhill. We're not unique. Many other hunters have noticed this decline, and you're aware of the bill that was proposed last year and approved by the legislator, not approved by the governor. In our minds, the system isn't working. What we have now isn't working, and there needs to be some sort of change. And I just graphically show you what we have in terms of our past seasons. You can see our club's been in existence since 1966, and we've really done very little in terms of harvesting deer. If you look at the deer harvest metrics over the last, say, 20, 25 years, you can see a steady decline across the North Woods. And there's probably a number of reasons for that. Some of it is the severity of winter, other things that we could discuss. But there was a period from 2014 to 2016 where no antlerless permits were offered, and that herd rebounded nice. We had some good hunting conditions, but then in our minds at least, excessive antlerless permits were granted, and we're down to from numbers around 4,000 bucks in Bayfield County where I hunt, we're down to around 2,000. So it's been cut in half. So some takeaways from northern Wisconsin, just hunting is gone downhill. Northern Wisconsin's different than the southern part of the state. We have large holdings of public forested land, very limited continuous agricultural land. We have severe winters, have been two of the worst winters have happened since the CDACs existed, and we have significant predator pressure. We talk about habitat-based management, and the DNR does have a publication that describes habitat situations in northern Wisconsin. I have that again in the figure that I provided to you. What I'd like to see is a grouping of the current systems that we have by maybe 3 or 4 of these DMU units, and then have what I'd call regional or RDECs, call them citizen if you want, and they would still have a so-called CDAC over them, but they would not be county-based. So again, just to summarize, hunting quality has decreased under the current system. The county system just doesn't make sense. We would still involve the same stakeholders, et cetera, and we'd like to continue still having hunter input through stakeholder surveys and spring meetings when we discuss antlerless quotas. So thank you very much for your time. If there's time for a quick question, I'd be glad to try and answer that. Otherwise, I'll take my seat. Appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Marcy?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony and thank you for the documentation. I think it's really interesting with deer camps that they were the original citizen science model, because our family has very close records like yours does. Not in as pretty graphs, but just, my discussion with the staff over these years has been all of the changes that have happened in the north. And so if you've been in the deer stand, and you didn't start in 1966 though, did you? Your camp started, but you must have.
I started as a sophomore in 1969 was my first season.
Okay. So if you took a picture from your deer stand in 69 and you took one in 2024, what would the visual be?
Yeah, and there's no question the habitat has changed. We hunt primarily in the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest, and so we have seen a maturing of the forest. We see different species kind of come and go. Still a good acorn crop for the most part, but there just aren't animals. The last 2 seasons, I haven't seen a deer. So it's changed a lot. We got a little bit of reprieve, like I say, when we went 4 or 3 years without antlerless tags. At least some of our guys were seeing deer, and a couple guys were able to get one. I'm 70 years old. I don't need to shoot a deer every year. I'm happy just to be in the woods. A lot of times we're just talking about hunting quality. Are you enjoying the experience? And part of that is seeing deer, seeing signs, and really harvesting a deer anymore isn't that important. My wife insists I get it tested anyway.
Right.
And we don't, at least up there, we don't worry about it.
Yeah, but I think, my point is, because I was concerned after some of the public hearings that people were expecting that this one change would make the difference in the harvest. And I think you point out in your documentation with the maps of the changing landscape that it is really all of these things combined that are contributing to that. So I don't want to give the impression that one administrative change in a DMU is going to put a deer under everybody's.
We can't get into a long discussion, but again, my opinion is the Bayfield CDAC has overissued antlerless tags. We had a severe winter, 22, 23, and I think they issued 7,000 antlerless tags. Yeah, and we're down to around 2,000 bucks. So there are ways to harvest better.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from the board?
Again, thank you very much.
Dick, I have one for you, just for clarity purposes. The proposal staff has put before the board would change the boundaries up in your hunting area, and the CDAC would stay there, although its turf it would cover might change a little bit. You've been very critical of the issuance of antlerless harvest. I would ask you, Specific to the changes that are being recommended, do you see those as helpful or not helpful? Or could you give us more pointed advice on our decision before us today?
Well, if I can have a minute or so to do that, I will. First of all, we're not against shooting antlerless deer. If you total up the numbers that we have, our group has killed 60 antlerless deer since 1966. Personally, my numbers are 20 antlerless deer. So I'm not afraid to shoot them, but you get to a point where if you don't see a deer, or maybe see one or two, it doesn't make sense to harvest one. So what I'm proposing is a different approach of setting a goal for, and Jeff showed this at these area meetings he had, where we look at a buck harvest density for one of these units, and we set those goals, and they differ from maybe 4 to 5 deer per square mile down to the south up to 1 to 2 in the area where I hunt. Have those goals and then use a process called adaptive management, where we, over a period of time, try to reach that goal. Everybody agrees to the goal, and you reach it by either having more antlerless harvest or less, just depending. And again, that's where I'd like to think that our trained scientists up there, our game managers, can have a lot of input into that, because I don't see a lot of thought process going into setting the antlerless quotas. It's done
Okay.
in one night. There's very little input.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Dick. And our next presenter is Greg Kazmersky, McWanago. Welcome back to G9, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary, and members of the board for letting me speak today on this issue. I sat in your chair just a few short years ago, and I know how difficult a lot of these decisions are. I want to go on record right away, because I know I'm going to run out of time, that I oppose this rule change, and I want to give you the reasons why. So when the deer trustee report came in and we changed our whole deer management plan that was in force since the 60s, people within the department and the agency got their noses kind of bent out of shape. They didn't like somebody from outside coming in and making recommendations. And ever since that point, there's been an orchestrated attempt to try and make this system fail. And you can see it by their actions. And some of that occurred even prior to the writing of this rule, which was they took the objectives out from the CDACs in 2004 when they were supposed to be presented. They didn't go before CDACs like they did previously and at least let them know what they were thinking about these unit changes. And they've never answered the question. The legislature that stood up here and spoke, other people that stand up here and spoke, there's one thing they're looking for, and that's more deer on our public lands. Well, the system we have in place addresses that wholeheartedly by issuing public land tags and private land tags separately. Now, we as a state, our primary focus has to be on regulating or managing the deer on public lands. We can't do much about private lands other than give them availability to antlerless tags to keep that population down. But they're going to shoot what they want to shoot. But the reason for having those tags separate in the first place was because the way it happened in the old days prior to this new plan is people would apply for those bonus tags. If you were a private landowner and you got a bonus tag, where do you think you went to fill it? You didn't kill it on your own land. You went to the public land and filled those bonus tags. And that is what created this big differential in deer between public and private lands. So that's the reason why we're all here today. And there's some other things I'd like to address on the legality of how we went about this rule, but I hope maybe in a question we can get that.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? I have one question for you, Kaz, just to get your perspective on it. I've attended a lot of the meetings up north on this and received a lot of input from particularly the CDACs. And one of the points that they pressed on me was that the county boundaries made it difficult to make those decisions on antlerless tags, both private and public, and implement them, because the boundaries included parts of the county that were very different from one another in terms of habitat quality, deer densities, and it was beyond just the public and private. Dick Wolkowski was up here talking about his experience down around Drummond and the Chequamegon. And that's contrasted to the experience and the deer densities up in the northern parts of Bayfield County, where you got more of the mixed ag orchards and that sort of thing. And that was one of the reasons that a lot of them were strongly in favor of changing the boundaries so they could make these decisions on a habitat-based boundary. I'd like to just get your perspective on that.
Okay. Well, Dr. Kroll and Dr. Gary Alt and David Gwynn, they recognized that when we switched to this new plan. And when we went to this new plan, it separated the tags between public and private. So within that county, there are all kinds of management units because every piece of public land is in a separate unit within that county. But we never looked at it that way, and the department never defended that that's where the differential in deer was. So it's all had to do with how we issue tags. Now, there's other things that affect the north up there that have changed dramatically in the last 10 years. One is the rate of predation. We have no documentation on the rate of predation, but there's one simple basic rule in deer management. If you want your herd to grow, you have to stop killing the mamas. It's that simple. We don't have to make a big deal out of this. So every time a CDAC wanted to eliminate tags on public land or the public within that CDAC, and they weighed in for years that that's what they wanted to do. So the public recognizes just basic, simple deer management. We're not going to get more deer on the landscape. But the department always used the excuse of inequity with issuing those tags and that type of stuff. So we continued to get tags issued for that public land. And now they can't keep ahead of that predation that's up there. It would take years to get that deer herd to build back now. Back in 2014, when they went with zero tags on public land, you heard testimony today, and you can see it in the data, that deer population went up and the harvest went up. But CDACs weren't even given basic information on habitat that they should have been given. The entire north is deer habitat, the entire north, other than the lakes. So it's the quality of habitat that matters. And to a deer, the quality of habitat is the age of that forest. And GIS mapping was supposed to be put in place as a metric that CDACs could look at and go, oh, we gained some 1 to 5 year old age class in our county this year, or we lost some, so they can make proper decisions. But none of those metrics were completed. Browse surveys weren't completed. So CDACs were kind of out there shooting in the dark or going by the advice of their biologists. And he didn't have any metrics to make recommendations because we never completed all those metrics.
A lot of nuances to this. Could I bring you back to I guess the question more pointed, similar to what I asked Dick, relative to the decision before the board, do you see the recommendation to change these boundaries as helpful or not? doable or not? Do you have a position on that?
Well, it's not going to change a thing. It's going to make it worse. Because the ultimate goal is to not issue public land tags. Because the department staff didn't agree with the public land tag from day one. They even told Kroll and his team, they think that violates the North American model. Well, virtually every state out there limits tags on public land because you have to. So there was a culture and ideology within the agency, wildlife people, that they didn't like that system. Michigan has used that system for decades. They have public land and private land tags. And that's the only way you can manage deer. And that's what the public is crying about.
But nowhere in this rule proposal does it change public and private tags.
Right, but this rule proposal wouldn't even be before us had we have been utilizing that tool properly.
I see. Well, thank you.
That's the reason. So now breaking up these units, we have no data for these new units that's current. I mean, it's at least 10, 12 years old. How are we going to set those quotas the first year of this? We have no harvest data to go by.
Those are fair questions, and I'm expecting we'll have some more conversation with staff
Right.
before this is
And
over.
another question I would ask the department, how is this going to put more deer on public land? Because that's what the clamor is about, but we're morphing it into something that could have been solved all along. And it was tried to be solved by the legislature, except they went too far and said no doe tags for the entire north. Had they said no doe tags on public land, they might have got that bill passed.
Let me interrupt. Marcy has a question. She's being very patient.
I want that on the record, that Marcy's been patient. So first, I take exception with the CDACs not having the information. And I think if Dean Bortz is listening, and we read his commentary in the last issue of Outdoor News, I take it, and my experience is more with Oconto County, that the CDACs are very involved and they live it and they bring different opinions. But hunters weren't happy with the previous process. In came the Deer Trustee Report. This many years later, we've seen changes and they're still not happy. So in that process, and for those of you who weren't here 5 years ago, my first year on the board, you changed 11 counties, I think it was, in that first year on those issues. Last year, we had a county that didn't allow any antlerless on public lands, but they allowed it on private. And I'm not sure that's the message we want to send either, that we represent the citizens who want to hunt and want to hunt for meat. So all of those other things that come into play with the deer herd, this isn't going to fix it. But what we're hearing from the CDACs is they want the flexibility to go into a habitat process, or to be able to manage those and not go specifically with county boundaries.
And to answer your question for that, that's the exact ideology that DNR staff was working on. We think we need to issue tags. This isn't about a social experiment. It's about managing deer.
Well, it's
We-
managing people
Well,
too. Not everybody
it
has
is.
access to private
It
land.
is managing people, and what the people up north are crying about is there's not deer on the landscape. When you go up and hunt and don't see a deer in 2 years, they want to see deer. And the only way to see deer is to stop harvesting does. That's the only way.
If you go to farmland in some of those counties, you see deer. I was in Oconto
Exactly.
County on the opening weekend, and the deer were bedded down in between the lakes and cabins because they got pushed off of the public land. But
Well,
nobody hunts in between there.
but they're
So,
pushed off by wolves.
and I think we
So-
have harvest data that the tags were purchased and deer harvest, well, we'll get Jeff's
get it,
report
but-
later, but
Marcy, if you could hold that point, there'll be an opportunity for board debate as we get through the
yeah, I will hold that
testimonies
point.
here.
Thank you, Mr.
Let
Chairman.
me ask if there are any further questions from the board or comments. Hearing none. Thank you, Kaz. Good to see you again. Our next appearance is Jerome Donahoe, and Jerome is also one of our presenters that also supplemented with a lot of written materials. Welcome, Jerome.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and welcome, Secretary and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My hunt camp is 51 years up in the central northern forest. Yes, I do wildlife management and timber harvest management, and also plant food crops, which I don't see deer coming to, even with snow on the ground and no tracks, surrounded by public lands. But in that, today I wanted to go on record to say I'm opposed to this board taking any action to approve both rules in front of you today. The reasoning is that in my registration, I've sent you guys all this information. You should have gone through it. And what it demonstrates is that there's a timeline from January 2021 through June 26th of 2024 that the department and staff had prior discussions regarding to today's rules for this board and rulemaking authority. These discussions were ensued where in the CDACs in 2021 to 2023 population objectives, which is all encompassed under the NR 10104, was done properly. Question comes to be is in April of 2024 to 2026, this population map wasn't created through the CDACs. And the question is why? So in one of the handouts I gave you yet today as a summary, it shows in 2023 that the discussion was made by staff about boundary discussion changes, and that these 3-year cycles were going to be done a year ahead of time, but yet they weren't done when it came to taking tools out of the CDAC's toolbox. That's why there's a frustration. There's also in this supplemental thing, which talks about the interest of outside the northern forest and redoing the DMUs up there, where even involves some of the CDAC oversight committees of the Conservation Congress actually talking about creating new CDACs for this. So in that, they're working on this rulemaking authority. So with that, the question is why weren't these 3-year objectives made in 2024 without CDAC inputs? Not on the agenda, and it's not anywhere else. I also gave you what the Congress has, and all of this data is on your website, the DNR's website, that in 2020, and I made an error on here and said 2022 for what I gave you, there was a statewide public position statement that the Congress has taken up, that there was a vote statewide that demonstrates in your handout that it reaffirms that all 72 counties voted at a rate of 34,368 yes vote to a 14,073 no vote on eliminating prior deer management zones and managed by county units. What was put up for you today might have evolved to maybe about 5 or 10 people in a county supporting it. The other part I'll bring to the light is during the 2024 NRB meeting that I provided you an excerpt of transcripts I received notating that staff had discussed about these deer management units in this 3-year cycle and that the department and staff were working on something. And this is all before coming back in August and asking permission for a rulemaking authority. So the department and staff, when you look at disassociation of the CDACs and the WCC, there's enough document I provided you off the DNR's website that changes everything and how the CDAC functions, how the Congress functions, and how the tribes are going to have information to move on. Again, it's disheartening. I want it fixed. The system's there. It's just that somebody can't keep putting a thumb on it to get their way. There is no emergency. It won't change getting a deer up there. I haven't harvested a deer in 4 years. That's affecting tourism. I plant 20 acres of crops up there. Nothing. So again, I oppose this today both on the emergency rule and other, the whole rule. And let's take it through the proper process like everybody else from the senator on down has asked. This year starts a new year with CDACs.
Jerome, you're well over your limit. I think we got the bottom line message from you that you're in opposition to
Bottom
both.
line message is, do not approve this today. Make it go through the proper process for the public involvement from CDAC to the Congress and staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, thank you, and appreciate the extra information you presented. Next appearance is Rob Bowman, Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Rob was not able to be here today. He was going to try and hook up virtually. And Rob also, because of his role chairing the Congress and his statutory responsibility to advise the board, also is not held to the 3-minute limit. So I see you there, Rob. Welcome. I don't hear you. Your mic must be off.
How's that?
That's loud
Is that
and
good?
clear.
All
We're
right.
good now.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I was having a little mechanical error. I have every intention to be there today, but I have a SI that flared up 3 days ago, and it's been very painful and many trips to the chiropractor to try and get this thing calmed down. But Secretary Smith, Chairman Smith, Secretary Hune, and board members, it's a pleasure to speak before you today. I'm Rob Bowman, Chair of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Our CDAC Oversight Committee met a couple of weeks ago with short notice. I hope you can give us a little update on what's coming down the pipeline moving forward. It's tough to get positions that we can testify before this, but the CDAC Oversight Committee had discussed this and they supported the rule. However, there's many concerns that we hold on the emergency rule. And the first question I have to ask is, what's the emergency? Back in 2012, when Dr. Gwynn, Alt, and Kroll were hired to do this, I was skeptical at first. I was chair of the Congress at the time, but as I traveled the state, and I am 100% vetted in this because I traveled the state with those 3 doctors. I went through many listening sessions. And I think Eric Loebner could tell you the time, he was brought on to facilitate a lot of the public meetings that we had. And I was reminded at that time through the participation what the vision that Aldo Leopold, William Grimmer, and Harley Mackenzie had when they formed the Conservation Congress. It was about public input. And the discussions that we were having 91 years ago are the same discussions that we are having today. The concerns have not changed. Hunters want more deer on the landscape. A lot has changed in the last 20 some years. If you remember, I started out hunting back in 77 in Florence County. It was a buck-only county. We went years. My first 3 years of hunting, I never saw a deer. But as things progressed, the population grew. In the 80s, they implemented an either choice permit. I applied for an either choice permit, and my father told me that if I shot an antlerless deer, I had to find my own way home. It was tough back then. There were signs all over Florence. No does, no does, no does. And it's today. The same message is being heard today. We cannot control the harvest on private land, but we can control the harvest on public land. Not everybody's fortunate to have private land. They are forced to hunt public land. I see it time and time again up in Florence. Landowners will not shoot antlerless deer on their private land, but they'll march down to the public land and shoot their antlerless deer. It's a concern, but that's why we've asked for the last couple of years to not implement any antlerless tags in an effort to increase the population on public land. the actions that were being taken by the legislature was in response to the people wanting to see more deer on the landscape. And that was a couple years ago when they wanted to shut down the antlerless harvest in the north. It was to do just that. I believe in this process. And I think we need to stick to that process. I think the hunters deserve that. See, we're not only, if it wasn't for us buying our licenses and buying our ammunition and everything else, we would not have a DNR. And we need to respect that. We need to respect that opportunity. We're going to meet in 7 weeks. We're going to have our spring hearings. The first part of that spring hearing, that night of the spring hearings, is going to be a place where the department can showcase what's going on within their counties. This is a perfect opportunity for the department to roll out their proposed rule changes, and they can let people weigh in on that. And then in a couple weeks after that, our CDACs are going to meet and are going to make recommendations moving forward on what the antlerless quotas are going to be and how many tags are going to be available in their counties. They could use that process to get input on these changes. And I ask you, why do we need to make this change today? I would rather see us move forward. Our CDACs are going to make recommendations in May, and we're not going to use those recommendations because they're going to be making recommendations based off their county. And and this emergency rule will bypass that. Let's move forward with what we have in place today. And then if you're going to move forward with the rule, let's have the discussions about forming CDACs that mimic these new boundaries. I think the people need that. That was the whole reason why this change happened over a decade ago, was because people were tired of what was happening previously. We have a process in place. I think it's important. I think hunters and anglers and trappers and every other sportsman out there deserve for us to stick with the process and get that input on these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions or comments from the board? Doug, then Marcy.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, Rob, good to see you.
Hi, Doug.
So we're looking at the rule, your reaction to it is not so much that you're opposed to the changes, you're opposed to the timing of the rule, the way it's being processed.
Our CDAC Oversight Committee supported the rule. However, we have concerns about the emergency rule. We have a process out there. Let's utilize the process. The maps that are before you today are different than the maps that were presented to our Deer and Elk Committee back in December. It has changed. How much exactly has changed? I don't know. I'd have to look at maps that were presented back in December, but it's changed. And our citizens haven't had an opportunity to weigh in on these changes that are made. We're working off of information that was brought in from over roughly 200 people. Last time I checked, there's over 500,000 people that deer hunt in the state of Wisconsin. We got to start looking at this as a business. And you can't look at it underway. Number one thing that we learn in business is protect your product. If we don't have a product to present to our clientele, which is the hunter, we lose it.
Yep, and follow up, Chair, one other question.
Go ahead.
So this rule being a deer management unit change sure seems like it's more of a tag rule than it is a deer management change. Them are the concerns we're hearing, more about tag issuances than we are deer management units. So the comments I'm hearing is that the private landowners are taking their antlerless tags and filling them on public lands, but wouldn't the thinking be if we pulled antlerless tags and didn't issue any, that those private landowners would hunt on public land anyway at some point because they're not going to have an antlerless tag to fill either?
It may happen. We don't know that. I've seen it up in Florence. My aunt's got 1,500 acres that's open MFL. And I drive around, I talk to these hunters, and they see it come, they'll hunt their land on opening weekend, Monday, Tuesday, and then come Wednesday or Thursday, they're marching down to the private or the public land and they're doing drives and try and fill those antlerless tags. It happens. Not everybody is fortunate. It's not like back in the 70s when we took the whole week off from school, piled our homework in the trucks and went up and hunted for a whole week, and we couldn't go out in the woods and hunt until our homework was done. But it was tough back then. But a lot has changed. If you look at it, where we at today compared to back in the 70s, got to remember, we went a couple of years where they shut the bear season down because there was a lack of bear. They figured there was about 200 bear on the landscape in it, and things have changed. The bear population has gone up. Predator predation has grown up. So you got more bobcats, you got more coyotes, you got more wolves, you got more bears, and we're trying to. And these landowners or these hunters are trying to contend with that as well. So when you have more predators on there eating, taking down those deer, you're going to have less deer in the landscape. So how do we increase that? And that's cutting back on the antlerless tags, no doubt. And to give the citizens and the counties the management tools to do that is the other important thing. And we're going to take that away from them. So let's slow it down. Let's take this rule process. Let's go out to public hearing. Let's get our input. If we're going to make changes, let's do it right the first time. It doesn't have to be emergency rule. I think hunters deserve better than that.
Okay, Marcy?
Good morning, Rob. Sorry
Hi,
about the aches and pains, because I know I know what you're going through. Just want to clarify, because I saw letters of support from other folks in the north. The CDAC Oversight Committee voted in favor of the rule.
In favor of the rule with concerns of the emergency rule.
So do they oppose it being an emergency rule?
Yes.
And did the Deer Advisory Committee meet? Do you have a separate Deer Advisory Committee, correct?
The CDAC Oversight Committee took it up, and I chaired that committee. So
Okay.
as well as former chair Larry Bondi, and a few others. I have a representation. I have 2 delegates representing every one of the regions, the Northern Forest, Central Forest, Central Farmland, and Southern Farmland. And they all had concerns. I can read through a list of concerns. I can forward them to you if you want.
No, that's fine. I just want to clarify that the representation, the testimony on behalf of Conservation Congress is in support of the rule, in opposition of the emergency.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none. Rob, thank you very much. Can you stay with us a little bit longer as we get into potential discussion debate from the board? Other questions may pop up.
Absolutely. I was prepared to declare a filibuster, but out of respect to you, Bill, I was going to hold off on that.
Well, I've been known to talk a lot myself. It might be an interesting duel.
Yeah. That's why when you call, I put everything on hold, Bill, because we talk for a couple, hours at a time. So I appreciate our relationship.
Okay, any more from the Congress at this point, Rob?
Not at this point.
Okay, we'll move through the rest of the testimony and then we'll go to board discussion. Our next presenter is Neil Messerschmidt, also virtually. Neil, are you with us? Well, I see us on the screen looking at ourselves. Okay, here he comes.
Can you hear me now? I can't get the video up, Bill.
Okay, Neil, we can hear you loud and clear, but we can't see you, so have at it.
All right, I'll proceed. My name is Neil Messerschmidt. My home address is Edgerton, Wisconsin, but my retirement home, where I spend most of my time, is near Iron River. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I am speaking to you today in support of a return habitat-based deer management units. The present method of deer management involving CDACs has been in place for over 10 years and was born out of a discontent by hunters with the previous system. The present system has demonstrated for the past decade that it can adequately manage the deer herd for much of the state, except for the northern forest zone, where deer numbers on public lands have continued to decline. There, the traditionally harder winters and increased predation during the last 20 years have presented a wrinkle in the CDACs have struggled to deal with while managing at the county level. The vast tracts of public land in that zone have been the go-to destination for both the residents of the area and those residing elsewhere who depend on them for deer hunting. Today, there is overwhelming discontent once again with those who hunt in the northern forest zone due to the reduced opportunities that come with deer being scarce or non-existent on lands where the habitat can sustain them in far greater numbers. Many others and I have corresponded with and addressed directly both the CDACs and the NRB over the last several years, endeavoring to improve the situation. It has been a frustrating battle with few victories, but finally the DNR has responded with a potential remedy. Unfortunately, it appears the Wisconsin Conservation Congress is not, I have to rewrite this. They're in agreement with it, but they don't like the urgency of it. I dispute the urgency with the fact that 2 years ago, Jeff Pritzel froze the CDACs from making their 3-year goal setting changes. So we're stuck under the old goal changes. And that's why it's of urgent nature now. I fear that politics may be the reason for some of this, even though it was a suggestion of the CDACs within the Northern Forest Zone that the DNR is presenting the proposed changes in the first place. The DNR requested public input by providing listening sessions and with an online questionnaire. The results show the hunting public is in support of the changes. The CDACs were established through legislation to be an improvement over how our deer herd was managed previously. Quite often when a new system is established, alterations are required to correct adverse consequences that were previously unforeseen. That is the case here, where the CDACs have been handicapped in their ability to maintain sustainable numbers on both public and private lands due to the diverse habitats within their county's borders. This is not a dismantling of the CDACs, but instead a means to aid them in being better able to react to the issue. The proposed changes will strengthen their ability to perform the function they were instituted for. The CDACs affected are for this, the DNR supports this, and the deer hunters want this. Please keep politics out of your decision and stand firmly in support of the people whose natural resources you have been entrusted to oversee. You are our last line of defense. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, that's our last presenter on item 4B. I'll also note that we received some written communications from a couple of other citizens that were not appearing. We had, let me see here. We had written input from Al Hofacker and Grant Laskowski, both in favor of the rule proposal. So with that, any comments or questions from the board? Or discussion? Marcy? Yeah, we can. I wonder if we should get a motion on the table first. People aren't comfortable making a motion yet. Maybe we should talk with Jeff some more.
Just one clarifier and then I would make a motion.
Okay. Jeff, could you come back up, please?
Okay, it may be more than one, but since he was on his way. Just checking on the process that Rob had concerns about. The Wisconsin Conservation Congress has a deer and elk committee, right? I called it the deer committee, but it's deer and elk.
Correct.
Okay. Did they get to see the changes?
We reviewed the changes during their committee meeting in December. And as Rob pointed out, the map at that time was the preliminary map and it had changed since then. But we did have that review with the community. They did not take formal action on support or opposition.
Okay. And in your opinion, the emergency need is based on requests from CDACs, and was it made clear during all of the hearings and testimony that if it's not an emergency, that it will be 3 years out?
If we did not utilize the emergency rule process, which we've historically done frequently when it comes to certain hunting seasons because of process, we used to use it all the time with our waterfowl season annually. But in this case, when it's recognized that it would push everything out a year, at least a year, perhaps more than that, that it was when we put the litmus test as to whether or not this is worthy of using the emergency rule, we felt strongly that it was. And from our perspective, it came from some of the comments we've even been collecting over the past 6 months, shared not only support for the rule, but would also qualify that with saying this is overdue. We've been asking for this for 4, 5, 6 years. And given again, the strong interest that was brought up after the 2023 season, that we, got to work on this in 2024. We're just trying to be responsive to the input that we've heard, that the sooner the better that we could implement this. And what that also will allow, there's no question that the year of transition is going to come with some challenges. And so from our position, it is let's roll up our sleeves and tackle those challenges in 2025 so we can learn from them and then actually be further down and further advanced in what we would have in 2026. Otherwise, this all gets pushed down, the can gets kicked down the road.
Okay, last one, I promise. The emergency process has to be heard by the legislature as well, right? To give a emergency status.
That would be a question for our reg specialist or our policy specialist. I'm afraid that's not my area of expertise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Doug?
Yep, same questions. So I'd want to know how that emergency rule process would go when it leaves, if it leaves here. What does that mean? But the other one, Jeff, is so if it's all over the board on the emergency part, to me, the way I'm hearing it, and we didn't talk about this in our briefing, but we're hearing broad support for the changes, but not so much in the time frame that's being proposed. Does not having it as emergency rule change it that much? Other than the emergency rule allowing to enact it for the upcoming deer seasons. If it isn't, how much does it change it really?
So I would say there's two features there, and the primary one does address the concern that we're hearing from the Conservation Congress and others about what does this look like? What does the CDAC administration and meeting process look like with these new units? And as Rob shared, he does envision that at some point the CDAC administrative boundaries should mirror the unit boundaries. But that is a process which we need to sit down together and work through. And so the argument of let's defer, let's table and spend more time talking about that, whether it's the boundaries themselves, we'll talk about the boundaries themselves, because no matter where those boundaries fall, there will be trade-offs. There will be winners, there will be losers. And that's why in the end, our staff biologists in those counties have primary responsibility in advising the call, because they are in a position to understand those trade-offs and make that call. We could spend another year talking about any other manipulations to those units, but we won't be in any different place than we are right now, because there will be trade-offs. And so by implementing, we can start finding out how those trade-offs are going to play out. And we all should remember that we are obligated to review these boundaries every 3 years. And so we will have another opportunity coming up to make adjustments that we might learn from the next 2 years of harvest opportunity, as opposed to only 1 year of harvest, if we push this down. How the CDACs would operate under the new unit system by going with the emergency. And again, that part the emergency rule does not call for an adjustment to the CDACs this year. This spring, no matter what, each county will meet. And we will have the opportunity to discuss which strategy works best or feels best. But if we defer the emergency rule, again, it just moves everything down the road a year.
Robin?
So, Chair, I would like a clarifying question. Would you prefer someone to make a motion for the purpose of discussion on this, or do you want us to continue having discussion?
Well, right now, I think we're still in the phase here, of sort of clarifying what some of this means and better understanding the proposal before us and the implications of that.
So then,
I think if we get to a point where we're in more of a board discussion debate, it would be better to have a motion in front of us.
so then I do have a question for
Go ahead.
our esteemed guest here. So clearly this is a very complex issue. There are a lot of sub-issues that are involved in terms of deer management, deer hunting, hunter desires, deer numbers. But this rule in particular is strictly to look at the deer management units and make changes so that the CDACs and the Conservation Congress and the DNR and the public can have input on decisions, on recommendations, on future policies for the deer herd based on more habitat-based boundaries rather than county boundaries. This rule doesn't address how permits are established for public and private antlerless deer. It's simply the geographic area that has been of discussion in the public, especially for the northern area, because of the challenges posed by the large size of the counties and the varied habitat within those counties. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, this rule would not change the process by which we go about collecting input and then collecting recommendations and going through. What this really is intended to do, and there were several good examples brought up in the testimony, especially when we talk about Bayfield County as a good example. And it was brought up that the challenge that those CDACs are in currently is that they get caught in the middle between portions of the county that are advocating for that there is not only sustainable antlerless harvest, but in some cases a need for maybe additional antlerless harvest. And then they're caught up against the other part of the county where it's totally acknowledged that it's public land dominated, deer densities are lower, there's a desire to see them increase, but the CDAC can't address, even with the breakout of private and public, they can't address making both sides happy with the allocation. Under this system, the main outcome is that the CDACs are positioned in a spot where they can, again, Bayfield being a great example, where they have a lot of county forest in a what would be a deer management unit in the central part of the county, where they could allocate a healthy number of antlerless permits without drawing the concern from the northern and southern parts of the county, because they would see that as a disadvantage. And then they could be more conservative in response to the input they're getting from those other parts of the county. And we have 10 years of data now. And one of the great things about the advisory councils at the county level having some autonomy is that they have not followed each other lockstep in strategy. So we have 10 years of data where we can compare how different strategies of public land management, as was brought up by Mr. Kazmierski and was brought up by Chair Bowman, that the mindset or the intent that if we suppress antlerless harvest opportunity on public land, that's the key factor towards improving the opportunities. And we understand that that's a strong sentiment, and we can accommodate that to a degree, but we also have 10 years of data that we can share with the advisory councils that counties that did provide opportunity, some limited opportunity, but more than others, are seeing the exact same responses in buck harvest trends over time. And so there's 10 years of information that would help shape and inform the CDACs. What can you expect out of manipulating antlerless permit opportunity? And it could be more prescriptive under the new unit system. And frankly, folks are just very anxious to be able to implement it that way.
So just
Go ahead, Robin.
So by not moving forward on an emergency rule, none of this can happen this year. Is that correct? So all we're doing is pushing this down the line when those discussions, people I think are anxious to have those discussions. You can't have them until the rule is finalized. I mean,
We,
until-
sure, yeah. We could continue to discuss this for another year and try to further refine what what people want. But we've got such overwhelming support for this, and we also lose a year of being able to collect harvest data and start, as it was pointed out, we will be starting from scratch in these units. So that starting from scratch happens this year or it happens next year. And this is also in anticipation of us coming out of another mild winter. It's probably a good year where there will not be as much concern and anxiousness about antlerless permit allocation as there might be a year from now if we were to have a severe winter. It would make it more challenging. So it's just the window of opportunity is there, and I encourage us that we go through it.
So just to clarify what I'm hearing you say is that the discussion of how to award those permits needs to occur after those boundaries are established, correct? I mean, you can't have this discussion if you don't have different boundaries.
We would be in the same position as we've been for 10 years in terms of allocation of those permits at the county level and still having to deal with do we lean on the side of the poor performing part of the county versus the opportunity part of the county?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, a little more clarity on that. We heard several of our presenters express concerns that these changes hadn't been worked through the CDACs and hadn't had adequate review. My impression of this from being there 4 years ago is this was initiated by some CDACs that really got this thing rolling and have pushed it. So there was heavy involvement by them throughout the process, but somehow there's concerns that this didn't flow through an adequate review and input process. Could you comment on that and try and help us understand those differences?
Sure. So from the view of collecting public input and hearing, even from the advisory councils, again, we've been doing unit reviews about every 3 years. Sometimes it gets deferred or stretched, as was the case 4 years. But in 2017, after the first 3-year review, it was decided that 3 years is not enough time. We're not going to do a review. We're just going to let it go for another 3 years. So in 2020, when we did a review, that's when although we had heard a little bit, we got some strong interest from the Northern Forest of the need to return to some form of habitat-based delineations to allow permit allocations to be more targeted and more prescriptive. That we went through the process of the review. It was not supported to go through as a rule package at that time, but we're taking some of what we gathered all the way back from 2020 and carrying that forward. And between 2020 and now, we've continued to hear from Northern Advisory Councils. When is this going to happen? We've had some people depart their councils in protest that, until we go back to a habitat-based unit system, we're not able to accomplish our objectives. And so we're trying to meet that strong, message that we've been hearing for half a dozen years.
And trying to meet that, you've been dealing more with the northern counties and some of the Central Forest people that are advocating for change? And have you worked it through the normal statewide CDAC review, Congress review process? That's where I hear kind of the concerns expressed.
Right, yeah, and again, I take my guidance from our, division and secretary's office, and we met regularly to make sure that we were checking the boxes from a process standpoint. And I think we've completed everything as was advised or guided to us at the division and the secretary's office level. And again, recognizing that in code, the boundary review and possible boundary changes, is the purview and the responsibility does lie with the department. So we take the lead on that. And I feel the process that we've went through from September to this day in gathering public input was as robust as it could be. It's not unique in other rule processes to see the level of involvement that we've had, in this process. We know, and I remember distinctly 2 years ago, I was addressing the Conservation Congress District Leadership Council at their convention, and we were just having an open conversation about deer. And I said, we have to understand that 90% of our deer hunters just like to go deer hunting. They expect that we will tell them when, where, and how, and they will be there. They're not that interested in engaging at this level. And I saw a lot of smiles and head nods going, yep, that's probably true. And that's always been the challenge that we have with this is this affects a lot of people, but when we put the opportunity out there to have input, you get a pretty small, participation level, and then you have the challenge of trying to interpret how does that represent the community as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Marcy?
Yeah, so just back to Mr. Donahue's point about procedure. So I don't know if this is for you, Cheryl or Scott. I can't find the brief of actions on the website for August, but it was clearly identified as an emergency rule when it was passed in August, correct?
Okay. Scott Carroll, Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. I'm the person who brought the scope statement back in August up in, what was it, Turtle Lake. So when we brought the scope statement before the board back in August, it did identify that this as a potential emergency rule. The statement of emergency was listed in the scope statement as it's listed in the emergency rule in the back of the rule that's proposed to the board. So we've identified this as a potential need for use of emergency rules based on the timelines of getting this in as soon as possible. And this isn't new, like we've done this prior with the different DMU rules where we've also offered potential emergency and permanent rules, and with other of our species like fish, migratory birds. Like we've done emergency rules to identify that the permanent rule process is lengthy, which you've identified, and it doesn't always in every situation give us the opportunity to put these in place when it's needed. And we identified this as a time where, based on public input and then the review that just happened, there would be a desire to have this go in effect for 2025. CDACs are meeting next month, which is this is a perfect opportunity to offer that emergency rule to get it in place. The emergency rule also offers an additional public input period. So we held the permanent rule public hearing, I believe, in early January. And with an emergency rule, we are required by state statute to offer another public input, another hearing after it is put in place. So within, I believe, 60 or 90 days of after it's put into effect. So that's another benefit of the emergency rules, that we will get more public input where we wouldn't should it just move forward as a permanent rule. If this just moves forward as a permanent rule, the public input is done. It goes from the board, if the board approves it today, to the governor, to the legislature. So just to keep that in mind during the discussion.
Okay, so in that time frame, and they're meeting next month, if the board took it up in when do we meet? April, that wouldn't work. It would have to be by the June meeting.
So
to be able to be implemented for the 2025 hunting season.
We wanted the proposed boundaries to be in place for when the CDACs start meeting in March to go over antlerless permits and all the other things that they're going through, and also to be in effect for June when the board sets the antlerless quotas, particularly in the Northern Forest Zone, Central Forest Zone, that we have that rule in place. And then during the meantime, the permanent rule is working through its the statutory procedures, and that there'll be no overlap, that by the time the emergency rule expires, the permanent rule will be in place, and then we can go forward next year with just under the permanent rule.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Rachel,
again,
go ahead.
So after there's public comment on the emergency rule, that would be or could be taken into consideration when making this permanent rule?
So if the board adopts the permanent rule today, there's no more further discussion. We can provide that input that we got at the public hearing to the board if the board requests that. But typically it's like we've already done our public input process for this permanent rule. We've met all the statutory guidelines. We held the statutory required public hearing in early January. We got a lot of public input. We had a lot of people attend the hearing, which we presented to the board in this rule document in the permanent rule package. But there isn't any. So the emergency rule, if approved today, or will expire at a certain point. And then typically under a procedure, we would either come back with another emergency rule or a permanent rule, but we're doing the permanent rule today with the emergency rule so that we can have that seamless transition from having it in place for this year to then next year, it's just we have it in place and then it's ready to go without the need for an additional emergency rule.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, let me ask another question a little differently again for clarity. Some of the input we've just heard, Congress in particular said there was a narrow vote to support the rule proposal, which before us has both an emergency and a permanent rule side to it. And yet there was concerns raised about the emergency rule. So if the board passes this package, the permanent rule goes into effect. How do we parse out the emergency rule? I mean, we'd have to go in and really revise the staff recommendation into a couple different pieces or parts.
So what the emergency rule just does is it adopts the maps, right? So because what we wanted to have, as I stated, is to have the maps. There's an expectation, I believe, through the DMU review process that there's a public expectation that we should have this in as soon as possible, right? We're using the best available science to say, like, this is the recommendation for the best deer management units. And I think the public might be like, there might be some confusion if we go into this 2025 season and the public's like, wait a minute, I thought we already made that change, which is why we're offering, if we would just do a permanent rule, you're not going to see that change happen until 2026 at the earliest. Because
and if we do a permanent rule, it completely wipes out the opportunity for a thorough review and discussion through, I think what I heard from Rob Bowman in particular, run this through a slower, more deliberate process.
Right. If the board approves, Rob mentioned he supports, or the Congress supports the permanent rule, but not the emergency rule, then we could start bringing back the maps for public input later when during the CDAC season. If the board adopts the permanent rule today, there is no more public input on the permanent rule. From our perspective, this then goes on to the next steps where should the board adopt this today, we send this next step, statutory required step is go to the governor. The governor then takes a yes or no. Should the governor approve it, it goes through its legislative review and then it's complete. So there is no opportunity for additional public input that would come back to the board, regardless of whether or not this is adopted today as a permanent rule or both as an emergency and permanent rule, where actually if you adopt the emergency rule, we would get additional public input because of the statutory required public hearing held within 60 days of the permanent rule going into our emergency rule going into effect.
I guess that's my point. If we were to pass the rule package, the permanent rule package, it would not be really implemented until the 26th season.
Right.
And so there'd be a full year there where there'd be opportunity for discussion, but we'd have permanent boundaries set and we'd have the name change of the CDACs in place.
Yep, that's correct. It would be, should this go through its process and be completed, those would be in permanent administrative code, which would require different administrative rule change to address should different public feedback be brought.
Thank you. Doug.
Scott, so 60 days, we approve this today, 60 days from now, there'll be more public opportunity.
Yep.
Am I understanding that right?
Yep.
Does that include, let's see, what day is it? February. Does that include, thanks. Does that include, that would not include the April Conservation Congress meeting then?
Well, so the statutory guidelines for holding the public hearing is when the emergency rule goes into effect. And when the emergency rule goes into effect is when it's published in the state newspaper, which we still have, we have to go publish it. So it's I believe within, Cheryl, 60 days. I believe it's either 60 or 90 days of the emergency rule going into effect. So it's almost March. So that in theory would include, could potentially include some of the spring hearings or what we hear at the spring hearings. People can come to we'll post the public hearing and it'll be on our website and people can come and provide that input as well. And we'd be happy to share that with the board should the board request that information.
So one more, and I don't know if this is so much for you or it's just me thinking out loud, is we pass an emergency order in 60 days, there's more public comment, what does it matter? If the
So-
public comment turns around to be overwhelmingly opposed to this, what happens?
Cheryl Heilman, General Counsel, and I want to kind of just talk about two things. One is, when does the emergency rule go into effect? And so the emergency rule that's before you would go into effect by its terms on the day it's published in the official state newspaper. And I don't know how long that would take. I was going to try and text someone, but it's not 60 days.
It takes about a week.
If the board approves the emergency rule, it will go into effect as soon as it's published. And that would mean, I believe, based on the text of the rule, that the deer management units would change as are being proposed in the permanent rule. And that change would be in effect when the Congress folks were meeting, and would be in effect when there's a public hearing on the emergency rule. And so then the question was, well, what would you do with the public input on the emergency rule? And I think in the context of the process here, if the board passes the permanent rule today at the same time, it would be probably pending legislative review. And just like this morning, you had the department come back with some germane modifications based on additional stakeholder contributions and discussions during that legislative review process. I think that's how this could work here, where that if there's additional comments that are received, we would have to come back to you to make germane modifications on the permanent rule to change any of those deer management unit boundaries. But I think what the department is asking, and I hope you will, chime in if I'm wrong, is that today you approve the emergency rules so that the deer management units can go into effect and the CDACs can make recommendations or consider what recommendations they would make based on those new units. And then they would continue to be in effect in an ideal world, both for the 2025 harvest season and then beyond, because the permanent rule has those same deer management units.
Yep, that's
Okay.
100% correct.
Yep.
Thank you, Cheryl. Very helpful. Other questions or comments?
Well, Rob's asking too, but I have a quick one, Rob. We haven't talked about the change from the word county to citizens. So even to be able to do that, we would need the emergency rule for those.
No, so the emergency rule doesn't include the changed language because we wanted to go into this CDAC season with no changes to the CDACs. And so all the change does is allow us in the future, after this first round, hopefully under the emergency rule, where the CDACs can get an idea for what it's like with the new maps, but still meeting as a county. And then in the future, should the CDACs decide, hey, this works, well, then we'll keep things the way that it is. But under current administrative rules, it is required that the CDACs be organized by county. But should they meet this year and they just find out, hey, this doesn't work, they come to us and say, let's reorganize the boundaries based on the boundaries of the new units, we have the ability to do that in the future where we wouldn't have because of the restrictive language in administrative code that says they have to be county-based.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott. I'm going to turn to Rob. Rob, I'm sorry, but the screen's in my back and I didn't see you signaling. Again,
That's
because
fine.
of your unique relationship and the Congress's input, you're on.
Well, I thought about making a bunch of faces, but I figured that wouldn't be appropriate. So
I
anyway,
wouldn't have seen them.
I want to be more clear on what this. So the CDACs are going to get together in April, end of April. The last couple of years, we used to have the last couple of years, we had two meetings. We would have a meeting that set preliminary goals and recommendations. That would go out for public input. Then we would come back and we would make our final recommendations. That changed a couple of years ago. We went to one meeting. So what they're doing, their starting point is what was last year's proposal for that. So I got all my counties are going to get together end of April. And they're going to make a decision based off of the public input on the quota for that county and how many antlerless tags are going to be available for that county. But we're not going to use it because we're going to go to these new boundaries. So the recommendations that they meant is not going to be implemented. So I'm going to come to you in June, making a recommendation based off a county when it's not going to be applied because of the new units. And that's what I'm asking for. Is let's stick with what we have right now for 2025. In 2026, we can, and when we're done in June and we bring our proposal to the board for approval, we can immediately start on forming the new CDACs that coincide with the new boundaries in the new rule moving in 2026. That's what I'm asking for. Otherwise, I'm going to lose guys. They're going to be upset because the recommendations that they're making aren't being put forward. And that's the problem that we're struggling with. The process that we used over a decade ago was far more intense than the process that we're using today. And I think hunters deserve for the process to be more transparent than what we are. Let's utilize what we have for 2025. Let's form new CDACs that coincide with the boundaries that are proposed boundaries and move forward in 2026. That's what I'm asking for. And I think hunters deserve that.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Marcy.
You're going to lose CDAC members who are opposed to this, but we've also heard from CDAC members who are in favor of this going forward.
Yeah, the boundaries, what they were anticipating was the ability to create subunits within their county that they could address these hotbed areas where the population is high. That was their initial intent. And I got that information when I started making phone calls. I wish I would have had time to call every one of my CDACs across the state, but I didn't have that. Their main intention was to create those subunits, and they're not being able to do that. So we're expanding that, and I see a big problem with our CDACs that are going to make these recommendations at the end of April, and those recommendations that are going to be made aren't going to be done because we're going to go to a new system that they're not going to be able to weigh in on. So that's why I'm saying 2026, new CDACs in place that stand in line with the proposed boundaries and move forward.
Questions, comments? Deb?
I have a question for Representative Green. Can he come back up?
If he's willing. Depends on if you're smiling or frowning. I
I'm
think.
smiling.
I'm always smiling. Can't put a frown on this face. So.
So with all this confusion, your constituents, they still support this? Is this what you're saying?
They support the map changes, yes. Like I said, the process is where the concern lies. We want to see it vetted. I would like to see a finished product implemented with CDACs in place, with the new maps, and a goal or a plan moving forward, making sure that we can still have public and private land tags, a finished product that people can see and can understand. That way, going into a new season, such as 26, like Rob had mentioned, everybody will be on the same page. We'll completely understand what's going on, how the new CDACs will be implemented, and I feel that'll be better vetted. Like I said, my constituents support the map changes that they've seen. I won't lie, I don't know that they've seen this updated map. We did see the previous map, and there again lies another concern that with these little tweaks, I want to make sure the public is fully aware of the changes, how the CDACs are going to lie, the new zones and everything, and I feel like we should take our time in doing that.
So then basically we will have another year then of pretty much hunters being very dissatisfied.
I would, well, probably. Odds are if we don't have a, like Jeff had mentioned, a harsh winter, if we, this winter has been very mild, hopefully deer harvest or the deer, will survive a mild winter like we had, and hopefully we'll see numbers go up this fall. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure my hunters understand what the process or the new CDAC, so that when they go hunting, oh, I'm in the wrong zone, or I purchased the wrong tag, and you're still going to have that. I don't question that. There's still, with any change, there's going to be some confusion, but give it time so people can better understand it.
I-
And yes, yeah, hunters will be, dissatisfied, I'm sure, but if they know we're working towards the process and they're informed and involved with the process, I think they'll be better understanding moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
But
Let
yes, sir.
me- Let me comment, but first I'm going to do something here. I'm going to hand this over to Robin because I'm going to step back a couple of years when I was just a board member from the north. I made some promises to people that I'd carry a message for them, and I want to do that, but I want to also make sure that it is in the right context. So the responsibility for the chair is with Robin for the rest of this discussion. I was going to do this during the board debate, but I think it'd be better to do it now. I have a question I want to ask you specific to some of the meetings up north, and I share the perspective that you gained from those meetings. I heard a little different twist on the boundaries, and I made it a point to search out the CDAC chairs at the open house and cable. I participated in the legislative meetings over in Woodruff about deer season, and have also listened in or observed the online hearings, the virtual hearings about this rule proposal. The CDACs I talked to at cable, it was a real simple question. Based on the package they had, I asked them, is this something that's going to be workable for you? And they all said yes. They all had concerns about how the CDAC process was going to work to collect the information and get it into the new boundaries. And I said, well, should we slow this down and try and work that out? And they said, no. We need the boundaries, get the boundaries in place, and then we want to try a few things. Now, I haven't talked to the whole breadth of the Congress. Again, I'm approaching this as a northern board member and the relationships I have with the CDACs up there. And they said, what we want are the boundaries in place, and then we want some time to try some different approaches. We might want to reorganize our CDAC around a habitat-based boundary. We might just take a fragment of a boundary in our county and give it to somebody else and say, you take the lead with your CDAC over there. You've got the bulk of this unit now. So they had a lot of different things that they wanted to try out, and I think that would be very helpful in this process to get to the point where we've got something that's well vetted and it's something that people better understand. So their argument was, put these things in place right now and give us this next year between now and the permanent rule to try out some different approaches. It's going to be really muddy. We know that. It's going to be difficult. But I wanted to convey that.
Gotcha.
I got pulled into this 4 years ago when a lot of these changes were, as Jeff mentioned, the northern input started to swing toward boundary changes and habitat-based boundaries. The guy that educated me on it was out of Douglas County, and he's not here anymore. Al's the chair over there, and he was a prime voice in this. And he convinced me that he needed to have habitat-based boundaries within Douglas County to make this work. He said, I've got a great big swamp and forest, old growth forest down in the southern 2/3 of the county, and there aren't any deer there. But we've got the ag lands up around Lake Superior, and there's crop damage and there's good deer populations, and we can't manage that as a county because we can't strike the right balance. He said, if we strike the balance of issuing some tags, trying to harvest them up north, then there's tags in the hand of people that are going to try and harvest deer down south, and they'll go out there and they'll come back and say, we never saw a track. Why are you issuing these antlerless tags on a county basis? Now, private and public, Kaz was very eloquent in explaining how those can work and they should work, and it's a very important tool. But Al was aware of that, and he said, I need more than that. I got to have a subunit where we can apply our recommendations for antlerless tags to an area that has common habitat, common deer densities, and that the public see firsthand when they're in the woods, and they can connect what they see with tag numbers. And I can't do that on a county basis. And that message just grew stronger and stronger year after year. I heard the same type of thing from Bayfield County, both from CDACs and from people we've heard from here today. Neil Messerschmidt, Dick Wolkowski have been in this for many years advocating for some change, in that the antlerless ag quotas don't reflect what they see in the woods on a county basis. And if it does reflect what they see in the woods, then the CDAC's not doing the job in other parts of the county where they've got the egg damage and stuff. So I heard a very strong message from those northern CDACs that are the ones that are affected by this rule proposal. It's the grassroots people that make this engine work, and we've got to have their support of it. I feel strongly about that, very much the same way Rob Bowman does. I have great respect for the Congress. But to be honest, in this case, it's those local CDACs and the grassroots needs in that area to make this system work better. I don't see it as a threat to the trustee report. I see it as a tweak to improve it in this part of the state, to make it more effective and to have more public support. So that's my take as a northern board member. And I want to convey that to you. You were at that public meeting in cable talking to the same people I was, and I'm just curious if that resonates at all with you, or you want to rebut it.
Well, no. So again, I believe the CDACs. I talked with Kevin Shanning. He's the CDAC chair in Bayfield County, and I spoke with him at that same meeting in cable, and he fully supported the idea of the map change. My concern with, and it kind of goes with what Rob was saying earlier in losing CDAC members, there's a distrust for the Bayfield County CDAC. And I can attest to that. I attended a meeting there. It was a record attendance this year. Jeff was there as well. They had a record turnout. A lot of, again, disgruntled hunters. People were upset about the deer season, and it was implemented that no public land doe tags would be given out at that time. It was voted at the CDAC. It was overridden by the DNR. Now, I understand there was some error in the process when they were voting, but nonetheless, that distrust for Bayfield County CDAC is definitely an issue amongst residents in Bayfield County. And I feel like I'm close to those people who that's where their concern is. Being forced to do this thing or move in this direction without any more public input would be concerning to me, especially for those constituents who have reached out and said they love the idea, they want to support it, but we don't want to rush it. That's their biggest thing. They would like to see more public input, and definitely moving forward. Like I say, I would like to see, and this is just me, a more finished product. How is it actually going to work? We're going to break it down. I support the map changes. Like I said, we break down the CDACs. What tools are they still going to be offered? And can they, in that way, I feel that they would more effectively move forward in this process. So
I would guess it'll work very much like every other process with deer. It'll be like making sausage.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you very much. Absolutely.
Bill, can I say one more thing?
Robin's in charge.
Okay. Robin, can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have to remember, first of all, no matter what you decide today, we're going to have hunters that will have issues to this. We did back in over a decade ago when we brought this in. People are very sentimental when it comes to deer. It's the only animal in the state of Wisconsin that people refer to as theirs. You never hear them say my bear. You never hear them say my turkeys, but they always say my deer. So in saying that, it's not going to hurt holding us off one more year. Get it right the first time. Let's get these boundary or CDACs put together that coincide with the boundaries that are being proposed. And that's it.
Thank you, Rob. Deb?
It appears to me that there's two issues here. One is the changing of the maps based on science to improve what hunters want. The other piece sees that to me, that there's a governance concern, which could be somewhat even emotional because it's a change. That's my point. I think that if deer probably understand habitat better than a county line.
Doug?
So it's really strange because for me, it looks like the CDAC concern. So we do this, implement the boundary changes, let it go forward, work on the CDAC thing with an expectation that in 26, potentially, we're going to be looking at adjusting the CDACs anyway, potentially, because of their concern. If we don't do this and move it forward, in 26, we'll be considering a CDAC change potentially along with the boundary change. So, I mean, that's the way I think I'm reading it. So in either case, the CDACs will have an opportunity or potentially reorg by 26 to reflect the boundary changes. That's what it seems like to me. And I mean, I think I'm hearing both things, and board member Smith's explanations and recap of the process that he's been through with it and the folks that he's talked to has helped me in deciding on this one for me, because I was still on the fence. But yeah.
So can I ask,
Thanks.
are we done with questions from staff and are we into board discussion now? Yeah, well, I'd like to have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendations for further discussion by the board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So the floor is now open for board discussion.
Point of order, could someone just say who seconded?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Deb
Deb
Dasso.
Dasso. Marcy?
For the record, I want it noted that Representative Green said that everybody would be happy in 2026 and that we are getting accused of going too fast on something because that rarely happens. But all kidding aside, help us get to a solution. Do we separate out the emergency portion from the rest? Or does that not work? Because on our agenda, it's listed all as one, the emergency and the board order.
So what I heard staff say is that if we do it all at one, there will be a public hearing that takes place after the emergency rule is passed. And then there can be changes made, just as we saw with the air management rule, germane changes made to the permanent rule while it's still undergoing legislative review. So if you do it at one unit, there is still the opportunity for revisions to the map units that are really what the rule contains.
Thank you.
And if you move forward with the permanent rule, the other thing that I'm hearing is that then there is the ability to modify the makeup of the CDACs from county to citizens. That's the one change that's in the permanent rule that isn't in the emergency rule. So without that change, you can't really look at the makeup and change the compositions of CDACs if they're not put together at the same time. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, is that what you?
Yeah, I'd like to comment a little bit on the CDAC approach, just from a philosophical standpoint. To me, the power of the CDACs is really the grassroots discussions that occur in their local communities. And it brings in a wide variety of people that have a stake in deer management beyond just the hunters and beyond just the landowners. And I think it's a very healthy and a very powerful tool. I would suggest the way to approach the CDACs aligning with changes in boundaries is to ask them and to give them the latitude locally to do it in the way that works the best for them. And that's not going to be the same from one county or one DMU to the next. Some of them are going to say, we want a CDAC completely aligned and represented on this DMU. Others are going to say, we just as soon keep our county CDAC intact and we'll handle the land, the DMU, the large part of it's in our county. We'll handle that and coordinate it with the other counties and let them work it out. If anything, I asked them the same question at those public meetings, several of them, and I said, how are you going to make this CDAC thing work? And they said, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. They said, we don't know. And there's a lot of alternatives that might work better and might not, but we need to have the boundaries first before we can really consider how the CDAC is going to align with those boundaries and how we're going to stimulate this local discussion and have it result in recommendations that represent either the county boundary DMU or the habitat boundary DMU. But the importance is that local control and I think local flexibility to address this in a way that works the best for them and provides the highest quality input to the process. I don't think anybody out there is going to want either the department or the Congress or the legislature coming down with a real strict system that says you will do this.
So can I ask Jeff, can I ask you, I want to make sure that I'm not misspeaking and my understanding is correct. So getting back to the question of separating out emergency from non-emergency rule, if we were to separate out the non-emergency rule, the counties would not be able to really have those discussions about how to establish, because by statute, it would have to be a county deer advisory committee. So if we move forward and pass the emergency and the permanent rule together, then that flexibility will be there for the counties, for the CDACs now to look at those options.
So yeah, again, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, because the makeup of the administrative boundaries of the CDAC is not part of the emergency rule. So this spring, we are obligated that each county will meet as a county. And we do have, from our staff standpoint, discussions, we do have a transition plan in place to help navigate what we know will be the challenges this year in approaching it this year. All of the things that you've heard today, the concern about not having a history in these new units to use as a reference. We have a plan to discuss that. The seeds of doubt that you've heard planted about the uncertainty of how the meeting might go is so totally understandable. But we have thoughts, and as Chair Bowman had said, we are on the same page for the ultimate goal, that the advisory councils could mirror those unit boundaries. But how to get there hasn't been discussed yet. And I will share that I have requested that we have these discussions proactively. I reached out about 6 months ago, actually, suggesting that we convene to discuss a strategy, a transition strategy. That request was not accepted, and so we're here today with that uncertainty still, which I'm concerned is a big part of the cloud that's hanging over this. I wish we would have had the opportunity to have some of those discussions proactively, but I think the strategy was, let's see if this is actually going to happen before we do that. But we stand ready to collaborate with the Congress and work through those transitions. Again, we will have the opportunity to do that, even if they meet as a county. We will have a way to do kind of discuss these units in a transition with then gathering the input of how might we adjust things for 26.
I'm sorry, Doug.
One more. Try not to drag this out too much and trying to stay relevant to the motion. So if you proactively were going to try to address it, that proactive approach would have been with the CDACs or with the Congress?
With the Congress representatives as leaders of the CDAC. So each CDAC is chaired and alternate chaired by Congress delegates. So we would start with, in recognizing their role and responsibility in facilitating the CDACs, it would be with the Congress representatives on the CDACs.
And really, although not proactively, now you'll have two chances. You'll have April Congress meeting and upcoming CDAC meetings.
Right, and we do also have a pre-CDAC meeting training session that we are in a process of scheduling now in March, where we will have that opportunity to also discuss with them what the strategy would look like for the meetings in April.
Then one more question for my brain. So when you reorg and you went to the county management unit system, is that when the CDACs were formed at the same time?
Correct. In 2014, we went to the county-based system, and it was in large part to facilitate the creation of the advisory councils.
So then this is the first time the advisory councils have experienced a change to the management unit since.
There's been some minor adjustments to the zone boundaries and some metropolitan subunits, but we have not changed any full deer management units.
That's right. You didn't tell me that in our briefing.
That's sure.
Okay, thank you.
Is there other board discussion?
I have one comment I'd like to make, and that is directed at some of the statements we've heard that at least have insinuated there's some sort of a backdoor strategy here of the department to undermine everything and to initiate this. From my first involvement in this, it's clear that this rule proposal has come forward, and the urgency of the rule proposal is trying to respond to requests by CDAC members and chairs and local citizens. This is very much a citizen-driven initiative, and I don't see any sign of this being a department staff-driven initiative. In fact, I've seen Jeff Fritzl and Scott Carroll and other people busting their buns to try and get this done in time for the 25 season, because that's what they were asked to do by a number of our citizens. Now, obviously, there's a lot of other people that have different opinions of this. I respect that. This is a messy business, and there's lots of different ways to approach it. But I really want to thank the staff effort for this and to at least make this discussion possible, because they were getting a very big push from the public. And that shows up in a lot of the public polling that's been done in terms of the general person on the street. Do they support this or don't they? And it's very, very strong support. So it becomes a question of how do we get there? How do we do that? But thanks, Jeff, to you, Scott, Eric, your team. Appreciate it.
Call for the question on this.
Yeah, so I think we have a motion and a second before us. We have concluded our discussion. So the motion before us is to, adopt Emergency Board Order WM-11-24E, end Board Order WM-24-12, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 10 related to revising white-tailed deer management unit boundaries. So I would ask Ashley to take the roll.
Yes.
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 I heard a lot from Al Horvath years ago. I promised him I'd bring his message forward. He's not here today, but he's celebrating somewhere. And I'm going to vote, Al's vote on this, and I'm going to vote in favor. Yes.
So we have a passage of this action, and thank you all for your patience and for the great discussion and the ability to really fully understand what we've done here. Thanks to staff. Thank you, Bill, for turning it over to me. I'm going to turn it back to you, but I think we will adjourn for a 10-minute break, and we will come back here at 11 o'clock, and Bill will continue to take over the meeting after
I was
that.
going to ask you if you were going to do the popular decision from the chair as well, and that is to take a break.
Yeah, but I want to do this first.
All right, thank you. call the meeting back into order and get back to business. We've got a lot to do yet today. We'll move right to open forum, and I appreciate the patience of our presenters under open forum. We're well behind our expected schedule. So with that, we have 12 appearances under open forum, and again, the 3-minute rule is in place. And the first presenter is Robert Boucher, River Hills, speaking about the USDA Beaver programs. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Madam Secretary. My name is Robert Boucher. I have a master's in water resource management from the UW. I was the founder of Milwaukee Riverkeeper and past executive director of Cedar Lakes Conservation Foundation, and I'm an advisor to the Beaver Institute and a president of a new organization called Superior Bioconservancy. And I don't know if this board is aware that from 2013 to 2023, USDA, under contract with the Department of Natural Resources, killed 26,000 beavers in Wisconsin and blew up or destroyed 15,000 dams, which removed those wetlands and those ponds, and accidentally killed over 1,000 river otters. So this is a beaver elimination program that USDA has been doing at the funding from the Department of Natural Resources. So last year, in '24, they killed 2,636 beavers and blew up or destroyed 1,417 dams and killed probably approximately about 140 river otters. So this organization that I'm president of, Superior Bioconservancy, forced USDA to complete an environmental assessment under their obligations under the National Environmental Policy Act and Wisconsin's Environmental Policy Act. And this year, just last month, the WDNR and USDA just signed a new contract for '25, which implies and indicates that they don't plan to pause the program. And I'm asking for your support to suspend or pause the funding of this program until the environmental assessment that was delivered to the DNR, according to USDA last week, has a review for the impacts of all these loss of wetlands and this beaver policy. The science does not support, and this is primarily for, in some cases it's nuisance, but mostly it's for the dogma within the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources Fisheries Department that beavers damage trout streams. And none of the science supports this. So I'm an advisor to the Beaver Institute. These beaver wetlands for our Wisconsin environment are similar to our coral reefs or our rainforests. They're the richest, most biodiverse land. And they also are great fire breaks, and they mitigate flooding. So again, I'm asking for your support to pause and suspend. So just last month, Acting Secretary Little, I believe, signed a document for $265,000 for this program. So this environmental assessment is a 100-page document which analyzes the impacts of this, but it needs to also have a review from you and the tribes, as well as it should have a public review process by scientists who study beavers and understand how they do this. In California, they're giving about $4 million this year for reintroduction of beavers and helping reestablish them in the landscape. Governor of Colorado is doing a similar thing. Wisconsin is an outlier and the only state in the union that has this support for just killing beavers under this belief. So I'm asking this board to make a resolution to pause this until there's actually an assessment of what this does for the state. It damages these wetlands, it damages rivers, and that, in essence, is my plea to you.
Okay,
they are a
thank you.
keystone species and an ecosystem engineer, and they do a lot of benefits to biodiversity for ducks, birds, wildlife in general. They're the richest habitats we have here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments from the board? Go ahead, Doug.
Thanks, Chair. So that's a NEPA document that you're mentioning that USDA is required to do?
Yes.
So is it an EA?
It's an environmental assessment, correct.
And was there a comment period on that? It's gone by?
It hasn't been out for comment yet. It was just delivered after 18 months last week, according to Dan Herchert, who's the state secretary. He told me that it was going to be coming to you as well as the tribes for a review. And at that point, it could come out for public review. And I'm asking for this pause in the program until there's been this adequate review to see to really understand the impacts, the cumulative impacts.
So we're going to have, Chair, so we're going to have access to a draft, excuse me, a draft environmental assessment that hasn't been released yet for public.
Perhaps, Deputy Secretary Little, have you received the environmental assessment from Wildlife Services? He said it was sent to me it was told me in an email that it was sent to you this week, or last week. Okay. Then we're waiting.
So it's somewhere.
I hope so. Normally they take 3 to 6 months. This one's took in 18.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pros and cons to beaver management, certainly. I mean, I've spent time in my working career restoring trout streams because of beaver damage and seeing what it can do. In our county on the reservation, we don't have access to utilize the program that the state uses to manage beaver and trout streams. And I can see the difference. So a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to sit in on the fisheries folks in the Northeast region's presentation that they did on restoring trout streams and the work they're doing, including the ability to benefit from the program that's in place through USDA. So a lot of pros and cons on that one. But again, I'll reserve when we get another opportunity to debate it, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
All right.
Okay, thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is in person, Stephen Anderson. Stephen Anderson from Hartford on regulation of submerged artificial lights on Wisconsin water bodies. Welcome, Stephen.
Chairman. Thank you to the board and the DNR for the opportunity to speak today. Special thanks to DNR's Ashley Bistel and Carly Lee Zimmerman, who are here today. They've put up with a lot of my email communications to try to make this possible. About 3 years ago, I encountered for the first time a submerged artificial light in operation from sundown to sunup for several days in a row in a northern Wisconsin lake. Until then, I was unaware that these lights were manufactured and sold for the sole purpose of attracting aquatic life from all levels of the food chain, from micro zooplankton all the way up to game fish such as bass and walleye. These lights are marketed to the public as fish attractors. They increase the odds of catching fish and creating the equivalent of food plots in lakes and rivers, reducing the fair chase and sporting nature of fishing. Even if employed for mere observation of fish and the enjoyment of seeing fish, the lights attract all manner of life forms, as I said before, small invertebrates, minnows, young of the year fish, making them vulnerable to predation from higher levels in the food chain. These lights threaten the survival of entire year classes of young fish born each spring. They're commercially sold LED lights. They're powered by 75-foot long cords that allow deployment to a range of depths and usually emit a green, sometimes a white light in areas that may measure at least 25 feet or more. Their brilliant glows can be seen above and below the surface of lakes, where even if they didn't disrupt behaviors of organisms and life forms, they destroy the natural aesthetics of a lake, pond, or river. Quite simply, they're light pollution and have no place in the public domain of Wisconsin's waters. After learning of these in existence, I submitted a Wisconsin Conservation Congress resolution in 2023 calling for the elimination of the use of submerged, not above surface, but submerged artificial lights in our state's water bodies, with some exceptions such as the use of glowing lures that many fishermen use that wouldn't fall under this, and a few other exceptions. Hook and line type lighting. The resolution was passed at the county and state levels with over 70% approval by the voters that had an opinion. It was forwarded to the DNR by the WCC for regulatory consideration this past year. I'm appearing here today to bring this issue to the board's attention and to encourage the board to support any early regulatory intervention before the use of these lights become entrenched in Wisconsin. Neighboring states of Minnesota, North Dakota, New Hampshire, no, they're not a neighbor, but they're one of the states, and the province of Ontario already forbid the use of artificial light sources in their fishing regulations. And I believe Wisconsin should join them. Whether or not my pursuit of this goal is exhausted via the WCC route, I encourage the DNR and the NRB to support, perhaps through a board member spring hearing question, an effort to pursue regulation of submerged lights in Wisconsin's waters. I'm in the early stages of seeking legislative support for this issue. I've submitted written comments to the board to expand on my testimony today. In addition, I have a binder with photos that show this light in use on a lake in northern Wisconsin. I even made a little model, the science teacher in me, of a light. I didn't want to purchase one. But anyway, I have those available. I thank you for your time and am open to any questions or concerns on this topic. I will just add this, I've passed prime. Things like this aren't on the high radar. They're not widespread in the state, but I'd hate to see this get a foothold. They are common in the South. They're manufactured in the United States, primarily in the southern states, popular for crappie fishing, other fishing. And I guess I'd like to see something done as soon as possible because I can't see any positive to their.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks a lot for the time.
Thanks for bringing it to the board's attention. Are there any questions or comments from the board? And could you, again, the status of the rule proposal you submitted through the Congress, where is that?
It got through the state level this year. It's not part of the rules package that I think
Right.
Kari's going to present today. That's, I think, the route it went through the Fisheries Bureau. It's not, and indirectly, it's not even a fisheries issue. I mean, there's an aesthetic value to it. They glow. You would swear there was a nuclear reactor under the water. I mean, in terms of the, it's not just what the ecological effect is big time, but the aesthetics too. And I guess they're in their infancy. I brought it to a fisheries biologist at the DNR. He was very concerned. He had not heard of them. This is one thing to get before the cat's out of the bag. And I hated to even bring it up because I don't want to publicize that they exist. But that's my 2 cents. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Mike Foy Madison talking about CWD management after the Southwest study. Welcome, Mike.
Chair Smith, Secretary Yoon, and members of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Almost 10 years ago, Eric Loebner, then just a lowly DNR district wildlife supervisor, handed me a proposal for a research study of chronic wasting disease in deer in southwestern Wisconsin. What became known as the Southwest study had a hefty budget, and Eric asked me what I thought of it. A quick review confirmed that it was an ambitious proposal to expand on a pair of recent graduate studies from Wyoming that were reporting disturbing local deer population declines in the face of severe CWD infection. Specifically, one Wyoming study predicted white-tailed deer population decline when disease prevalence exceeded 27% in adult females. I encouraged Eric to support the project. It was critical to know if our more productive and densely populated Wisconsin deer herds under heavier annual harvest in our more fertile landscape might be more resilient to disease challenges than Wyoming herds. But I cautioned that this important research not be used as justification to further delay aggressive CWD management efforts that had been paused in Wisconsin. Now, thanks to Dr. Dan Storm and his team at the DNR Office of Applied Sciences and their many cooperating landowners and partners, preliminary study results are in, as you were updated at your January meeting. The results are amazingly similar to those found in Wyoming, with high disease-related mortality and local deer populations exhibiting decline once adult female disease prevalence exceeds 29%. Very close. While study conclusions are still being drawn, The results suggest disease mortality and population decline are mostly inherent characteristics of white-tailed deer, not something that related to local density, population level, or habitat quality. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to just say, because I'm short on time, that if CWD continues to increase across Wisconsin as this has, it could have dramatic negative effects on our Wisconsin deer herd, deer hunting traditions and culture, tribal subsistence, real estate values, property tax receipts, and even DNR Fish and Wildlife Program funding. That whole discussion you had about unit boundaries in the north will seem like so much small potatoes if they get CWD like we have in Iowa, Richland, and Sauk County. So with the CWD Response Plan Review Committee about to restart their deliberations, I respectfully ask that you direct the department to refocus on evaluating management efforts to reduce disease prevalence and slow distribution increase. As Wisconsin Conservation Congress Chair Bowman recently stated, the first rule is to protect your product. With that, I'm going to let this go. I'll send you a copy of my full comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions, comments from the board? Thank you very much. Next presenter is Robert Winsek, New Berlin, and speaking about Marine Wardens area coverage. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity. I sent in a report earlier. All the board members got it, and I don't know who else it was shared with because I asked Allison if she'd share it with the DNR people as well. Something new to me, something new to a lot of people was generated by AI, but it opened my eyes to an issue. I'm speaking for myself. I belong to several clubs, foundations, Conservation Congress. What I'm talking about today is just protecting the Wisconsin natural resources. I believe the Wisconsin's been a protector of the resources for everybody because they have the belief that the resources belong to all of the taxpayers. So in that line, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 years ago, someplace in there, the wardens of Wisconsin got realigned, where there were wardens reporting all over, and they worked and shared the work duties. They also went out and did patrol on Lake Michigan, Lake Superior. Now we have a Marine Warden unit. That unit consists of 8 people. So I'm going, 8 people, Marine Warden, Their territory starts in Kenosha, goes up to the tip of Door County, back into the Bay of Green Bay, up to the state line, then skips across the state to Saxon Harbor on Lake Superior, goes Saxon Harbor, Ashland, Apostle Islands, and all the way over into St. Louis Bay in Superior. 8 people. Normally, wardens are given the responsibility of protecting the resources because it's a sporting thing. Well, fishing is the only sporting activity that's also shared with commercial people. They use nets. We use fishing rods. We have, so much fish per person. They have so much fish per net. However, it takes more time for a warden to check out a commercial fishing operation, make sure things are fine, and so forth. So the bottom line is, right now, looking at just the Great Lakes, 8 wardens are attempting to patrol approximately 10,000 square acres. It's in the report. On land, it's a little bit different. It appears that there's only 1,200, and well, I take that back. That's what it comes out there. On land, it's a little bit different. It comes out 188 miles, 108 square miles for each warden, approximately, because each county has got somewhere between 3 and 5 wardens, and the way the report was formulated, land area is 54,000 square miles in Wisconsin. So the bottom line is I got a lot more people doing it on land, which is fine, but when it comes to the marine possibilities, and bear in mind, this marine stuff goes into all the harbors, goes in every creek, river, coming into the Great Lakes, up to the first dam or the first bridge. That's all part of and that's right in the rules, that's part of the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan and Lake Superior. So I just want to point that out. It's a budget year. I'm I'm blinking because my time's running out. I'm hoping that the budget gets looked at. I do know the department is severely handicapped. I've been to meetings with Mr. Small and other people trying, no disrespect, man, but trying to figure out a way to get budget stuff in hand so that, especially in the case of wardens, without wardens, people are going to walk away with things. I'm for it, and humans are humans. So the bottom line is we have a task before us as the budget's being formatted. We need some money so the wardens can do their jobs. Not only that, the Marine Warden Lieutenant was so overwhelmed. It took him 3 years to learn what he had to do. And then he up and took a job transfer. He's now sitting in Outagamie County.
Yeah. Bob, you're well past your time.
I know. Thank you.
I wanted to check with you. I may have misheard this, but I think when you were comparing water to land, you talked in one hand about acres, I think, versus square miles.
They're all square miles.
I thought so.
It's in the
Just to
report.
make
It's all
sure
square
that
miles.
the record's clear.
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize for the error.
Well,
Nice
my
to
hearing's
know.
not the best either, so I need to check.
Yes, understood. All right. Thank you very much. If there's no questions.
Yep. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you much. Our next presenter in person, Lisa Shalari. Lisa. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm on my way to Chicago and I took the opportunity to stop by. There's been a lot of mention of the 1970s this morning, so I thought I'd continue. In 1970, I was a junior in high school, and the boys in the class were among the last to be drafted to go to Vietnam. Anti-war protests were raging, and every night we all watched the news to learn the day's body count. The war seemed endless and was so disturbing to everyone that one day during school assembly, our youngest teacher had a breakdown, declaring he would give his life if somehow it would stop the death and dying in Vietnam. The teacher was let off the stage and we did not see him again. The number of people on the planet that year was about 3.5 billion. I've thought about that young man from time to time over the years, and I feel the same way he did, absolutely hopeless and distraught over our treatment of animals. I know I'm not at the Minneapolis Vegetarian Fest here, and everybody has their own views, but my point is that there are now more than 8 billion people on the planet. 8 billion people spread out over what used to be wild animals' natural habitat. Every year I go up to a friend's cabin. The woods are thinner, the cabins more numerous, and more roads are paved over. We've altered almost every corner of the planet, yet we behave like we're the only ones who live here and the only ones who matter. I do a highway cleanup and have lost track of the number of animals we kill with our cars. Dead songbirds, eagles, raptors, small mammals galore, infinite number of turtles, bear, and countless deer. The roadside feels like a cemetery, yet we continue to use lead ammunition, though we know animals we shoot won't be the only ones to die. How about the right to life for all of the planet's creatures? Why do we think that we have the right to decide who lives and who dies? At a Minnesota DNR wolf meeting years ago, many beefy men in cowboy hats testified that their daughters were upset by wolf predations on their farms. They did not address the issue of what their daughters thought when the animals were led to the slaughterhouse. There's a new Deer Hunters Association in northeastern Minnesota, and I've been to several of their meetings. At the meeting this past Saturday, they suggested wolf management in Minnesota should bring wolf numbers down from their current 2,700, 3,000, whatever it is, nobody can quite decide, to 400 when and if the wolves are delisted. And my time is up, and thank you.
You have a short concluding remark you'd like to make? I don't want to abruptly cut anybody off, but time is important.
No, I practiced this yesterday. The timing is off. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions or comments from the board? Thank you. Next presenter, Jim Olson, Madison, talking about mussel risk in southeastern Wisconsin. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Welcome, Secretary Young, members of the board. I've been before you many times talking about invasives with the wake surfing issue. And I've submitted some issues to you in the written paper showing how severe the risk is, especially in southeastern Wisconsin. But I want to go back in law school 60 years ago. One of my least favorite courses was jurisdiction. But I did pass it. I think I understand jurisdiction. And jurisdiction, I think, is something that we have to think about with the hazardous wake issue. As far as what jurisdiction means is who you should go before to try to solve the problem. Now, there are many issues with wake surfing. There's the issue of damage to shoreland, the depth, and the jurisdiction for those is really the legislature. Local units of government have some jurisdiction over the usage of boats on their lakes, but there are over 1,200, I think, units of government, so there's a lot of those, and we've appeared before many of those. There's the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. We've submitted resolutions to the Wisconsin Conservation Congress that have passed overwhelmingly. As far as invasives go, it's passed by 74% to eliminate ballast systems from these boats because those are the primary cause of invasives when it comes to these wake surfing boats. But as far as invasives go, there's no question at all where the primary jurisdiction is, and that's right here with the Department of Natural Resources. And that's why I, on behalf of 232 petitioners, filed a petition over a year ago, a home lake rule, to have a way to control invasives. Now, we're willing to work with the department. We have talked with them. We have bought or we have the money to buy a system which will decontaminate these boats. And we're willing to work with the department to try to put a pilot program into effect. We realize that you can't accomplish anything by the 2025 season, but if we work with them now, work with staff, I've had some conversations with Cheryl and her staff, I think we can do some things to let you know what's going to work. And also to the Secretary Young, our group, we're very active. We're known statewide. The Last Wilderness Alliance would be very interested in presenting to you a Zoom that we've put together. We've presented to many people which talk about the problem. So I'm here to say we're willing to continue to help. There's some very, very damaging issues out there, especially with quagga mussels. And I think this is something that has to be addressed right now. But the jurisdiction for this, the only ones that really can solve the problem, because you've got to execute the issue, is right here in the department. Thank you very
Jim.
much.
Any questions or comments from the board? Boy, well, things have gotten quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, I didn't talk about deer hunting. Incidentally, my dad was a member of this board back in the late 50s and early 60s, and the issues regarding deer hunting were just as contentious then as they are now.
Thank you. That's a good perspective to keep in mind. Next presenter is Jeff Meisman, virtually, Presque Isle, talking about wake surfing regulations at the state level. Jeff, are you still with us?
Yes.
All right. We
Can
see
you hear me
ya
okay?
and we can hear you. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Loud and clear.
Chair Smith and Secretary Young and board members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Meisman. I'm a director in Last Wilderness Alliance and a retired professional engineer. I've been presenting on the subject of wake surfing regulations to the NRB, the DNR, and WCC now for over 3 years. Since that time, there has been little progress at the state level. To that end, a coalition to protect Wisconsin lakes, the largest state coalition to protect our lakes, has been formed. Its purpose is to support the creation of minimum state standards for water sports activity employing enhanced wake technology. Founding members include Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, Wisconsin Lakes, Green Fire, Lakes at Stakes, and Last Wilderness Alliance. Our Wisconsin-based coalition continues to grow, representing hundreds of thousands of Wisconsin residents. We welcome new members weekly. The coalition right now includes 68 support groups. All are concerned with the devastating impacts of wake-enhanced boating in Wisconsin. Statewide minimum standards will provide a modicum of protection for one of our state's greatest assets while providing recreational opportunity for all users. There are 4 minimum standards that the coalition recommends. Number 1, enhanced wake creation activities shall only occur 700 feet or more from a lake and river shoreline or an island shoreline. Number 2, enhanced wake creation activities shall only occur at water depths in excess of 30 feet. Number 3, ballast systems must comply with the DNR regulations NR 19-055 and NR 40. All ballast systems are subject to the home lake rule. Ballasted boats must be professionally decontaminated when relocating to a different lake or river and receive accompanying paperwork. Furthermore, any antifreeze, and I'm sorry I even have to say this, but any antifreeze in the ballast tanks must be fully purged before a boat enters a Wisconsin lake or river. And the most important standard is the preservation of local control. This is item number 4. Local units of government shall continue to have the right to enact ordinance more restrictive than these state minimum standards when necessary to fully protect the waters under their jurisdiction. Any currently existing local ordinance that are stricter than these state minimums shall be allowed to continue to be in effect. No compromise on local control will be accepted. Last year, with the support of the water sport industry, a bill was proposed that would allow the creation of a hazardous wake on any lakes greater than 50 acres and no closer than 200 feet from shore. This proposed bill tried to revoke the long-standing right under Wisconsin law that allows a local municipality to enact more restrictive regulations to protect their local lakes. This bill did not follow the well-documented science that identifies the safety and ecological hazards of wake surfing on waters unsuitable for this sport. More than 300 people turned out to protest this legislation at 3 listening sessions convened by the legislators that supported this bad bill. We had a small but powerful group that opposed this bill and successfully killed it. Now we have 68 groups, totaling thousands of people that will stand tall for our lakes. We don't have the deep pockets of the wake sport industry, but we do have a population of more than 100,000 strong that are ready to fight for our lakes. I'm going to remind you, because this is actually from your website. In keeping with our mission, the DNR is dedicated to working with Wisconsinites while preserving and enhancing the natural resources of Wisconsin. Now I'm asking the DNR, the NRB, and the WCC to stand tall for our lakes, honor your mission statement, and protect our most valuable resource, natural resource, our lakes. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions or comments from the board? Patty?
You mentioned the antifreeze purge. How much antifreeze is in a ballast?
That's a great question. And I'll go through the whole procedure of the antifreeze. When wake boats, and this is right out of all of their operational manuals, the wake boat operational manuals, first they say, don't completely drain your ballast systems because you could damage the equipment and damage the pumps. So they're going to leave a small amount of water in each ballast system because they don't want you to run your pumps dry. So when you take your boat out and winterize it, they use 1 to 2 gallons of antifreeze per ballast tank. Some of these boats have 5 tanks, so that would mean like 10 gallons of antifreeze. And then in the instruction manual, it says when you take your boat out in the spring and get ready to use it, make sure you put the boat in the water, start the engine, and then drain the system. So they're basically telling you to drain the antifreeze into the lake. And it's really disgusting because I know that's not the way you're supposed to dispose of antifreeze. I don't care whether it's propylene glycol or ethylene glycol. That is not the proper procedure for disposing of antifreeze. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Carol Phillips, Presque Isle, Speak on Wake Surfing. Welcome, Carol.
Hi, thank you. Carol Phillips. I'm a civil engineer. I'm retired here in the wonderful North Woods. Lake Beulah is a beautiful 800-acre lake near Milwaukee. It's spring-fed and it's so clear that you can see healthy vegetation 30 feet deep. But fishermen are now reporting that the weed beds are disappearing. There's fewer fish. There's bare lake bed with craters. A few weeks ago, I got to tag along with a group who have fished Lake Beulah for decades, and they had an underwater drone. With no snow on the ice, we could see clearly over 30 feet deep. What we saw was heartbreaking. What had been the best fishing area where you had to wait your turn to fish is now barren. Vegetation is critical to fish. Where we saw vegetation, we saw plenty of fish. Where there was no vegetation, zero fish, like day and night. But we saw craters in water 20 feet deep, where the fine sediment had been blasted away, leaving stones and shells. There was a sharp line defining the margin between healthy vegetation and bare ground. They now have over 40 resident wake boats on Lake Beulah and more every weekend. The wake boats have a powerful motor, 350 to 600 horsepower, and the propeller is angled downward about 30 degrees because the boat is in bow high position, plus the propeller shaft is angled down. And it's even worse when they first start up for a new run, every time a surfer falls and they're starting a new run, causing teardrop-shaped craters and streaks in the lake bed. Their brief fun is permanently destroying fishing hotspots others have enjoyed for decades. This highlights the importance of Wisconsin's law that allows local control of boating laws, so towns can protect their own lakes with rules that are stricter than the state's to protect those fishing hotspots and other sensitive areas. But the boating industry is trying to rob us of local control so they can sell more boats, just like they tried to do last year. What do they know about where the best fishing spots are on Lake Beulah? I hope the DNR will work with legislators to help them understand that all lakes are different and local citizens understand their lakes better than Madison or the boating industry. And one size fits all does not work with lakes. In the North Woods, it's particularly important. Our lakes are the backbone of our economy. Tourism is what keeps us afloat. Fishermen come all 4 seasons and spend money at the restaurants and lodging and stores at a time when all the other tourists are back south. Without them, our local economy will be devastated. It's critical that DNR work with legislators to help us protect our lakes. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carol. Are there any questions, comments from the board? It's a powerful example, Carol. It should concern a lot of people. I appreciate your message.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is Richard Phillips from Presque Isle, speaking on town wake surfing ordinances at a local level. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. My name is Richard Phillips. I live in Presque Isle, Vilas County. I wish to address the DNR's role in the wake surfing debate and local control. The NRB is well aware of a precious right unique to Wisconsin and the entire United States, local control of boating ordinances. The legislature has vested in every town, village, and city in the state the right to establish more rigorous boating ordinances than the state minimums. This is termed local control, and it is in the crosshairs of the wake surf industry. No other state has this, and this is why Wisconsin is the target. To date, 37 towns have used local control to enact ordinances to limit or prohibit wake surfing using ballasted, stern-down plowing operation. The boats can still be used for skiing, tubing, etc., so long as they're not in wake surfing mode. 22 of these 37 town ordinances were enacted in just the last 14 months, just since the start of last year. These ordinances today now cover over 10% of all lakes in the state. 9 more towns have already passed the required DNR ordinance review, and their proposed ordinances will be considered for enactment in coming months. There is great interest and concern regarding wake surfing across the state. The multi-billion-dollar wake surfing industry has targeted Wisconsin and backs their lobbying with huge political donations. I ask that the DNR speak also. The DNR has some of the world's finest lake scientists. There are few natural resources issues in Wisconsin more critical than the impact of wake surfing on our lakes. I speak across the state, and time and again, I am asked, why is the Wisconsin DNR silent on this issue? The multi-billion-dollar wake surfing industry assures us that provided their boats operate 200 feet from shore, there is no wake impact greater than any other boat. There is no lake bottom impact, despite the huge prop wash downwardly directed. There is no safety issue, despite the large wake, despite the strong bow-up orientation. As you know, the Wisconsin legislature came into session in January. The industry has written a bill and is trying to get it introduced to eliminate local control. Its representatives are larding Madison with industry money. No corporate interest profits by protecting our lakes from damage. No corporate voice will stand up against the wake surfing behemoth. Our lakes and their future depend on the meager resources of private citizens and nonprofits, rich in good intentions, but poor in money. Will the DNR please enter the discussion? Does the DNR agree or disagree with the industry that prop wash has no impact more than 7 feet below the surface? Does the DNR agree or disagree that surf waves have no greater impact than wind waves? Does the DNR agree or disagree that ballast tanks transfer almost no water? Lakes are surely one of our most precious resources in this state. Wake surfing is certainly the most critical, controllable issue on our Wisconsin lakes. Will the Wisconsin DNR please, like the DNRs in many other states, tell us its opinion on whether the industry claims are true? Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions or comments from the board? Doug.
Thanks, Chair. Richard, thanks for that. So those ordinances that are in place, the 37 ordinances, is there some data or tracking on how that's working or not?
Yeah, with absolutely almost no exception, when an ordinance is passed, wake surfing stops. Wake surfing is so profoundly public and so profoundly obvious that nothing more than the wake surfers' knowledge that all their neighbors will see them is required to stop the wake surfing. It does work. The lakes come back. Town boards need not lift a finger. These ordinances are self-enforcing.
All right, thanks for that information.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is virtually Florence Sandock from Viroqua, speaking on the delisting of wolves in Wisconsin. Florence, are you with us?
I'm with you, and hopefully okay, video.
There you are.
Here
We
I
can
am.
see you
Okay.
and we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Smith, and board members and Secretary Yun. At the federal level, a bill has been introduced, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, to delist the wolf and ensure that the action is not subject to judicial review, meaning that if this is passed, there will be no review or revision. It will be forever. Please take a look at the sponsors of this bill. It is very disturbing. I'm here to ask two things from the board. One is to advocate for not delisting the wolf, and the other is to promote non-lethal methods of wolf control. And the reason I'm doing that is because this bill will try and delist the wolf. there's some really good reasons why this is a really bad idea. I assume, board members, that when you became involved in the board, that you did so because you care about natural resources and about balance, and you also care about community. And one of the features of a wolf is that it's part of a community. In fact, all living creatures are, but they're part of a system. And you take one system out, one part of that system, and the rest collapses. And we saw what happened in Yellowstone. When the wolf was reintroduced into Yellowstone, I believe it was about 1995, a devastated landscape came back to life. The wolf is performing a really important function right now in keeping our forests healthy. Because when you have a wolf, you have healthy trees and you have healthy wildlife populations. By the way, the whole discussion this morning about not having enough deer, try southern Minnesota. I had to loan a friend of mine a car for a month because of the deer collisions that take place, which leads me to my second point. In addition to the wolf being a keystone species and keeping our forests healthy, which at this point in time is absolutely critical for our climate and everything else, the wolf economically is a tremendous benefit to the state. And I'm going to, if you can see this, $10.9 million is saved every year. Let's see if I can read this. Benefiting the reduction of deer vehicle collisions from wolves. 10.9 million in damages is saved by the state. This was two studies were done, one in Connecticut, one in University of Wisconsin, to verify this, that there's a tremendous financial liability to the deer collision system. We have, so many deer in our area. I don't even really want to drive at night. It's just plain old scary. In contrast, wolf predation costs the state $174,000. Okay, so there's a tremendous gap between the savings that wolves give us, and they don't do this by feeding on the deer and predating on the deer, but by the deer changing their habits away from the highways and the places where people are. So the deer's actual habits change.
Florence, you're well over your 3-minute limit.
Okay.
If you have a concluding thought you want to make, please make it concisely.
Okay, I will. The non-lethal methods have been supported by many legislators in Wisconsin. I can give you a whole list of names, including the Wisconsin Farmers Union, which I'm a member of. There are non-lethal methods that work. They have to be fine-tuned to the farmers involved, but they work. Please advocate for not delisting the wolf and for non-lethal methods. It works, it saves us money, and we need the wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Florence.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is also here to talk about wolves. Wendy Crayley from Minocqua to talk about public education on sharing the land with wolves. Wendy, I think I see you on the screen.
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We have audio as well. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary Hune, Chairman Smith, and NRB members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Wendy Crayley. I split my time between Mequon and Ozaukee County and Minocqua and Oneida County, where we have 160 acres of forest land. When I was young, I attended a Breakfast with the Wolves event, which showcased 2 full-grown ambassador wolves. At the end of the lecture, I ran up to hug one of the wolves, and in that moment, I looked into the wolf's amber eyes and felt a sense of magic and spiritual connection that I have never forgotten. I often hike with my dogs and enjoy the outdoors. I see wolf tracks, scat, and at night I hear their howls echoing through the forest, but I have never seen a wolf. They are elusive and shy. I know they live among us, and I am not afraid. I know their significance as a keystone species to help keep our forests and deer herd healthy. Back to why I'm here today. The updated wolf management plan has an underlying theme throughout: education about wolves. I feel education is critical to help achieve coexistence. The DNR website has an excellent resource titled Sharing the Land with Wolves. It is a comprehensive document covering all aspects of education. Here's a brief summary. Living and working in wolf country has guidelines to prevent the habituation of wolves near homes or work sites. Pets in wolf country covers ways to protect both pets and wildlife. Raising livestock in wolf country outlines preventative non-lethal methods, such as proper carcass disposal. Wolf encounter etiquette reminds us that wolves are shy animals and that sightings of them are rare. I'd like to thank Randy Johnson for publishing the Sharing the Lands with Wolves resource and working to update and expand the distribution channels, such as a printed version for DNR outstations to replace outdated materials, and sending as a DNR bulletin email, at least on an annual basis. These are examples of cost-effective ways to reach thousands of residents. Although an educational document might appear trivial to some, its impact greatly exceeds the effort involved in creating and distributing it. Simply put, this is a low-hanging fruit that I encourage the department to continue to share with the public. Last summer, I shared a one-page wolf fact sheet in northern and southeastern Wisconsin. I was pleased with the overwhelming positive acceptance of these fact sheets received in wolf country. I have built a list of approximately 50 contacts, including tourist centers, visitor bureaus, libraries, city halls, wildlife rehab centers, resorts, and local businesses around the state, primarily in the North Woods. I look forward to continuing these efforts this summer and plan to include the DNR's fact sheet in my outreach. In conclusion, peaceful coexistence with wolves is achievable through education. I am sending this testimony and resource links to Ashley for your reference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wendy. Any questions or comments from the board? Marcy.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair. Thank both Florence and Wendy for the testimony. I guess it's not necessarily a question, but a comment that in my experience on this board, I had the opportunity to talk to livestock owners who had tried all of the non-lethal methods. And so I think the next step in this conversation is hopefully organizations and individuals to talk about how we're going to fund very expensive fencing that has been also successful and some other methods, because there's this disconnect, not to take over the agriculture role, but there's a disconnect of the impact on agriculture in situations like this. So I hope you continue to research, and I hope that at some point an organization sets up perhaps a tour or a visit with some livestock owners that have been really impacted on the issue.
Thank you, Marcy. Any other questions or comments? Okay, our next presenter is Dana Herman, Shell Lake, speaking on incorporating information on sporting lead-free into WDNR communications.
Thank you.
Dana, I see you on the screen.
Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smith, members of the board, Secretary Hume. Thank you for this opportunity today. My name is Dana Herman, and back in December, I spoke before you about the detrimental effects that lead ammunition and lead fishing tackle have on wildlife. Today, I'd like to share some good news and bring attention to a citizen resolution that was supported and passed in 72 counties on the 2024 Spring Hearing Statewide Survey. I know you've received a lot of information today, but you should have also received the statewide summary of results that I sent. And if you look at number 28, you will see overwhelming citizen support to include in DNR communications information on lead-free alternatives and the impact that sporting lead has on our ecosystems and public health. You will also see the Wisconsin Conservation Congress position is to advance this resolution. While I am not here today representing the WCC, I am an elected WCC delegate from Washburn County. Over the 2 years that I have served, I have listened to delegates state, if a few eagles have to die so I can hunt deer, then so be it. And at our convention last year, a delegate stood up and proclaimed there is no science showing wildlife dies from ingesting lead. We know that statement is false. I had another delegate, a man who has hunted for most of his life, come and ask me for help in where to find lead-free ammunition. It's obviously we have a lot of work to do to educate people on sporting lead-free, and we now have a perfect opportunity to do so. We're not asking for a ban. We're asking for education. Simply having information tucked away on one DNR website is not sufficient to inform the public. Education on lead-free alternatives should be consistently included on DNR communications, such as hunter education classes, DNR Facebook page, hunting and fishing regulations, and most definitely in news releases about the gun deer hunting season. And if anyone tells you that lead-free alternatives are too costly or not available, please refer them to one of the organizations I provided to you. Just as with any product we purchase, there is a wide range of pricing and variables. The organization called Sporting Lead Free has a wealth of information, and they specialize in educating people about choices and going lead-free. I have spoken to your deer specialist, Mr. Pritzel, and he agrees and is willing to include clear, consistent information about lead-free alternatives in his news releases about deer hunting. The department has said that they will bring this before the board, and I ask the board that you place priority on the issue, encourage people to move it forward, and make sure that it doesn't go away or simply turn into a feel-good statement posted on one page. Please remember that video that I sent you back in December of the bald eagle with lead poisoning who died a slow, agonizing death. That eagle could be alive today if people were more informed about choices they have and how to find lead-free alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Any questions or comments from the board? All right. Thank you for your work on this significant issue. Thanks,
Thank you.
Dana. Okay, that ends our appearances under open forum. Normally, I would say let's take lunch right now, but we've got one more decision item under item 4C that we jumped over to come to open forum. And the reason I identify this, we have a speaker who's probably been waiting patiently to speak on it. We can either take it now and then go to lunch at scope statements, or we can go to lunch now and then start there when we come back. Anybody have a preference?
Take it now.
Let's do it. Okay. We'll go ahead and then move back to our agenda. We did open forum because we typically try and do that at 10 o'clock or the nearest possible time, and we were late today, so I apologize to the people that have been waiting, expecting that they were going to go earlier. So back to item 4C. This is a request that the board adopt Board Order FH 0123, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 25, relating to trawling regulations on Lake Michigan. Justine Haas, Director, Bureau of Fisheries Management. Welcome, Justine, and thank you for your patience.
Oh, good afternoon. My notes said good morning, but I was like, oh, apparently have to change that. So I always blame it the deer for that. So good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Yon, and members of the board. As Chair Smith just said, I am Justine Haas. I am the Bureau Director for the Bureau of Fisheries Management here at the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. Okay. Am I hitting the right? Oh, shoot. Now I went too far. Hang on. There we go. All right. So I am coming before you today at the final step of the rulemaking process to request board adoption of Board Order FH-01-23, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 25 relating to trawling regulations in Lake Michigan. I'm just going to give a little background because there's a lot of new board members since we did the scope statement on this, and so you don't really have much of the history. But I will be brief, I promise. So back in 2015, the department authorized a cooperative study with UWC grant to evaluate the use of trawls in commercial harvest of lake whitefish in Lake Michigan to determine if trawling could be used to effectively harvest lake whitefish while limiting bycatch. Due to the success of this study and this cooperative study, we got a permanent rule put in place in May of 2020. This allows for this fishing activity to occur with some very specific parameters, such as the location where these nets can be used, the size of the nets that can be used, the dates and times they can be used, and also reporting and surveillance requirements. Also, when this rule was put in place in 2020, it had a sunset of October 31st, 2025 added to the rule. So today I'm here because the rule is expiring this year, and we wanted to introduce a new rule to codify this regulation that will allow trawling in Lake Michigan indefinitely. This rule will not impact the annual lake whitefish quota or zone boundaries in Lake Michigan. It is really specific to the type of gear used. As part of this rulemaking process, the department has conducted a tremendous amount of outreach, which has included working with the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board, the Great Lakes Committee of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. We had public meetings on Lake Whitefish, Lake Michigan trawling informational meetings, on also individual contacts with commercial fishers, sport anglers, and other interested stakeholders. During these outreach efforts, we discussed the Lake Michigan lake whitefish population information, including the numbers of fish, weight, size at age, maturity, mortality, survival, and other biological information. We also discussed and analyzed the trawl monitoring reports. As I just said, the surveillance required on these activities. We review that and we reported out on that over the past 4 years during these meetings. And finally, the department held a public meeting on this draft rule language. And in general, the comments received were supportive overall of this rule. However, there were concerns on the sizing of the cod end, which I will cover in this presentation. So the majority of the rule is in this proposed rule in front of you is in the current rule, and I'm not going to go over all of those details. What I am going to go over today are the things that are changing from the current rule into this proposed rule. So the first thing that is changing is we're not requesting a sunset on this rule. We are looking for this to be made permanent and indefinite. The second component is in regards to this video surveillance. So in the current rule, if the video surveillance equipment breaks down, the fisher has to stop fishing. With the information we have gotten from their surveillance and their reporting, we know that we're getting very accurate reporting from this fisher. And so we feel that giving them an option that if this equipment breaks down, they should be able to keep fishing. So we have added this one-time up to 14-day allowance that if the video surveillance equipment breaks down, that they can still fish. This is one time in the calendar year. So that is the second component that is changed in the rule. And the final thing that's changed in the rule, and I know this slide is very busy because there's a lot of things that changed here, is really the configuration of the net itself. So in the current code, there were really no specific definitions for the majority of the net, with the exception of the cod end, which on this graphic is that section E. And this was specifically defined in the current rule as 4.5-inch stretch mesh. However, while we were working on updating this rule, we wanted to be sure that we were being more accurate in how this net was described. So if anybody wanted to get into this fishery, that they knew exactly what the sideboards were. So we basically had our staff, so I should say fishery staff and staff from Public Safety and Resource Protection, went and met with the current fisher who is trawling on Lake Michigan to basically measure all aspects of his net so that in defining this net, we could be as accurate as possible. And so this is why you see a lot of red language here. These are all the things we have now added into the rule versus what it was in the current rule. And so basically of this net, sections A, B, C, and D all reflect the current net that is being used out on Lake Michigan. So the only exception to this is the cod end. So the cod end in the proposed rule will remain with the dimensions as it is in the current rule. However, how we measure this is going to be different. So right now, this is a little technical, so hopefully I'll make it as least technical as possible. The cod end is relatively hard to measure due to the material that it is made with. It's a very thick twine, and if you've read Mike Leclerc's testimony, you will see he had some pictures in there of that net. And the method that we currently have to use this, that is codified in rule, requires us to use a 1 pound weight. And this 1 pound weight then stretches the net. Well, because of the thickness of this net, that 1 pound weight isn't enough. So we felt that it was not a really good and accurate way to be measuring this net. And so we wanted to be sure that we had a mechanism defined in this rule that was a better tool for us to use. So there is another tool, but it's also relatively expensive. It's called, I might say this wrong, a dynamometer. And it's a special tool that they use for measuring nets. They run about $1,200. And so we were able to loan one of these tools to measure the net to see whether it could really accurately measure the net. And then we were trying to find an easier way than having to use this tool to measure the net. And so what they did is they looked at the bar, which is like, if the net is square, each side of that net is called a bar. And so they looked at that to see, okay, when we do the stretch with this fancy tool and then we measure these, is there a correlation between the two? And they did. So what we have found is that we can actually measure the bar. And so we are going to be looking in this rule to have, instead of the stretch mesh, the bar mesh be the method of measuring. So basically we worked with so in this rule, we are proposing that we stay with the 4.5 inch stretch mesh, which is the same as 9-inch bar. And so you're going to see those two terms. The current net that is being used, it does not meet those requirements, and we are aware of that. And so we are trying to address that in this rule so that when it goes into place, the fisher doesn't have to immediately make changes. So the current net is 8 7/16, and we are looking at going to 9 inches. And so the way that the rule is written, you'll see two components where from now through December of 2026, the fisher can fish with the current net. And however, on January 1st of 2027, the cod end will need to measure 9 inches. And just so you're all aware, if you see that section E, it can be unstitched and restitched. So the whole net doesn't have to replace, it's just that portion on the end. We did, as I said, we did hear during the public comment period some concerns about changing this because this is the net that's been used. But we do feel that, and there has not been significant harvest of sublegal fish. So 17 inches is the minimum lake whitefish size. Those are fish we're trying to protect in this. So even though we are not seeing a lot of those fish in the current net, there are also not many juvenile fish in the system. So it is likely a combination of them not being encountered as well as being able to escape from the net. So we feel it's important to be able to have this size net to allow the escapement of the sublegal fish, to ensure that when Lake Michigan fish populations rebound for lake whitefish and there are more juveniles, that protection is in place. So that's all the technical stuff on the net. So in summary, to bring you back to what we were talking about, the proposed rule in front of you today includes the majority of the language from the current rule, with the exception of removing the sunset rule and allowing for trawling annually from December 1 to August 31st permanently, to allow for a one-time exemption for use of video surveillance per calendar year to allow for repair of video equipment, allowing trawling without the monitoring system. And finally, this rule precisely defines the dimensions of the trawl and provides language of new trawls and specifies how the cod end should be measured to be more accurate. This also allows for delayed implementation of the proposed rule for the cod end dimensions for the current trawl net in use. At this time, I ask the board to consider adoption of Board Order FH0123, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 25 relating to the trawling regulations on Lake Michigan, and can take any questions at this time if you have them.
Thank you, Justine. We have one speaker on this item also. Unless there's a question from the board for clarity or understanding of what Justine just presented, I suggest we go to the speaker and then we go to questions after that. Okay, thank you. Our speaker is Mike LeClaire, Susie Q Fish Company. Mike, are you with us? Okay.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
That's all right. Sorry from our end too. It's been a long wait for you, so I appreciate your
Okay.
patience. Go ahead.
All right. I'd like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to speak. I've been a member of the Commercial Fishing Board for 36 years and a commercial fisherman for over 50 years. I'm in support of this rule and would like to thank Titus, Sahlheimer, and Seagrant for giving me the opportunity to trawl for whitefish. This rule makes trawling for whitefish the most regulated gear on Lake Michigan, as Justine has just stated, with cameras and dimensions of the net. With the cameras and everything else, we're fishing less than 1% of Lake Michigan. There's only one part of this rule I would like to change, and that's the measuring of the cod end. We've been using the same cod end for the majority of this study and have less than 1% bycatch of undersized whitefish. Measuring the cod end is difficult. Trap nets and gill nets have twine that is very small in thickness. Our cod end is over a 1/4 inch thick, and current measuring of trap nets and gill nets use a 1 pound weight. We got information for the cod end for whitefish trawling operation in Michigan that they've been doing for over 40 years. They got help from Net Systems, a large company in Bainbridge, Washington, the state of Washington, and they work with sustainable fisheries all over the world. They make cod ends and nets. This cod end that we are currently using measured in Michigan and was approved by the Michigan DNR. Net Systems and Michigan DNR use that tool that Justine had mentioned, and it puts an 11 pound weight to stretch the mashes. We borrowed this tool from Net Systems and had Warden Strauss measure the cod end. Measure of 10 inches came between 4 7/16 and 4 9/16. Now that's almost an inch difference between the bar measurement that they're using, which Net Systems says isn't the way that they measure for all the nets that they manufacture. And we've proven over 9 years that this cod end works, releasing undersized whitefish. This is a new rule of measuring the net and should be different than the rule for gill nets and trap nets. If the DNR has a problem with the price of the tool, we will purchase it to measure our net. Again, I would like to emphasize that because we have cameras watching our fishing operations, DNR will be able to see if we are catching an unacceptable amount of small whitefish, and then changes would have to be made. But for now, we cannot go any larger with the cod end than we are now, because right now the cod end we have are releasing 22 to 24 inch fish. If we go bigger than that, we we might as well give it up. And the other thing is, we don't want to catch small whitefish. Small whitefish are our future. If we get rid of the small whitefish, our future is also gone. And I thank you for giving me the time again.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions from the board? Comments? I have one quick one, Mike. What would you estimate the lifetime of that cod end of your net to be? You've been using it for a number of years. The department's given you a couple more. At what point would you typically change that out?
The cod end that's made out of material. I don't know if you're familiar with Spectra twine, but it probably lasts my life. Well, I ain't got much lifetime left, but it'll last a very, very long time because of its thickness and the material that it's made of.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Justine is back. Any questions, comments from the board? Go ahead, Doug.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Justine. So the video surveillance method, is that, it's an enforcement tool, obviously.
Yeah, so we had it during the study, so to help see the bycatch as well as the harvest and try to get some lengths on the bycatch. And when we did the permanent rule during the Natural Resources Board process, it got put back in. So it is a way to help monitor that fishery. There was a lot of concerns up front about using this as a gear out there. So Mike is the only one that has this because he's the only one trawling out there. But yeah, that equipment is, it's both on the net as it's coming in, as well as the bycatch chute of the fish going back out.
Is it real time?
No, so it is a recording, and then we get the recordings. But Mike is also recording in the electronic fish harvest reporting system, both what he's catching and keeping and both the bycatch. And so we can look at those videos against his daily records to verify what we're seeing and matching those things up.
Okay. And my other question, Chair, is related to that cod end and measurement. So if Mike is going to buy the tool for DNR, how often are you using that to check that end of the net? Anyway, if the commercial fishers are using their net's lifetime, if the durability is lifetime, how often do you really need to measure that cod end?
Only really if they change it.
Only if they change it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that tool will be a one-time purchase and you wouldn't have to buy another one? Be one tool?
Technically, yes.
Oh. All right, thanks.
Robin?
So it's been kind of a long morning, so I apologize if I
That's
missed
okay.
this. But this tool for measuring the cod end now, I don't understand how, I don't understand how that works. Like, so does that like stretch it? So if it opens it up more and then you can have a better measurement? Like what, explain to me.
Yeah, so there's if you want to, Warden Strauss is on Zoom, because he is the one that actually physically does those measurements. So if you'd like, I could call on him to describe how that works.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to, like, to me, we're talking about like pretty small changes, and I just want to understand how this tool measurement might be different than the linear measurement. I just want to get a better understanding.
Yeah, so the weight, so the net is technically square, and it's hard for the people on, like, so it's square. But when you put that weight on, it does this to the net, and then from the bottom top fingers to my top, that's the stretch mesh.
Okay.
This is the bar, like this part here is what we call the bar. And so that is the difference. And so that 1 pound wasn't giving enough to stretch it to its actual capacity. And so, and because of the shape of the fish, that's why we want that distance, because those fish are narrow, they're narrow at their tail, and then they get fatter towards their head and get narrow again, is we need those fish to go out there. So that's what Mike was saying about, like, the fish that can escape.
So if he were, so what I heard him say is that he would be willing to purchase that test. Would that suffice in terms of your concerns about the net being appropriate size to allow the bycatch out?
So that is our concern, is the size, not so much the the tool, but we had to put we had to codify how we measure this because the current tool isn't appropriate for this net, right? The current
The 1
rule,
pound
the
is
current law isn't appropriate for measuring the net, right? So one, we had to make that change so that we can adequately measure it and so that they can be in compliance. And then the second part is more on the biological side for us to make sure that we do allow for adequate escapement of the sublegal fish. So so 4.5 inches, what we're requesting actually doesn't change. It's in the current rule already.
Other questions from the board? Marcy?
So there are 2 commercial fishing operations that this impacts, or 1?
Just one. Mike, you probably fish under a couple licenses, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the whitefish trawling is just under 1 license.
Okay.
The other licenses are for smelt.
Okay, so just bottom line it for me. Why did we say no to his concern?
Because we're concerned about the juvenile escapement. And so all the other gears that we use 4.5 inch to allow for those juvenile escapements. So the current rule states 4.5, it's 4.5 in gill net, it's 4.5 in our trap nets, which I know are very different gears. So we were trying to be more standard to allow, that's the size that we feel is appropriate to allow the sublegal fish for escapement.
Okay, and if I could follow up
Go ahead.
On the 14-day video surveillance, I had in my head it impacted more than one person, but wouldn't there be a backup system? I mean, couldn't
You'd have to ask Mike that.
Yeah,
Mike, you just have
in the
one set of
14
cameras.
days, I mean, couldn't you take a picture of the day's catch on the, well, they have the electronic reporting system, but I mean, for 14 days, not that anyone would abuse the system, but in a peak, if we're talking, consistency across other trawling, that would be an issue for enforcement. That 14-day grace period.
I think, well, Mike, the first question was, do you have a backup system to the cameras that you have?
No, the expense of the system is quite high. The only reason we wanted the 14 days is to get parts.
Okay.
The equipment that we have right now is 10 years old, and everything changes and they don't make parts for some of this stuff. So we had just
Right.
purchased another one for our other boat, and the price was down to 4,000, but it took the technician a week to get there to put it in. So between technician and parts, we'd like to have that kind of leeway.
And Marcy, to answer your second part about the enforcement part, there's been really good compliance between what we're seeing in the reporting system versus what is observed on the cameras. So we feel that there would not be an issue with that. And Mike, I mean, your equipment hasn't gone down too much over the years, but we want to make sure that it doesn't prohibit them from fishing because the parts are on back order or coming from another country or something like that, because we feel the compliance has been quite good.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? I have one, Justine, just to follow up on Marcy's question about the mesh size. Mike was testifying that there's apparently a couple different ways to measure this besides the 1 pound way, that there's a bar and a higher weight. And what is the distinction between what would be the advantage for the commercial fisherman to buy the tool to do the measurement a different way? Does it get a different result that brings his net into compliance? Is there that much difference between these two methods?
If you would give me permission, Bob Strauss, to put his camera on, so if we could have Warden Strauss answer that question, because he did those measurements and did both of those and can
Okay.
explain that.
Well, I see on screen, Bob, have we got you on audio?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, we're looking for information on the mesh size measurement.
Sure, thank you. Just so you realize like what my role is, I'm a conservation warden lieutenant, and I'm the administrator of our law enforcement program that deals with aquatic species and trade industries like commercial fishing and wholesale fish dealers in the bait industry and invasive species that are traded. So that's where my involvement is with this. So yeah, I visited with Mike numerous times to measure this net in different ways. Brad Eggold has been there also, and biologist Scott Hansen. So the method that we use in code currently has been in place for decades and requires this 1 pound standardized weight along with the standardized ruler. Just as an example, like these are incredibly expensive 1 pound weights and rulers, several $100s combined
Very
between these two
technical.
pieces of equipment because they're certified. There's just a certified weight and ruler, which is different than just an over-the-counter one. So we have to use that currently. That basically measures the stretch weight. So like Justine's talking about, we have a square, and now it goes like this with the weight, and we measure the top to bottom. That's the current process. The dynamometer that Mike LeClaire obtained to try this basically does the same thing as our 1 pound weight, except it provides more pressure. And it's a tool that's just pushed into the mesh, and it turns this square into more of a straight up and down. So it does the same thing, it just provides more pressure. The way that we measured it in this proposed rule is to simply take the square and measure each side of the square. Now, the total is not necessarily going to match up to what this would look like when it's stretched, but it gives us a comparable measurement. So we know that for instance, if it stretches to 4.5 inches this way, we know that the measurements we've taken in the square will add up to approximately that. So using the bar measurement with a ruler, taking all 4 sides of the square, gives us a standardized amount to put into the code. And that's how we wrote it, because it's the simplest method. We could use the dynamometer also. We'd have to change the size that's in the code. Honestly, it doesn't do anything different. It just is another tool to measure it a different way.
Well, I guess I'd direct my question to Mike. What would be the advantage, Mike, in you buying this expensive dynamometer tool to measure it a different way if the department's going to adjust the size of that measurement to get the opening they're looking for?
Well, as I stated before, when they measured the bars that they're talking about, it came up to 8 7/16. The total, which is less than the 9-inch that they're looking for, which would be a 4.5-inch mash. With this dynamometer, that the manufacturer uses and the state of Michigan has been using for over 40 years with their trawler there, it comes up to 4 7/16 size mash to 4 9/16 in that area. For measuring 10 mashes, it came between those things. And from the bar measurement at 8 7/16, we're going to have to increase our size mash over 1/2 inch than what it is now, which was going to release a lot more fish than what we are getting rid of now. So there is a big difference in that, in the measuring of each one. And I think, like I said, this tool is used for fisheries all around the world, and the one that's been used in Michigan for years. So I figure that's the way, if you're going to measure it, that's the way it should be measured, by past performance of this tool through other fisheries, not this measuring a bar that the manufacturer says that's not the way you measure it, because you don't get any stretch on the mash when you're measuring that bar. If you put that pound weight on it, or 11-pound dynamometer, it stretches the mesh to where the fish are going to be released.
Okay,
So
thank
you're
you.
really talking a half an inch difference between measurements.
Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a very important half an inch.
Yes, it is. Very important.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from the board?
I just wanted to thank Mike for the photos because that is, the visual helps a great deal.
I guess I have a question.
Go ahead,
Why,
Rachel.
why wouldn't we encode, match what the products are available and the other state would be doing?
So the dynamometer stuff I literally got last week. They chose to do that last week. So we have been looking at using a tool that was simpler, so that everybody had access to that, to the easiest way to measure the nets.
Justine, do
Yeah.
you know if this dynamometer is an industry standard that is standardized across the country or in other states, or is it just a coincidence that some of the other states are using it?
I would ask Warden Strauss for that question if we can.
Bob, did you hear that question clearly? Is this dynamometer
Yes, sir.
equipment, is it a industry standard outside of Wisconsin?
It's not an overall industry standard, but it is used by other agencies, including like ocean-going commercial fishing nets, things like that. But it's not standard across the board, no.
Okay.
And for like that current system that we have in our code, that's been codified for, like I said, decades. And that was at the request, this is before my time, I know the history of it. And that was at the request of the industry at the time, again, decades ago, to have a standardized method where we're using these certified instruments as opposed to just a warden using for better lack of a term, a ruler from Walmart, which may have happened decades ago. It's just standardized it so everyone's on the same page.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments?
Technical one, is it actually in the proposal? Under measurements, it's the amount of tension required shall only be as taut as can reasonably be done by hand rather than under an exact amount of tension.
It should be in there as the bar. That would be the stretch. What page are you on?
Page 9. Maybe I'm just not seeing the name of the tool.
I gotta find page 9, sorry.
And I guess back.
Bob probably has it right off the
Yeah,
top
go
of his
ahead,
head.
Bob.
Sorry to keep raising my hand and trying to interject. Yeah, the thing that you're referencing has to do with the lengths of seams and the overall length of the trawl. It's not referencing the individual meshes. So that's in section or subsection 4. It talks about measurements. That's just the overall length of a section of the entire trawl. When we're talking about the actual individual meshes, the little squares, that section does follow the historic version. It's not just it just says we have to use the certified ruler, but we do not have to use that certified 1 pound weight.
Does that answer your question, Marcy?
So the card end measurement is in E above, you're on 4 there under measurements.
Yeah.
If you go up to E, section E, that's where it describes the bar measurements. Which was also on page 9 for me, but I'm not sure if it printed the same for you.
Yeah, it did. Okay, but we don't define bars.
So with the
Whatever.
bar, there's not actually anything that will have to stretch because it's already in a square form or roughly square form. So there's no weight affects that bar measurement for us. The amount of pressure or weight would come into play if we used the 1 pound weight or if we use the dynamometer and change the proposed code.
Robin?
So, I Thank you, Justine and Bob. So I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, from a fishery management, what I hear you saying is that a 9-inch bar measurement will be the right size for making sure that undersized fish are able to be released, but it's not too large that legal sized fish would be retained. Is that what I'm hearing you
Correct.
say?
And there may, like, as Mike said, there might be some that go through because they're skinnier, right? And they're longer. But the goal would be to minimize the legal size fish escapement and maximize sublegal fish escapement.
And can you just clarify again with what you've seen? So this cod net has been in place for a while.
Correct.
So what you've seen, could you just kind of repeat like how much of this is currently an issue? Like, is this a problem with respect to the overall health of the fishery?
So the fishery has been sort of in decline, and so we have got less juveniles in the system in Lake Michigan. There's a difference between Green Bay and Lake Michigan. So in Lake Michigan proper, which is where this activity occurs, and so there are less juveniles out in the fishery to be caught. And so, but as Mike said, he does, they do still retain some, but it's very low. It's like 1% currently in the net. However, we can't determine how many that are actually being encountered. There's no cameras down on the bottom of the net, right? So we can't be sure that is that 1% just because there's a low number of juveniles in the system, or is it because everything's able to escape currently?
So it could be 100% of the undersized fish if there was only that many fish there.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
But we don't, none of us know that actual answer to that.
Any further questions? Marcy?
You said they got it to you last week. What's the they, or
Oh,
who's the
that was-
they, and what did you get?
It was Warden Strauss they sent a report of what, Mike had gotten that dynamometer to measure the net. So I had gotten a report last week of the use of that tool.
Okay, are we at the end of our time on the rule?
Correct, because the rule will expire on October 31st. The current rule.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know when the scope statement expires.
My thought is if we just got this and we have one person that this is a added burden to, can we give a month or two and work the language from their department a little bit better and bring it back? This just seems really inflexible.
So you're just asking that in that section E, they could either do the bar measurement or use the other tool? Is what you're asking?
Well, I think you're getting to you'd like to get to the end point of you're preventing the bycatch. So,
Correct.
yeah. Yeah, it seems like we should give some flexibility that meets the goal.
We're spending a lot of time talking
Yeah.
about very little.
Right. And I feel bad for Mr. Leclerc
very
if
complex,
he's
right?
got the tool and
It's almost a philosophical
Right.
argument and not one that's, related to what's going on real time.
yeah, so I would ask the staff to consider another way to word it to allow not flexibility, but to still meet the same goal and bring it back if we're not at the end of the scope statement.
No. The key is more that the fishing season expires on October 31st. And so until we have a new rule, they won't be able to fish again. But that rule, that doesn't start till December 1st. The next fishing season for 26 would start December 1st of 2025.
But at the same time, Justine, you've worked in a 2-year
Correct.
grandfathering in of the current net. Does that give you time to work within that period? So if we pass the rule to enable it to go into play for the fishing season with a 2-year delay on the net issue, is there a way to continue to work that?
can I ask Cheryl a question?
Try and come to some agreement on the most reasonable way to measure it and assure compliance.
And for that big of a delay, I think, bring it back in April and
Well, that would be more desirable than working it for 2 years, but I'm just saying that there seems to be a 2-year gap between what we
Correct,
would pass
yeah.
today and when it really comes into effect.
Correct, yes.
I don't want to delay the thing anymore than we need to, but is there opportunity here to try and kind of bring both ends to some kind of an agreement on this? The bottom line is we just want to make sure that juveniles are protected and that the fishing for the market-ready fish is efficient and to the benefit of the fishers.
Yeah. Cheryl, when's the legislature in session? When is the legislature in session? Is there a timing issue there? No, okay.
Oh, is Bob moving?
He's waving at us.
Oh. Okay, your screen
He can't see
freezes up
them.
in front of me. Go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
Thank you, Smith. Yeah, just I want to make sure that everyone is fully aware. Like, I'm hearing what you're saying, but the measurement, regardless of which way it's measured, the net is the net as it is. So if the measurement of using the dynamometer or if we use the bar measure, nothing's going to change. They measure the same thing. They just have a different result of what our measurement is. So I guess short of changing what the mesh size requirement is, nothing is going to change. I want to make just this a complicated topic because commercial fishing is always weird for for lots of things, but the measurement's not going to change. And it won't be more of an advantage one way or the other to the fisher or to the agency, however it's measured. It is what it is.
So, Bob, just to be clear, what you're saying is if you set a measurement for this mesh size, a specific number, and you measure it with either the square measurements with some kind of a expensive ruler, or this other piece of equipment that Mike LeClaire is willing to buy, either one of those, if you measure the net, you're going to apply it to that same numeric standard, or are you going to have to adjust that number depending on which device you use?
Yeah, you would have to address change the number based on what device you use. But like if I compare, I'm looking at the numbers for the measurements that we did with it. Like when we use the bar measurement, which is the proposed rule, it comes out to an average of 8 9/16. I think Mike said 8 7/16, but it's actually 8 9/16. If we use the dynamometer, it comes out to 4 7/16. So 4 7/16 with the dynamometer equals 8 9/16 with the bar measure. It's the same. They equal each other because they're just measured in a different way.
Okay. I still don't completely understand this, but I think you've taken me as far as you can.
Does the staff look specifically at paragraph E and try and make it more clear?
Well, my question would be, how can we frame this decision in a way that implements this for the fishing season and gives the opportunity to try and work on this mesh size before that becomes implemented in the field? Is there a way to pull that off?
And I was going to ask Cheryl, I believe we could use a housekeeping rule if all we're doing is making some clarifications in there. Right? If we have a housekeeping rule that's open.
I'm reading that expression as no.
Yep.
This isn't a scope statement. This is a fish.
Yep. I'm trying to verify the discussion because I feel like we've talked about a couple of different things. So the way we're doing it right now is the measurement is using the bar measurement, not the tool. But and what Bob was trying to explain was that if you use the tool, like that 4.5 inch is going to be requested in the tool. If we use that dynamometer, the equivalent of that in the bar is 9. So that part wouldn't change. It would just be, you could use either method to measure it. Is that what you guys were asking? Is that the clarification you were asking?
Robin?
But
Mr.
in either way, no matter how you measure it, what I hear you saying is that it will not comply with the 9 inch, which is what you're proposing in the rule. So how you measure it doesn't matter. What I hear you saying is that there's equivalency between these two types of measurements, neither which would meet the 9 inch requirement of the rule. Is that correct?
Again, I think this.
Well,
needs
the
to-
9 inch is the bar. With the other tool, it would actually be it would be the 4.5 inches. Because the stretch mesh is different to the bar.
But either way, these nets would not be in compliance.
Correct.
Okay. So the question is, do we keep with a more restrictive, which is what you're suggesting in this rule, because you feel that that's more protective of the letting the undersized fish through, or does he have to go out and get a new cod net?
Correct. And that hasn't changed from the current rule. That technically is what the current rule is.
And yet, Justine, I think there were earlier questions. Have you seen any evidence of sublegal fish being hung up in the present cod that Mike's using on the trawl net?
So as Mike suggested, he's getting about 1% of his catch is the juveniles. Was it 1%, Mike? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's less than that, really.
Yeah.
Of what? Like how many? Was that 100% of the undersized ones?
Yeah, because we don't know how many they're encountering while they're doing this.
Can I just ask one other question,
Yeah.
just for the purpose of clarification? Mike, how much does a new cod net cost?
That cod end probably runs around $7,000.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments, or discussion?
I'm still not clear as to why, if we ask the staff to come back with clarified language in April, it would be a problem.
With that, are you suggesting we delay the decision on the rule until April?
Yes.
Okay, let's ask the question of what the implications of that are.
I'm just going backwards in my head. I mean, I think we can still get it done by December 1st,
Okay, thank you.
which is
We
the
meet
goal.
early April, if that helps.
That does help. It does help. It does help. And you would want, and what you're looking for is more clarification in section E.
I think Mr. Leclerc's request deserves consideration in how this is described in section E.
Okay.
And as much as you can, I would hope that the staff could come in with a more detail on what the gain is on this very small measurement of mesh size. Is this a significant difference? Will it make a difference? And what kind of catch would we expect under a more normal population structure?
Okay.
I mean, I think it's important to me that we're asking the fishermen to do a lot that's going to cost a lot. And at present, we don't have any evidence that it's going to make really a significant difference. A 1% bycatch is really small numbers. So as much as they can, if they could project that and come in with some of that additional data to support the mesh size that you feel is appropriate, that would be really helpful.
I can get that.
Okay.
Michigan, and if they have an adder problem, they've used it long.
Any further questions or comments from
You
the
need
board?
that in the form of a motion?
You need
to
a
act
motion.
on
Yes,
it?
we will.
Next
I'm
month.
just checking
Oh,
to see if
okay.
we get it done here.
Oh.
Okay, hearing none, then I think we're ready for a motion.
I would move postponement until the next April meeting.
Robin moves postponement.
I second that.
Marcy seconds postponement. Is there any further discussion?
Just to comment that postponement is for clarification on that section of the proposed
Yes,
rule.
and the postponement would be until the next meeting of the board, which is in April.
Yep. The motion didn't indicate that, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Justine, thank you very much for your patience.
Told you it wouldn't take
And
long.
board members. Okay, with that, that would bring us to our scope statements on the agenda. Ashley, you said the lunch is here. Okay. What would be a reasonable time for us to get lunch and get back to work? Okay. Shoot for half an hour? Okay, we'll be back at 1:25. Thank you. Reloaded and ready to go?
Right, are you?
Yep. I know Doug's on the phone out there, but I think I'm gonna hammer it in anyway and we'll get started. We'll call the Natural Resource Board meeting back into order, and we'll return to our agenda at item 4D under scope statements. 4D, request the board approve the statement of scope for Board Order WY-9-24 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for Board Order number WY-09-24 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse or proposed rules affecting chapters NR 108, 110, and 150 relating to approval requirements for sewerage projects and facilities. Adrian Stocks, Water Quality Bureau Director. Welcome, Adrian.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Secretary Hyun, Chairman Smith, members of the board. I am Adrian Stocks, the Water Quality Program Director. I'm here today to request approval for a statement of scope for Board Order WY-09-24. This proposed rule will address, make revisions in Chapter NR 108, NR 110, and potentially in NR 150, where we would make certain revisions to exempt systems or projects from environmental review as an integrated action. Skip ahead here. Missing that part of this. We are at the scope approval point in the rulemaking process. As I said, we're planning to address NR 108, NR 110. The proposed rule will comprehensively update the code requirements and procedures to reflect new technologies and broadly accepted engineering design standards, improve clarity, identify potential workload reduction measures, and address new or emerging issues in sewerage system engineering. We are intending to form a technical advisory committee of interested parties to inform the rule drafting process. We'll also be using Great Lakes Upper Mississippi River Board's recommended standards for wastewater facilities, the most current edition, to also inform any updates to the rule. We do anticipate this would have at most a moderate economic impact. And that's all I have with that. I would request your approval for the statement of scope, and happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Just to note that we have support, a letter of support from the municipal group.
Yes, well noted. Hearing none, someone care to make a motion?
I would move approval of scope statement WY-09-24.
Got a motion of approval from Robin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Patty seconds. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 4E. Request the board approve the statement of scope for Board Order WA 14-24 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for Board Order number WA-14-24 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse or proposed rules affecting chapters NR 157 and 500 through 526, related to the non-landfill management of solid waste. Sarah Murray, Recycling and Solid Waste Section Manager. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Hyun, Chair Smith, and other members of the board. Again, my name is Sarah Murray. I'm the Recycling and Solid Waste Section Manager for the Waste Materials Management Program, and I'm here to request adoption or approval of the scope statement for WA 14-24 related to non-landfill management of solid waste. Sorry, let me make sure. There we go. So before I get into some of the rule details, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we mean by non-landfill management of solid waste. So there's two broad categories. One is managing waste that's on its way to the landfill. So when waste is being stored, transported, transferred from one vehicle to another, in some cases pre-treatment, such as with infectious waste before going to a landfill for disposal. The other broad category is waste that is being managed in place of going to the landfill instead of going there. So examples would be processing facilities for tires or electronics where we're trying to recover reusable materials for recycling, composting facilities, combustion, use of material like bricks and concrete as fill, and some types of land spreading. Just to clarify, our code does not cover land spreading of biosolids. I know that's a question we've gotten a few times. An example of the type of land spreading our code would cover would be land spreading of, say, residuals or waste from a vegetable processing plant. This code also covers a wide range of facilities and activities. So it includes large facilities that need to come in for a formal approval and license, such as a processing facility or a large composting operation. But it also includes a lot of management of waste that has to meet certain standards to be protective of the environment and human health, but doesn't need a formal approval or license from the DNR. An example of this would be like a municipal drop-off site where you would take your trash and recyclables, some types of wood burning or on-farm composting. So as you can see from this description and the scope statement, our code covers a lot of different things. The last time it was significantly revised was in 2006. So in this rulemaking effort, we're hoping to do a lot of modernizing the code. We want to make sure we're accounting for new technologies, best management practices, taking into account waste streams that are new or more common today, contaminants that are more concerned now than they were 20 years ago. And then also just trying to clarify language and streamline processes for points that we've noticed that have been confusing for either the regulated community or our staff over the last couple of decades. I'll highlight just a few of the priorities in this rule that we're hoping to address. One is to combine some or eliminate some approval and licensing categories where there's more than one section of code that may apply to a type of facility and make that more clear. We would like to update fees. Again, the last update was in 2006, and we want to make sure our plan review and licensing fees are covering our staff time so we can have staff to administer this program. At the same time, we'd like to create a simplified review category with a reduced fee for reviews that would take less time. We'd like to update some of our language related to open burning of waste. It's a big source of complaints for us, and we want to make sure that the language is as protective as we can be of the environment and human health. We'd like to create some standards for common types of low hazard exemption requests we receive, just to make the process more clear for both the requesters and our staff. These are materials such as using lead paint and concrete or street sweepings for fill in places where there's minimal risk to the environment. We'd like to add an authority to condition approvals as we have for solid waste disposal facilities, which can make the review process go more smoothly and make sure that our approvals are more enforceable. And then the last thing I'll highlight today is we'd like to look at adding an option for some general permits, as some other DNR programs have, and look at being able to do some approvals of mobile operations. Right now, our approvals are very focused on a specific point in the map. And if you have an operation such as a shingle grinding equipment that would move from one site to another, we'd like to be able to have a framework for approving that while maintaining environmental protection. And so with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions from the board? Marcy?
Do you have a established advisory committee for your section?
For this rule, we're not planning to set up a specific technical advisory committee just because of the breadth of different types of facilities we cover. We've already done a lot of stakeholder outreach. Casey Krasinski, our solid waste program coordinator, held a series of feedback sessions on the current rule in the fall. We're actually doing one tomorrow at a statewide waste conference. And we're planning to continue this outreach to specific stakeholder groups, but just because of the breadth of topics, it would be hard to have one single advisory committee for this.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? I would just note, you have a lot of people interested. Your preliminary hearing, you had 24 people up here, but nobody testified. So I guess they're interested in getting on with the discussion, which this scope would allow. Any other comments from the board? I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make that motion, Chair, to approve the scope board order WA-14-24.
We have a motion to approve from Doug. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Rachel. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Sarah. Next item is 4F under other approvals. This one is a land donation and project boundary expansion of the Onapee State Trail, Kewaunee County. Terry Bay, Director, Bureau of Facilities and Lands. Welcome,
Good
Terry.
morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Hune, and rest of the board. Terry Bay with the Director of Facilities and Lands. The department is requesting approval to accept a donation of 0.06 acres of land for the Onapee State Trail from Rebecca Allens. The department also requesting approval to expand the project boundary of the Onapee State Trail to include the entire parcel. The 0.06 acre of subject property is located within a half-mile northwest of Kewaunee, abuts land owned by the department and an easement that is granted to the department from the railway. The northern portion of the property lies within the entire project boundary, but the southern portion of the property lies just outside the boundary. This property has 50 feet of public road frontage along the County Road E and will be accessible to public from this frontage. It could potentially be potentially developed to add additional walk access to the trail or adjacent wildlife property. The 48-mile Onapee State Trail extends from Kewaunee to Door County and is operated and managed by both Kewaunee and Door counties. The trail meanders through the communities of Sturgeon Bay, Algoma, Casco, Luxembourg, and Kewaunee, winding through the scenic Onapee and Kewaunee rivers. The Onapee State Trail was the second owned rail trail in Wisconsin, established in 1970 to provide the public year-round recreational trail along the corridor previously occupied by the Onapee and Western Railway Company. Management efforts, as I had talked about, by the county partners, focus on vegetation management and management of the trail with existing trail uses of walking, biking, horseback riding from April to November, ungroomed cross-country skiing, and snowmobiling. With that, the department, we are requesting board approval, the acceptance of the donation of 0.06 acres of land for the Onapee State Trail from Rebecca Allens, that the board approve the expansion of the project boundary for the Onapee State Trail to include the entire parcel, that a certificate of appreciation be sent to the donor, and that an expression of appreciation be made as part of the official records of the Natural Resources Board.
Okay, ready for questions?
You bet.
Thank you, Terry. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I guess we're ready for a motion.
I'll make that motion for this wonderful donation.
Marcy moves approval. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Deb. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Next item, Terry, is the land donation and project boundary expansion of Chewauquee Prairie, Carroll Beach State Natural Area, Kenosha County.
Thank you, Chair. The department is requesting approval to accept a donation of 29 parcels of land totaling 37.44 acres located predominantly within the project boundary of the Chewauquee Prairie Carroll Beach State Natural Area located in Kenosha County. This donation is a generous gift to the department by the Chewockie Prairie Preservation Fund Incorporated. Most of the parcels are adjacent to department-owned land, filling in many inholdings within the property and are comprised primarily of wetland and remnant prairie. Chewockie Prairie Carroll Beach State Natural Area was designated in 1967 and is recognized both as a national natural landmark by the National Park Service and as a wetland gem by the Wisconsin Wetlands Association. In 2015, the Chewockie Prairie Illinois Beach Lake Plain was recognized by Ramsar Convention as a wetland of international importance. It is one of the largest prairie complexes in the state and the most intact coastal wetland in southeastern Wisconsin. The prairie contains an exceptional diversity of plants and animals, with more than 400 species of vascular plants have been found there. The northernmost portion of the property, as the board can remember, is Kenosha Sand Dunes, with an acquisition that was approved by the board last year. The donor for this property is the Chewockie Prairie Preservation Fund, and they were unable to make it here today. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to read some of their excerpts from the letter that they wrote to the board regarding this property.
I wish you would, Terry. As you mentioned, the board had received written information from the Preservation Fund, but I'd like you to share that so it's available to the public as well.
Yeah, this is some messages from the Preservation Fund President, Pam Holy. Community involvement has been critical to the preservation of the entire area, which was platted for residential development starting in the 1920s. Recognizing the ecological significance of the remnant prairie and the threat of development, local community members organized in the 1960s to raise funds to begin purchasing individual private lots for preservation. In partnership with the Nature Conservancy, the first parcels that would become the seed of the state natural area were acquired with money raised by volunteers giving talks about the uniqueness of the prairie community and selling original oil paintings of the prairie. In 1985, the DNR expanded the state natural area to include Carroll Beach. The Preservation Fund was incorporated as an independent 501c to continue the conservation legacy. Again, these are from Pam Holy. The Chewockie Prairie Preservation Fund remains fully committed to its multi-pronged conservation mission. We will continue efforts to acquire the remaining vacant land within the boundaries of the Chewockie Prairie Carroll Beach State Natural Area for preservation. In addition to raising funds for new land acquisition, we continue our mission to restore and manage the ecological gem. In 2024, the Chewockie Prairie Preservation Fund recorded almost 3,600 hours of stewardship hours, volunteer hours, which amounted to 41% of all volunteer hours recorded on all state natural areas. The Preservation Fund also spent approximately $59,000 on land management in our most recently completed fiscal year, including $48,000 in contracts executed in partnership with the DNR for management efforts. The Preservation Fund's education mission continues through public presentations, monthly plant walks in the prairie, and partnerships with local organizations such as the Kenosha Public Library to increase knowledge about the ecology of the prairie and the role of individual citizens can play in preserving the biodiversity there. With those comments, the department we're requesting that the board approve the acceptance of this donation of 37.44 acres of land or the Chewockie Prairie Carroll Beach State Natural Area from Chewockie Prairie Preservation Fund Incorporated. That the board approve the expansion of the project boundary of Chewockie Prairie Carroll Beach State Natural Area to include the entirety of all parcels. That a certificate of appreciation be sent to the donor, and then an expression of appreciation be made a part of the official records of the Natural Resources Board.
Thank you, Terry. Any questions or comments from the board? Robin.
I just think this is an amazing example of partnerships and, the work and the land that's preserved here is really significant. And it's really impressive to see the dedication of the people who have been working on this over time, and that they continue to do that and will do that into the future. So thanks for the excellent relationships that have been built and maintained. So kudos
I just
to
want to
everybody.
give a thank you to our Natural Heritage Conservation Fund staff and the Chewocki Prairie Preservation Fund. Want to extend it as well to that staff that they've been working with on this property to manage this property through the years. They extend a deep thank you to them.
Perhaps this might be a good place to visit at some point in the not too distant future.
Funny you should mention that. Terry, one of the parts of this approval is a boundary expansion down there. And could you explain that just a little bit more? That's always a very significant decision on the part of the board, and I'd like to have a little more detail in the record on it.
Yeah, thank you. The boundary, just for the board's information, the boundary was established in 1985. These parcels were purchased. One of the purchases, for example, was from the Wisconsin Electrical Corporation, We Energies, in the area. That boundary expansion includes just really a smidgen of that property that wasn't within that original property. Some has to do with maybe just the plotting of the property in 1985. There's really no large boundary expansion. It's just these properties that extended over that boundary just by a little bit.
In simple terms, you're just truing up with the property boundaries.
Yeah, thank you. Well said,
is being
Chairman.
donated.
Yeah, well said.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, questions from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Motion.
Whoop, whoop, whoop,
We need a
whoop. I'm getting ahead of myself again.
Deb's neighborhood. You want that one, Deb?
Thank you. We need a motion.
I move the acceptance of this land donation and project boundary expansion.
Thank you, Deb. We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And we have a second from Doug. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. All right, that takes us to open forum. We've already done that. And on to informational items. Item 6A, informational update on the governor's proposed 25 to 27 budget as it relates to the Department of Natural Resources. Maggie Hutter, Director of Management and Budget. Welcome, Maggie.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, members of the board. My name is Maggie Hutter, and I'm the Director of Management and Budget here at the department. All right, so I'm giving you an update today on the governor's budget, which just recently came out. So as a reminder of our budget timeline, back in September, DNR submitted our agency request. This was just a bare bones, keep the lights on type of request. And the governor just released his budget in February, and this has new initiatives, new funding, some things we're really excited about, and we'll go through today. After the governor introduces his budget, it goes to the legislature. From March through June, the Joint Committee on Finance will hold hearings about the budget with the goal of a final budget going to the governor and getting signed by the end of June, beginning of July to start our next fiscal year. All right, looking at our overall big picture of the budget, I'm going to look at the top level numbers, which are down at the bottom under the totals for you. So our adjusted base, we have a budget of about $1.2 billion over 2 years. Our standard budget adjustments, which are the keep the lights on money, that was almost $18 million that we were asking for over 2 years. And then the governor is providing over $272 million of new spending in DNR's budget. So that brings us to just under 1.5 billion for a 2-year budget. And then just looking big picture where most of that money is coming from, if you look at the PFAS trust fund line, we're getting access to $133 million from the PFAS trust fund. So this is actually in our budget and will be expendable if signed as proposed by the governor. And this is just a picture representation of what we just looked at. So the conservation fund is the biggest portion of our budget. And you can see we now have a little wedge for the PFAS trust fund because we're gaining access to it in the budget. This is looking at our staffing metrics. So at the last budget discussion we had with the board, that was in September, and we talked about how we were removing 46 federal positions because they were project positions that were expiring. So that's the red 46 that we see in there. But then the governor is proposing 36 new positions for the department in his budget. So a little extra capacity there for us to implement the initiatives. All right, now the fun stuff. So one of the biggest things in the governor's budget are the PFAS budget initiatives. So we're getting access to $145 million to address PFAS contamination across the state. These provisions protect innocent landowners. So this would be like farmers who unknowingly allowed the spreading of PFAS containing biosolids on their land. It's protecting them from having to foot the bill for the cleanup. The budget is increasing biosolid sampling, testing, and remediation. There is a new grant program for the counties to help private well owners sample and test their wells. And then this would work hand in hand with the well compensation grant program. So if under the county well testing program, you found PFAS in your well, you could then go look to the well compensation grant program to potentially find help in affording to replace or remediate your well. There is a RAINS Act exemption for PFAS rulemaking. So if you remember, the RAINS Act is that legislative standard where if our rulemaking exceeds $10 million over 2 years, we have to stop rulemaking and wait for legislative approval. So there is an exemption to allow us to continue with the rulemaking. And then there are 10 new positions for DNR to monitor and remediate PFAS. More on the environmental quality side. So as I mentioned, the well compensation grant program, the governor is increasing funding by $2.5 million each year for the program, and also adjusting the eligibility criteria to make it so more Wisconsinites are eligible for the program. The budget's also creating a $7 million Revitalize Wisconsin program to help with hazardous and abandoned waste and cleanup. There's 4 additional positions for CAFO monitoring and an increase to the annual fee. And this is to help with compliance for our agricultural producers. The budget fully funds the Clean Water and Safe Drinking Water loan programs with over $700 million in bonding authority. And this is revenue bonding, which means any money the department is taking in from previous clean water projects, we're just putting that right back into new clean water projects. There's no GPR tied to it. But then there is $200 million of GPR in the budget for the replacement of lead service lines. All right, the Fish and Wildlife account has been a hot topic for the DNR, and this budget is increasing hunting, fishing, and trapping fees to provide stability to the Fish and Wildlife account. This is just a representation of some of the license fee increases that are in the bill. They wouldn't all fit on a slide, and it'd be a lot to squeeze up there. But these are some of the most used licenses at the department. So most licenses are seeing either a $10, $20, or $40 increase, depending on the license type. And this is to plug that hole in the Fish and Wildlife account and allow the DNR to continue our operations in the next biennium. And then continuing on with fisheries and wildlife management, there's $3.7 million for wolf monitoring and non-lethal abatement. So this would be mainly predator-proof fencing for those in chronic wolf depredation areas. There's additional funding for fisheries forage and freight costs and for additional creel surveys in the ceded territories. There's $2 million for a new grant program to help tribally owned fish hatcheries with their maintenance projects. There's $1 million to issue grants for deer carcass disposal sites, so those dumpsters that we're familiar with. And then there's up to $450 in each year in additional GPR for endangered species. Stewardship in this budget is a really awesome big program. So I'm going to start at the bottom on this one. The total of the current stewardship program is $33.25 million. per year. Under the governor's recommendation, it's $100 million per year for 10 years. So that's a total of $1 billion. And that is a mix of bonding authority, forestry seg, and GPR. This stewardship program is also pivoting away kind of from land acquisition and really focusing on providing money for DNR and local governments to develop the land they have and take care of what we have. So starting at the top, we're retaining the $1 million set aside for Ice Age trail acquisitions. County forests are still at $3 million for county forest grants. There's $6 million available for just general DNR acquisitions, and then $14 million for grants to nonprofit conservation organizations for acquisition. Then down to property development, our Friends of State Park grants are increasing from $500,000 a year to $2.5 million a year. There are 2 new subprograms in the stewardship program, both funded with cash GPR. So one is $3 million for tribal grants, and this is for the DNR and the tribes to manage projects collaboratively to increase educational opportunities, signage, interpretive displays on DNR-owned lands that have a historical tie to our tribal nations. And the other new program is cash funding for our nonprofit conservation organizations so they can provide wildlife and habitat management activities. And then finally in this category is the DNR property development, which is at just under $15.5 million per year. The final category of stewardship is for our local units of government. So we have $5 million a year for motorized recreation grants for local governments or our recreation clubs. And this is a grant program that has historically existed, and then it went away for a while. Now it's coming back. Our recreational boating grants are increasing from $3 million to $9 million per year. And then our local units of government development funds will be at over $36 million per year for those grants. Looking towards outdoor recreation, so there is almost $4 million for parks operational supplies and services, and this is just our standard needs, so trail maintenance and repair, testing the water at our facilities so we know it's drinkable, keeping up with the facilities, and then there are a couple properties that have never received supply budgets, and it's providing a little supply money for Sauk Prairie State Recreation Area, Menominee River State Recreation Area, and Lapham Peak. Additionally, there's just over $1 million for us to maintain some of our heavier equipment like mowers and UTVs. There's almost $1 million to purchase adaptive equipment to expand accessible recreation opportunities. There are 6 project positions to help us remove hazardous trees. Then the bill provides free admission for families with 4th graders, free admission and camping for tribal members, and 1 project position for wake boat research. So this would be a lot of GIS mapping of our lakes so that the legislature has this data available to them as they're making decisions about where it's appropriate to be wake boating. All right, then looking to forestry. So over $4 million for operational costs for forestry. So this is like firefighting equipment, radios, their overtime costs, making sure their gear is tick resistant, stuff like that. There's $1 million for IT upgrades for our forestry program. There's $775,000 for the development of a forestry industry strategic plan and roadmap. Then our forestry program has a bunch of different grants, and 3 of them are being increased by $500,000 each, and that's the Wisconsin Forest Landowner Grant Program, County Forest Administrator Grant Program, and the Sustainable Forestry Grant Program. And sticking with forestry, there's over $1 million and 2 positions to help with seedling production at our nurseries. Then there is a $25 million transfer from the forestry account over to DOT, where DOT is administering the Agricultural Road Improvement Program. And this helps repair and build roads that the forestry industry qualifies as an agricultural producer for these programs. And then finally, there is a 17% reduction to the forestry account's GPR transfer. You'll have to stick with me on this. It's a little weedy. So the way we get money into the forestry account is we transfer money from GPR, from the general fund. And the rate at which we transfer money is tied to property tax rates. Overall in Wisconsin, property tax rates have gone down. So you might have seen your property tax bill go up, but that's because the value of your property has gone up. So the budget is just reducing the transfer rate to mirror the fact that the property tax rates have gone down, as that's historically what the forestry transfer has been tied to. And finally, for our public safety program, we have funding for portable and mobile radio replacements, and this will create a 5-year schedule for us replacing our radios. There's $1 million for body cameras and the associated software. Right now, it's hit or miss if our wardens have access to a body camera. We have about 70 out of the 220 wardens that we have. So this is getting everybody access to that. There's funding to replace 1 specialized patrol boat each year. And then there is additional funding for our local law enforcement boat grants. And this is an existing grant program. We just don't have enough money to meet the demand. So it's filling that out for us. All right, I know that was a ton of information thrown at you in a short amount of time. So what questions can I answer?
Questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment.
Deb?
First of all, thank you. One of the friends of this group, Mitch Wallace, who all of you know, invited me to attend the governor's town hall meeting yesterday, budget meeting in Port Washington, which is on Lake Michigan. And I have to say that the group in the room were very pleasant and very receptive to the governor's budget. And that's a mixed crowd. So it was, I'm grateful to see all the things he's put forward. We're very grateful to that. And thank you for your work.
Well, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Doug?
More comment maybe than questions, but again, we had a privilege of attending the budget address as well, and encouraging. And from the tribe side, we also had an address from staff the same day on the tribal budgets, which again, very encouraging. Some of the things though that overlap, just making sure we're assuring that tribes are eligible for those programs, like the Wells program, may not have language in there that includes tribes. A lot of times accidentally missed or just missed, like the wolf monitoring, non-lethal abatement program. Important to allow tribes to have a piece of that fund to do management. Many times Glyphwick is in there, but other tribes that aren't Glyphwick tribes are missed. So those are important things. Also glad to see the fee increase again for fishing license, especially as I mentioned earlier. We saw a presentation on Northeast Wisconsin fisheries management and even the staff there with comments from the public about how much more could be done. They're limited by trout stamp dollars for the most part, and always asking for more funds to do more, which they could. And the best way to get that is through fee increases, and it's good to see that those are in there.
Other comments? Questions? Marcy?
Thank you for the briefing. Thank you for the overview. Can we go to the stewardship slide? Are you able to do that? Did we get clarification on that new category for the conservation organizations? Maybe not.
We'll let Ashley work her magic. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we can just zoom through it.
Yep. You don't want to hear that again?
Hoping to get a copy of it.
All right. So you're talking about the NCO?
Correct.
Yeah. So you're asking, is that for work on DNR?
Right.
Yeah. So the question, she's asking if these grants for NCO, wildlife habitat and management, funding. Is this for work to be done on DNR land or for work to be done on nonprofit conservation organization land? And it actually doesn't specify in the bill. It doesn't make a determination. So that would have to be made through our process of organizing the grant program as to how that will work and what the ranking criteria will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the goal is for the nonprofit to get the grant.
The nonprofits will absolutely get the grant. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? I have one I'd like to make. This is a great opportunity for the board and our attendees and viewers to get more insight to the budget. And the next phase of the budget is really the negotiations between the governor's office and legislative leadership. And this is the time for the public to get involved. So please take this information, and whether you're for it or against it, this is your time to make contact with your elected officials and weigh in on what's important in this budget and what isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, next item is 6B, Drinking Water Future Issues Briefing. Steve Elmore, Drinking Water and Groundwater Program Director. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Secretary Hun, Chairman Smith, and the rest of the board. I'm Steve Elmore. I'm the Director of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program here at DNR, and I'm here and honored to talk about my favorite subject, which is drinking water. So the presentation here today is going to be in two parts. Items you will see before the board is what I'll start with. Items in the next year or so. And then the second part is challenges we're facing now and into the future. So let's see, I do have some slides. All right. Oh. Trying to think of some good dad jokes, but nothing's coming to me. Maybe I can just jump into the start is background. So the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program does a lot of things. First and foremost, we implement the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is a federal law that we have what we call primacy to implement in Wisconsin. We also implement the Great Lakes Compact, which that compact and associated rules allows us to manage water quantity regulations in the state. We perform public water system inspections and follow up on water quality violations. We license well drillers and pump installers and observe private wells being drilled to make sure they meet the state well construction code. We conduct engineering review and of community water systems and potable high capacity well improvements. We're a very vibrant program, partnering with many folks around the state, our stakeholders, to ensure safe drinking water and protect the state's water resources. A few current opportunities. The bipartisan infrastructure law has allowed our Safe Drinking Water Loan Program to provide extra funding for things like lead service line replacement and addressing emerging contaminants like PFAS in the state's water systems. We've also been able to collaborate with the Community Financial Assistance Program to award well compensation and well abandonment grants to private well owners using American Rescue Plan Act funds. And that's been a very successful program. We've delivered over $10 million in the last years, and we've just recently been provided with an additional $5 million for that program. Some high-level challenges in the program are that our primary grant for doing this sort of work, implementing the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Public Water System Supervision Grant, has gone without a significant funding increase in over 15 years. So it makes it difficult, particularly with the inflation we've seen in recent years. There's been year-over-year declines in the groundwater quantity program revenue account. This is what we use to manage high capacity wells and our registration reporting and other water quantity management programs. And then finally, Congress, through the congressionally directed spending, took 54% of the Safe Drinking Water revolving loan fund allotment for federal fiscal year 24 and applied those to special projects in the state, that was a benefit to the state and the water systems that received those projects. But unfortunately, it made it difficult to pay staff and maintain the regular loan program as we've known it for about 30 years. Are we on the slides yet? Okay, maybe I'll keep going. Okay, moving to administrative rules that you will see before the board. As you know, here we go. I can catch you up here with slides. All right, here we are. NR 140 groundwater standards. This morning you approved us going to preliminary public hearing on a new scope statement that will incorporate new DHS recommendations for 6 PFAS. Just a reminder that the last action on groundwater standards for PFAS was rescinded. We rescinded a scope statement this month that was DG 17, sorry, is that the right one? Yes, DG 1722 that sought to incorporate 4 new PFAS into that rule, so that we ended that action, and this new action that you helped us start this morning is the only action we'll have on PFAS groundwater standards. So I just want to make that clear. And you will see us, if all goes well, in April to approve the scope statement at that time. All right, next item is NR 812 and NR 146. This is related to, 812 is related to well construction. And particularly, we're making changes to pump installation requirements, modernizing those requirements, and we're working closely with the industry to make sure those changes meet their needs. We're mostly doing just cleanup to NR 146, which relates to well driller licensing and registration. There's no major changes here, just putting in place some cleanup. The next rule I want to highlight is NR 809. We have an open scope statement there. And we need to adopt the federal lead and, the federal lead and copper rule improvements. And this new rule focuses a lot on identification and removal of lead service lines and more rigorous monitoring under this rule. I just wanted to note here that the federal lead and copper rule improvements is currently under review by the new federal administration, and we will be watching any federal actions on that one and take the direction of Congress and EPA moving forward on that rule. Another 809 change, we have an open scope statement to incorporate the federal PFAS standards into our state drinking water standards. And we also have a scope statement that will address technical edits that are required to maintain our authority to implement the Safe Drinking Water Act in Wisconsin, or also referred to as primacy. And for this rule also, similar to the lead rules, there is a federal review of the national maximum contaminant levels for PFAS, and we're watching that, and we should know more by April of this year, and that will determine how we ultimately move forward with that rule. All right, so now moving into challenges now and into the future. The first I'd like to highlight is cybersecurity. Nationally, drinking water systems have been victims of cybersecurity threats, unfortunately. Our program is working together with CISA and emergency management to work with utilities to protect them from cyber attacks. We know we're all vulnerable to cyber attacks. We use computers and smartphones in our daily lives. The high risk of public health impacts at water utilities when these attacks happen at water systems is particularly concerning. Unfortunately, we have seen events that people have turned off pumps and increased chemical feeds, et cetera, remotely through a cyber attack. And that's the sort of action that we're trying to prevent against here. Next item, meeting community and industry water use needs. Wisconsin, as we know, is a water-rich state, but climate change has increased the severity of drought and floods. Groundwater flooding occurs when the groundwater table rises above the ground surface, effectively creating new water bodies on the surface. Droughts can cause wells to go dry, which is something we've seen in recent years in the state. And we're working proactively with industry, water-intensive businesses looking to the Great Lakes to meet their water use needs. You've probably seen in the news some of the proposals for data centers and pharmaceutical manufacturing in southeast Wisconsin. Those are the types of businesses that we're talking with and working closely with to meet their needs. Similarly, high-capacity wells are being proposed around the state, and we're working on solutions, particularly in areas of the state where there may already be water stressors on the groundwater resources, so that we can still accommodate their business and not cause additional stress to the water resources. Most of the state is, as I said, water rich, but particularly in some central and northern parts of the state where we have high bedrock, crystalline bedrock right near the surface, it makes it challenging to access groundwater resources there. All right. Nitrates in groundwater, nitrates in private wells and small public water systems is a current problem. Currently, we have something like 30 to 40 small public water systems exceed the nitrate standard for drinking water every year. And in some areas of the state, about 20% of private wells exceed the nitrate standard of 10 milligrams per liter. We are collaborating with stakeholders and other water quality programs in the agency to employ strategies to minimize loss of nitrates to groundwater. The American Rescue Plan Act well compensation program that I mentioned earlier has helped us replace many wells impacted by nitrates to fix the situation for individual properties. But we have a long ways to go there. We're in the order of hundreds of wells replaced, and we have currently likely over 800,000 operational wells, and something between 10 and 20% of them likely have high nitrates in them. So we're not going to address the whole problem with the current compensation program. The statutory well compensation program that's in place really needs a change there in order to allow us to deliver grants to private well owners with wells testing above the nitrate drinking water standard. All right, groundwater research. We have a program called the Joint Solicitation, where we work with the university to solicit for proposals for groundwater research annually. And we regularly get in good projects that will address things like nitrates, PFAS, radium, and arsenic. Those areas all need more research in Wisconsin to better understand the dynamics here and to protect drinking water users. We also need additional groundwater table mapping. We work with the State Geological Survey on that, and more work's needed there. We need work on source water protection, which is a term we use to protect, or a whole bunch of strategies we use to protect groundwater that are sources of drinking water. So a lot more information is needed, yet the funding for this type of research has not increased in many years. And again, considering inflation of recent, this makes it very difficult. We're probably in a position now with the base level funding that we might not even be able to fund one project a year moving forward. So some additional challenges related to PFAS. With the recent monitoring of public water systems, we have found approximately 90 public water systems exceed the new federal drinking water standards in Wisconsin for PFAS. And we have done private well testing statewide. We did a background study where we tested 450 private wells statewide. We spread that out over the whole state. We broke Wisconsin up into a grid, 450 cells, and sampled one private well in each cell in the state. And we found, I think, just a handful of those, 3 to 4% of them exceed the new federal drinking water standards. But we still don't know, how water systems are impacted, particularly private wells impacted in other parts of the state. 450 wells crossing the whole state is really it's not a very fine grain analysis there. And so we do need additional funding to work with private well owners, and particularly for testing where we have some known concerns, like in counties where we've already found it, say in a public water system nearby, or in other wells nearby, or we have a known plume of PFAS in an area. We need to work to test more private wells to interrupt that exposure to these harmful chemicals. All right. Another challenge is disinfection or the lack thereof. We have about 50 systems in Wisconsin, and these dots shown on the map, that these are municipal systems that don't currently disinfect their water. And disinfection equals public health protection. As I tell some people, I love the taste of chlorine in water. It's the taste of safety, in my opinion. Yet, you know, we're about past 100 years past the first systems that disinfected with chlorine. Yet we still have some systems in Wisconsin that don't. And we're learning more things about viruses and other pathogens like Legionella in plumbing systems that can cause things like Legionnaire's disease that can run rampant in systems that don't have disinfectants. In fact, this last year in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, there's a system serving about 10,000 people that they had an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease in that community. Unfortunately, some people were hospitalized, and after much deliberation, they did decide to add chlorination to their system, and now they're moving forward with disinfection into the future. It's something we continue to educate and work with these communities on. We do not have the ability to require disinfection at these communities. Funding gaps, as we know, there's a lot of infrastructure needs. We have aging drinking water infrastructure, and we have been implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. We know through regular needs surveys that are conducted of water utilities that this funding will not be enough to meet the need. And we also have funding gaps in our own program implementation. We rely heavily on federal funds to pay staff and pay our contractors to do this sort of work. And that funding has been flat through this period of inflation. We also have needs like information technology needs to adequately manage the data that, and we're a data heavy business. We every day get information from certified laboratories on drinking water quality, and we have to process that data and make sure requirements are being met and people are safe in the state. We have workforce challenges. We have numerous well drillers and licensed public water system operators in the state, but you know, we're told that their numbers are declining when you know, when there are open positions. These public water systems and well drilling companies struggle to fill positions. We need an increased workforce to tackle things like lead service line replacement and aging private well infrastructure and ongoing rural development with water supply needs in Wisconsin. As I've pointed out here today, we rely heavily on groundwater and private well supply in our rural areas. And that's unfortunately in the future, as I'm told by well drillers, that they are really concerned about the ability to maintain their industry because of the lack of people coming into that industry currently. All right, some other challenges. Some things you might have heard in the news are like the addition of fluoride to drinking water to protect dental health. That's something that many communities are considering now. We're getting ready to add some information to our website, some factual information about fluoride addition. Largely, the department's role is to make sure if a community provides fluoride, that they do it safely, that they have the right pumping equipment, the right chemicals, and that they test the water regularly to make sure that the amount fed is in the recommended range. Some other things like algal toxins. We've in the past been sampling Lake Winnebago water systems for algal toxins, both in their source water in the lake, but also after it's been treated to see if we're treating for those toxins and protecting public health. That has been a part of unregulated contaminant monitoring nationally. And we'll also be this summer looking at, with our colleagues in other DNR programs, looking at samples from Lake Superior where we've seen new algal blooms there. Some other emerging contaminants that are on our radar are lithium, manganese, strontium, neonicotinoids, it's a type of pesticide, and microplastics. And particularly watching what work is being done in Michigan in regard to microplastics in drinking water. With that, that was my overview. Happy to talk more about any of those subjects or any questions that you have.
You got a lot on your plate, Steve.
Yeah. Job security.
Any questions or comments from the board? Marcy.
Thank you. I think this was one that I brought up a few months ago to have a update, and I'm sorry we're kind of crunched for time, but you mentioned with the PFAS that we now know that there's roughly 90 public systems that need to address it.
Yep.
At the federal standard.
Yep.
Do you have the number for, this was kind of triggered by the standard that we set, Wisconsin set a few years ago, correct? 70.
Yeah, the 70, I think we've had 2 or 3 systems, two systems that have exceeded the 70, and we've worked with them to work through the process and install treatment. I think, both are on a path. I don't know exactly today.
Right.
But yeah.
But we've learned a lot in the past few years.
We've learned a lot because
from the sampling.
Yeah, like 2,000 public water systems have sampled for PFAS. A few years ago, we had, a handful. So we have a lot more information now. I can confidently say, who's impacted currently, which is those 90 systems. And that's also allowed us to then open up funding to those systems. So the bipartisan infrastructure law has been very helpful to get funding to those 90 systems. We've made that available to those systems if they have a detect of PFAS. And so it doesn't matter that currently they don't exceed a state standard for PFAS. They still have that availability of funds.
Okay, and it is public information as well, right? People
Correct.
can know what your
Yes.
facility is testing.
Yes, we've asked systems to public notice the information if they're above the current groundwater standard recommendation, which is 20 parts per trillion. If they're above that, we've asked those systems to public notice their customers about that information. And all the information is on our website too. We're one of the few states that provides all the water quality information on their website. They can search their water system or search PFAS and see those 90 systems on there, for instance.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear that. And similarly for what you've been able to do for the lead service lines, do we have a good read on where the problems are and how to address them, or how the local entity can address them?
Yeah, so as part of the lead and copper rule revisions that we're implementing, systems, all systems that are regulated under that rule had to provide a service line inventory by October of last year, and we received those from the vast majority of the systems, and that shows where they have lead service lines, where they have unknown service line materials, where they have galvanized service lines that are hooked up to lead that then they'll have to replace them. So we have all that information. We're in the process of crunching all that information now and uploading it to a database. And right now, today, I can't tell you, what the result of that was, because we're only maybe half to 2/3 of the way through that review. But once those all get reviewed and uploaded, we will have a more accurate picture of what, like for instance, how many lead service lines there are in the state. For some years, the Public Service Commission has received information from the utilities, but that it has some limitations. It's self-reported information, and it didn't have a lot of specific guidelines to it like the new law has on what records are adequate for creating an inventory.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
we'll know more
thanks.
moving forward.
One more.
Go ahead.
Agree, very water-rich state. It is an incredible economic development driver. At what point do we need to start talking about water conservation? Or are we already, is there an education kind of network of water conservation, even though we feel like a water-rich state?
Yeah. We already do have water conservation laws and education that we regularly engage in our program. I think, and just for instance, we're a member of the Alliance for Water Efficiency out of Chicago. We've got, as part of the Great Lakes Compact implementation, we've had to, but we really embraced the water conservation aspects of that law that we applied statewide in some instances. A lot of that is education and voluntary type nature. There's some situations where there's like, say, a newer increased withdrawal of water from the Great Lakes Basin that water conservation plans are then required. And we're working through all those sort of requirements and working with stakeholders in that regard.
Great, thank you.
Patty?
My question is on you brought up cybersecurity and the drinking water supply. And if we had a municipality that actually was attacked and, they shut off the pumps and increased the chemicals or whatever, what would that look like? What would the role of the DNR be in something like that?
Yeah, I mean, if it did happen, we'd work closely with the utility for, a response. And that could be everything from, we have emergency sampling kits around the state that we could sample for contaminants if something was introduced into the system. We would work with them on if there was like an overfeed of a chemical, we'd work quickly to try to get that system back into normal operation. That may include shutting off pumps, public noticing, flushing, if there was an overfeed of a chemical, flushing out the system, and doing that properly so that if it's, say, chlorine, we're not dumping it into a waterway that will then cause a fish kill, so it's a very complicated scenario, but we do have experience with that sort of thing, and we do have engineers in the field that work closely with operators and understand the systems, and can work through that with the operator. So we really encourage, and it really is a partnership that we encourage good interaction and relations between our staff and the operators in the state. We also have other resources like Wisconsin Rural Water Association that has equipment and expertise too that can be brought in to help in different scenarios. So it would be sort of a team approach to responding to something like that.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Robin?
I know we're like in
Worry
this,
about
we
her.
still have a lot left on our agenda for today, but I just quickly, Steve,
Yep.
I know that we are a delegated state for implementing the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. Two quick questions. Is that unique, or do many states have that same authority and take on the responsibility for implementing that? And is there funding associated in general? I'm assuming that we get funding then from the federal government for that implementation. Is that correct?
Yep. So yes, we are one of 49 states that has primacy to implement the Safe Drinking Water Act. The only state is Wyoming that doesn't have primacy to implement that. And that's the Safe Drinking Water Act is implemented directly by US EPA in Wyoming. And we do get funding. I mentioned it briefly earlier, the Public Water Supply Supervision Grant. It's part of a family of that's called STAG grants from EPA. That's the State and Territory Assistant Grants, I think, that allow us to fund staff and contracts to implement the program. One thing I'll note, some of our money, we contract with local health departments to implement part of the Safe Drinking Water Act around the state directly with, and we have, I think it's over 45 counties that we have contracts with, and that's a really efficient use of the money. So the reason we do it that way is then say a water system, and when I'm talking about these water systems, it's like a bar or restaurant with their own well. That's a public water system, and they already receive a inspection by like a county sanitarian, right? So we said, how about we contract with you and you also look at the water system when you're there. We'll train you, we'll give you the information you need to do that. And so we do that. So it's efficient use of the resources. And I think the water systems really like it because they see one inspector then. Okay, so that's one very concrete example of how we're very efficient with our resources. Another big funding mechanism is the Safe Drinking Water Loan Program. And we actually have the authority to take what we call set-asides from that. So it's sort of like an administrative pull of some of that money to then implement that program, the loan program, but also do things like, well, actually, we use set-asides for that grant program with the counties, and so, or the contracts with the counties, and so that allows us to deliver the program. Now, the problem is here, I mentioned earlier that Congress, with the congressionally directed spending, they took that grant they took 54% of that grant for individual projects around the state, drinking water projects, but that then reduced by 54% the amount of that set aside we have to do that good, efficient work with counties to implement this program around the state and make sure our drinking water is safe. And so that pull has really made it difficult for us to fund the work we do to protect drinking water in the state, if that makes sense. So that's one of our biggest challenges right now in terms of funding.
Thanks, Steve.
All right.
Any other questions? Thank you, Steve. Very thorough review. A lot of work ahead of us.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next item is 6C, report of the 2024-25 deer season. More deer. Jamie Adams, Customer and Outreach Services Field Operations Section Manager, Andy Sedacek, Acting Communications Director, and Casey Krieger, Chief Warden, and a curtain call for Jeff Pritzel, Deer Program Specialist. Welcome back, Jeff.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here today, Secretary Hoon, Chair Smith. I am Jamie Adams, Field Operations Section Manager for our Customer and Outreach Services, and I get the pleasure of kicking this off today. So we'll start out with some license sales. Overall, we did see a 1% increase in all of our license sales this year to 793,880, as you can see. We had a 3% decrease in archery sales, but a 6% increase in crossbow sales, which attributed to that 1% growth. Gun was also up 1% this year. So we can take a look at where these licenses are sold. Our deer license sales generally follow our overall license sales trends, where about 68% of them are sold online through our Go Wild system. 32% of them are roughly sold at our agent locations. We have about 800 agent locations across the state, and about 2% of them are sold at our 13 service centers throughout the state as well. We had license sales in all 50 states or from all 50 states and 27 countries this year. Top states in order, as usual, is Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, Florida, and Iowa. 6 of our 13 service centers actually rounded out our top 30 sales locations this year, so that was exciting. We had Janesville at 23, Fitchburg, Green Bay, Eau Claire, and Wausau and Waukesha, all from 25 through 29th, which was exciting to see. We had a total of 742,778 of our total license sales went to our Wisconsin residents, while about 51,100 went to non-residents this year. That was up about 2,400 for residents, down about 480 or so for non-residents. And Friday, the day before our gun deer season, is usually our busiest day, and it was no different this year. We sold on that day alone 99,755 licenses. Yep, unpredictable this year for sure. Patron sales were up from 2023. We saw 64,801 patron sales last year, or in 2023. For 2024, we saw 65,469 patron licenses. That makes up about 8% of our total deer license sales. So we'll take a look at a few hunter demographics. As you can see here, it's very similar to last year. About 23% of our total new hunters were females this year, which is exciting for me to see. Of our total sales, about 11% is female, which is very similar to last year. And of our mentored sales, we saw about 26% of our new mentored sales were archery and crossbow. Our older generation is still going strong. Our oldest hunters are still out there. The oldest male license purchaser was 103 this year. Our oldest female license purchaser was 97. We had 623 licenses sold to customers over 90 years of age. And we had 10,162 customers purchase licenses between the ages of 81 and 89. So glad to see our older generation is still out there and getting to enjoy the season as well. And last but not least, we want to talk about customer service. I would like to take this chance to publicly thank all of my customer service reps, all of our in-person that deal with our customers, all of our behind-the-scenes staff for all the hard work and dedication that they do, not just during this gun deer sales, but for all they do all year for all of our customers. So thank you to my staff. The week before gun deer is our busiest week every year. This was no different. We saw for the entire week 7,512 calls. That was down about 1% from last year. 98% of those calls were answered in 1 minute with our average speed of answer of just 17 seconds. So our customers were definitely not waiting long. Our busiest day was Friday, the 22nd. We fielded 2,336 calls. 98% of those calls were answered in 5 minutes. And again, we had that average speed of answer of just 17 seconds. Our busiest hour was just past the noon hour from 1 to 2, where we had 245 calls in that hour alone. These do include our law enforcement calls that come in through our hotline and our non-emergency lines. We saw about 390 or so of those that week as well. We saw about 700 fewer calls this year than last year, which means our customers are able to self-serve, which we do like. To cap out the deer season from September 14th to January 5th, our staff took 74,854 calls, which is about 29% of our annual volume. And we also answered 4,713 emails during that time as well. To put that into perspective, our total calls for 2024 was 256,889. And we fielded 2,123 emails. Now that's done by about 63 staff or so, depending on our staffing levels. They're allocated across our 13 service centers and our call center here in Madison. So shout out to all of those guys. And with that, if there are no questions, I will turn it over to Andy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jamie.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Excellent.
Welcome.
All right. Thanks, Jamie. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, members of the board. My name is Andy Sedlacek, and I'm the Acting Communications Director for the DNR. I'm here today to share some brief highlights of the 2024 deer season from the perspective of the Office of Communications. Oh, could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay. This deer season was very similar to past seasons for our team, with lots of attention from the public on the DNR's social media platforms, as well as from our media partners around the state. Our team of public information officers is now seasoned when it comes to hunting, with everyone having more than one season under their belts at minimum. But I would still like to recognize and share my appreciation of our team's hard work in making all of this happen. And I also want to express sincere gratitude to our program staff who helped us respond to the many media inquiries that we received before, during, and after the season, as well as the many questions we received from the public via social media and email. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So starting off with traditional media, in 2024, we sent out 32 news releases and held 5 media briefings. In addition to this, the greater DNR team completed 158 media interviews to help us get the word out about the season. That is a 33% increase in news releases over the 24 we sent in 2023, which naturally gave us a lift in media coverage. In 2024, we saw a 72% increase in views of stories compared to 2023, with 19 billion views across 10,563 total media mentions. I'd also like to point out that this media coverage is the equivalent of $203 million had we paid for the same amount of coverage as advertising. That is a new metric we started tracking last year, and we're excited to see how this has already grown. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Now let's take a look at the social media side. During the entire deer season, the DNR published 152 pieces of content across all DNR social media platforms. We published 36% fewer posts in 2024 compared to 2023, but our reach was much greater last year with over 8 million views in 2024 compared to 2.5 million in 2023. The total number of clicks to the DNR website to access our deer resources from these social media posts was up 162% as compared to 2023, with nearly 289,000 clicks. Additionally, our social media team of 4, who handle our social media efforts along with their other public information officer duties, we all stayed busy during November reading and responding to over 4,800 comments and direct messages from the public. This was up 2% over 2023, and it's great to see that the public utilizes these platforms to engage with the DNR, get their questions answered, get excited about the season, and then share their experiences and successes after the season wraps up. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Lastly, I wanted to update you briefly on our larger paid R3 efforts. As a reminder from past years, this campaign runs concurrently with a separate hunter safety campaign and happens not only on social media, but as digital ads on websites, billboards, radio ads, and more across Wisconsin. This year, our campaign ads were viewed an estimated 13.7 million times. Those ads also sent nearly 21,000 clicks to our Go Hunting webpage, which was built specifically to get both new and returning hunters the information they need to be successful and safe during the season. To wrap things up, the DNR's Office of Communications was as busy as ever with deer hunting season in 2024, and we found our groove within our team and with our program staff. I'm really proud of the work that our team did, most importantly, the service excellence we provided to the public and the teamwork we had with our program staff. So that is it for me, and I will pass things over to Chief Krieger unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Are there questions for Andy?
No,
All
yeah,
right.
I'd say great job. And social media can be a scary place. And I read a lot of the comments and was really proud of how you guys handled contentious comments at times, so kudos.
Thank you. I
Very good.
appreciate that. All right, thanks.
Here, Deb Dassel here. You continue to be amazing. So we're very proud to have you here.
Thanks, Deb. All right, on to
Okay.
Chief Krieger.
Thank you, Andy.
All right, thanks,
Casey
Andy.
Krieger, Chief Warden.
Yeah,
Casey,
good
you're up.
afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Jan, Deputy Secretary Stephen Little, the rest of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Casey Krieger. I'm the Chief Warden and Division Administrator for the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection. And I bring to you today some really great news. Been anxious to share this since November, December when we learned of it, but 2024 turned out to be an incredibly safe gun deer season across the state of Wisconsin. I'm happy to report, Ashley might have to help me out if I mess this up. I'm happy to report that we only had one non-fatal hunting incident throughout the 9 days. And just to provide some perspective there, if you go back 40 years, so 1984, we had 55 non-fatal incidents and 5 fatals during those 9 days. So obviously in 2024, only having one non-fatal, it's the safest season that we've had in over 40 years. So it's pretty incredible effort by all of our staff, our hunter safety instructors, our safety section program staff, all our conservation wardens, all our partners. You've heard Andy and Jamie talk about the legs of our stool in the department that we use to get this work done. It's awe-inspiring to have that many people out with that many weapons and to have such a safe season is pretty neat. Dovetailing into the hunter education participation in 2024, we got about 20,100 folks through our 770 safety courses that we offered statewide. And then just again, to touch on the public outreach that Andy had talked about, we utilized a lot of those social media platforms, and throughout the efforts of the agency, we were able to recruit 496 new volunteer instructors into that program. So pretty phenomenal work. And again, we could not accomplish any of that solely in our division without the immense help from everybody else. Transitioning into our R3 program, I just thought I'd take a moment to share some of the highlights and accomplishments from our division and agency during 2024. Just a couple examples, the DNR partnered with the National Deer Association to provide Deer Hunting 101 classes, which is basically a series of 14 videos that we offer on the YouTube channel to help folks start to wade into the waters of hunting that weren't brought up in a hunting household or a farm, to get folks introduced to the sport of hunting. We also have contracts with organizations to provide R3 program and events. We collaboratively worked with the folks over at Becoming an Outdoors Person. Together, we put on 20 different programs and events and focused on some sort of aspect of deer hunting. Topics include learning to hunt deer, bow hunting, virtual scouting, hunting public land, as well as things like canning venison. So trying to reach the gamut of from start to finish, from hunting to all the way through processing the animal, because we found through a lot of our conversations with the public, folks weren't interested in getting into hunting unless they knew they could utilize the resource at the end. And then finally, for this particular slide, something that I thought I would just highlight as another neat example during the statewide December antlerless season, the National Deer Association and Becoming an Outdoors Woman connected with private landowners over in Adams County to provide antlerless hunt opportunities later on in the season to get folks introduced to the sport. So I just thought it was a pretty neat example of thinking outside the box traditionally and how we do our business and reach our public. Finally, just kind of the report out from the Conservation Warden Service. And again, Jamie had talked a little bit about some of the calls coming in to our hotline and our customer service staff. But from our information with boots on the ground, we had 12,018 patrol contacts, 1,328 calls for service, and then 498 hotline tips. And again, pretty strong, phenomenal numbers during 9 days for our staff to get accomplished. But again, can't underscore enough the assistance that we get from our public. There is no way we could get accomplished what we do without the participation and partnerships with our our partner agencies as well as all the public out there. We can educate, we can provide information, we can do everything on our end, but they have to be receptive, take that information, utilize it. And having our safe season and having those types of numbers where our public are contacting us to come and address a particular issue is a pretty neat example of that. Just to finish up some of the common violations or calls for service that we received. Again, this year were licensing violations, baiting violations, as well as safety-related violations. So things such as loaded guns in the car, shooting from the roadway, those types of things. And the common violations coming into the hotline, again, licensing violations, shooting hours violations, as well as baiting violations. So those were the kind of the top. We deal on a multitude of things from ATV registrations to all kinds of things, but those were the particular work areas that stuck out again this year for what our folks accomplished. So that's what I had as a quick synopsis for the 2024 gun deer season. I don't know if there's any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Casey. Questions? Doug and then Robin.
Thanks, Chair. And I just kind of reinforce what exciting news he had there. That's pretty cool. It's a testament to our programs and all our instructors that are out there. You know, I was fortunate enough for about 20 years to be a hunter ed instructor, and it's not easy. It's time commitment. It's hoping you deliver the message, and you know, when you see that, you know it's working. So that's really good. Testament to all our hard work from our instructors.
Well said. Robin?
Well, congratulations again on such a safe season. I'm wondering though, can you just put in perspective what the compliance rate is for licensing for hunters? I mean, do you see that 99% of the hunters are licensed, or are you, I mean, do you have any number like that?
Yeah, it's hard to quantify, but I can tell you that well over 90%, north of 90% of our folks that are out there are trying to do the right thing and are law compliant. That's why we work so hard to educate and get those questions answered ahead of the 9-day gun deer season, just so folks aren't put into a goofy spot unintentionally violating a law. The license piece is difficult because we've, again, like so many things we talked about this morning, we've traversed from back tags to in-person registration, and it's hard to quantify. Our wardens still see it, but it's hard to truly measure it up because we never took any specific data sets when we had back tags and stuff to kind of compare it to. I get asked that a lot, and what I tell folks is usually the people that weren't going to hunt with a license before are choosing to not hunt with a license now, and whether they borrowed a friend's back tag and put it on their back or whatever to avoid buying a license. Our wardens are on it, and they're finding new ways to catch up with those folks that do that.
Thanks, and thanks to all your staff.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Other questions, comments?
Good work. Good work.
Thank you.
Great season. Thanks, Casey.
Thanks, Chair. I'll turn it over to Jeff.
All right. Jeff Pritzel, Deer Program Specialist. Welcome back, Jeff. Have you got any steam left in your engine today?
Yeah, well, this should be a little easier conversation because, again, Jeff Pritzel, I'm State Deer Program Specialist, and thank you, Chair Smith and Secretary Hyun and members of the board to have the opportunity to share with you the results from the actual harvest of the 2024 deer season. We also have, I think, relatively good news to share in as much as that our harvest numbers were up from 2023. This map just gives an overview of the season framework across the state. In the Northern Forest zone, we did have 2 deer management units, Ashland and Iron County, that were a buck-only status this year, no antlerless quota offered. And then in the farmland zones, both the central and the southern farmland, those shaded counties indicate the counties that participated in the holiday hunt between Christmas Eve and New Year's, the firearm antlerless only season, and then as well as most of those counties participated in an extension of the archery season to the end of January. The blue shaded counties are the ones that did participate in the holiday hunt, but not the January extension. Overall, the harvest, again, we were at 320,000 plus deer last fall compared to just shy of 300,000 in 2023. So about a 7% increase in the overall harvest. Of course, that wasn't uniform across the state or uniform across the fall during different seasons. See, a big part of the increase did occur in the archery seasons, both vertical and crossbow. And part of that reflects that this was a year where there was essentially an extra week of archery season prior to the gun deer season. We have these cycles with our opening days, and so this was a year where we had an early opener for the archery season and a late opener for the firearm season. So they had another week during the best harvest opportunities, and so that led to more of an increase in the archery seasons. That slight decrease we see in the youth hunt is really just a factor of we had a really good harvest in 23 for the youth hunt. And because that's just a one weekend event, it tends to be very weather, influenced, so the harvest usually is between 4,000 and 8,000, so we were north of 7,000. So it was really another good year for the youth season as well. This map breaks out the harvest by the 4 deer management zones, but in the interest of time, I've got a better way to display this visually, one deer zone at a time. And so I'm going to go through the 4 zones, starting in the south with the southern farmland. And this graph is what we call our day of season graph, or a cumulative harvest over the course of the fall. As you can see, there's 3 lines on the graph. The red line represents 2024. The blue line represents 2023, so we can compare it to last year, and the hash line represents the 5-year average. So we see that in the southern farmland, pretty consistent harvest, and they pretty much fell right on the 5-year average that we've seen. The central farmland had an increase in harvest and also was above the 5-year average. And by virtue of the size of the zone and the number of deer in the zone, this is really our deer factory. It's generating the largest numbers. And embedded within this year, and this is it's a good news, bad news aspect of it, depending on how you look at it, but 13 of the counties in the central farm broke a new record of high buck harvest. And of course, that is from an aspect of opportunity, that is good, but that also reflects the fact that we have an increasing deer population in the central farmland, which is not our objective. And most of this increase that we see in the harvest last fall was in buck harvest, not in antlerless harvest. And we continue to work and strive towards increasing that antlerless harvest in both of the farmland zones. And like the central farmland, the central forest experienced a very good season last fall with a harvest that was well above the 5-year average and the previous year. And the northern forest increased from 2023, but still didn't quite make it to the 5-year average. So there's certainly room for growth and interest and expectations. But we did see an increase again from 2023. But again, most of that increase occurred during the archery seasons. The gun season was pretty consistent with the previous year. So just a few other nuggets from the past year that we share with you every year. You'll get a more thorough CWD report here during the April board meeting, I believe, if not May, after their entire sampling season is complete. But overall, participation in CWD sampling continues to be pretty constant, around 17,000 samples collected over the course of the year. That's been where we've been the last 3-4 years. The number of positives continues to slightly increase. We're over 1,700 positives as of early February, and I suspect that those numbers will change just a little bit more as we wrap up the season. We offered 242 sampling locations for people to bring in their samples, including kiosks and some of those that are adopted by local organizations. And then the disposal options we have, as was referenced earlier, most of that comes in the form of portable dumpsters for people to dispose of their waste after butchering their deer to avoid putting it out on the landscape. And that's been pretty steady the last couple of years as well. Our deer donation program, unfortunately, continues to decline just a little bit each year, 5% down from the previous year. And that really has to do with the challenges with having the volume of accessibility to processors. But we did get a slight increase. We have 55 processors this year compared to 53 last year. And in recognition of some areas of the state where having drop-off donation processors is just challenging because there aren't any in some counties, in the area of Green Lake, Marquette, and then added this year Columbia County, local conservation organizations in concert with their advisory councils are offering a refrigerated semi-truck as a drop-off to try to encourage, deer donations in that part of the state. To enhance that program. So we appreciate their efforts there. So real quick summary for all four of us. Again, just that deer license sales actually increased just a smidge this year. Again, that number has changed. This says 0.2%, but it's closer to 1% when things have become finalized. But bottom line is it's stable to increasing as opposed to decreasing. And again, the highlight that this was the safest season on record, at least for the last 40 years of record keeping. Overall, we had the 7% increase in the harvest, and we're above the 5-year average. But again, I want to reiterate that we still struggle to achieve our antlerless harvest objectives in the farmland zones. Again, CWD sampling efforts similar to last year. We did decrease the testing turnaround time from 9 days down to 8 days, so that was good news. And again, we had a slight increase in the number of positives compared to last year at this time. I think that's it. That's a wrap.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
You bet.
Questions of Jeff? Marcy?
Just a few, and I promise it'll save us time on board member matters. So on the processing and the deer donations, significant concern on how we handle this. And I just wanted to share, and maybe you've already heard about it, that there are examples in the Vernon County area of individuals doing kind of a matchmaking program of families who could utilize venison and hunters who were willing to donate. And just in a couple weeks' time off of a Facebook post, the woman who started it matched 50 families. And so that's just one microcosm. I just think we have to really push the thought process of how we get this done. And I think Casey's slide of the butchering class helps. How to utilize venison, all that sort of stuff really helps. But I sure hope that the whole team can think about that and encourage that wherever possible. We hear so much about the North not having deer. I just hope people tour some of our areas because we're still seeing 125 deer in a field, and this has been such a mild winter. I can't wait to see what the doe drop in June. Also on Mike Foy's point earlier today, Karen, welcome aboard. I hope that the CWD discussion and that survey and everything just keep pushing because it's, like I said, with the population that we have, the increase is just really scary on the herd health and what could happen with that in the future. And finally, on a policy issue, we received a letter from a disabled hunter who was concerned that he couldn't hunt private land at a certain time of the year. And I just hope that there's follow-up with that gentleman. Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions, comments? Doug and then Robin.
Thanks, Jeff. So the northern forest had an increase. I don't know if we can go back to that slide, but I guess it don't matter what. So you broke down the central farmland harvest increase and it was more buck. Well, what was that northern forest increase? Do you know the breakdown on that one?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing that up because that is a point of interest. Most of that increase was bucks, and again, it was during the archery seasons leading up to the firearm season. But we did see an increase in antlerless harvest as well in the northern forest. And what's interesting about that is we actually had reduced antlerless permit availability by about 15% in response to the previous year, where we had higher permit levels And we saw that 30% decline in harvest from the previous year. And so this year we did back off on permit levels, and yet the antlerless harvest actually increased by 13%. So that is one more indication that our harvest results are more conditional and becoming more conditional and volatile and less predictable and connected to that cause and effect relationship of permit availability.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is I share Marcy's concern about CWD. You know, Menominee County reservation had its first wild positive, so, you know, there's that. But your samples look like about 10% positive. So, you know, number of samples taken to positive results, 10%. I mean, it's incredible. For me,
yeah,
it's just dark.
And we're sharing the numbers, of course, at a statewide level. And if you narrow that down more locally, you'd see those percentages of prevalence, you know, change and be even more concentrated in the areas that we know in the endemic area.
Yeah, and then for us, it's a more of a subsistence hunt community than it is sport hunt. So, you know, it raises even a bigger concern. And I reached out to Glyphwick to see what they were doing with their ceded territory positives and how the hunters, their subsistence hunting, they're handling it. But, you know, and again, it varies. But you know, and when you come to feeding the hungry or the donation programs, our communities, that's what they do. Our hunters are feeding our communities. You know, we give them a lot of tags, but they kill a lot of deer and they donate them to their families or relatives, the elders. And, you know, are we going to keep doing that with this on the horizon? Well, reality, it's here. How do we handle that? A lot of issues, just a big concern.
Robin?
Yeah, Jeff, I just want to make sure I was understanding one of the graphs that you showed. It looked to me like the deer harvest up north, there was a greater harvest that occurred at the end, towards the end of the season. And I'm wondering if that was related to the availability of snow or tracking or weather conditions. It seemed like the additional season towards the end kind of boosted those numbers up. Is that correct? Or
in the northern forest, we shouldn't have seen the post-gun season. It tends to be pretty flat. I mean, that big increase that the graph was showing is capturing the gun season, the 9-day gun season, and then it levels off and you get a little bit of a bump during that 4-day December antlerless season. And that might have been better this year because we did have better conditions with snow cover. You know, unfortunately, we didn't have snow cover opening weekend of the gun season. It arrived on Monday, and then that did actually enhance the gun season harvest somewhat with the colder conditions and the snow on the ground. But yeah, I'm not recalling that we saw any kind of a elevation in the northern forest, you know, in December.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions, comments? Well, I'll say one thing, Jeff, at the end here. In a day filled with a lot of angst and debate, I'm going to take just a split second to celebrate. This is a wonderful report. It was a great deer season. Participation was up, harvests were up, and the safety record was a modern day record.
Mm-hmm.
And those are all wonderful things. And some of those are in the face of long-term trends that are in the other direction. So this was a little bit of a pushback year, and I think we ought to just take a deep breath, celebrate, and then get on to work for the future.
All right. Thank you. Happy to do that.
Congratulations to you and all of the staff involved in this.
All right. Thanks. Thank you all.
Okay, item 6D, update on the 24 elk season, the population projections, and the 2025 harvest quotas. Christina Kazuski. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Secretary Young, Chair Smith, the rest of the Natural Resource Board. I'm Christina Kazuski. I'm the wildlife biologist for Jackson County out of Black River Falls, and I manage the central elk herd in the county. Today, I'll be providing to you an update on the 2024 elk harvest season, Wisconsin elk herd population projection update, as well as sharing with you the 2025 approved elk quotas for the Clam Lake elk range and the Black River elk range. So there are two herds within two elk herds within Wisconsin, the northern elk herd, which resides in the Clam Lake Elk Range, and the central elk herd, which resides in the Black River Elk Range. The first modern day elk hunt was held in Wisconsin in the Clam Lake Elk Range in 2018. Since then, hunter success rates have been near that 100% success every year from 2018 to 2023. In 2024, I was in front of you near this time last year announcing the inaugural hunt of the Black River Elk Range hunt for the first time since reintroduction efforts occurred in 2015. And this additional opportunity to hunt elk in an additional area is really a testament to the herd health and the population growth of that herd, but as well as highlights the successful management by the department as well as our partner agencies that help with managing the elk herds. Each year, the department receives around 25 to 27,000 applications per year. And so currently the department sets the number of licenses that are available equal to the quota that we would like harvested. And so makes these licenses that are actually available to hunters quite limited currently, but yet we continue to see this large interest through the application process for a chance to win a Wisconsin elk tag. In 2024, the Clam Lake elk quota was 6 bulls. This quota is subject to 50% declaration by the ceded territory tribes, in which 4 state hunters received a tag, reserving that remaining quota for 4 tribal hunters to fill tags. Of the 8 bull quota in the Clam Lake Range, 6 bulls were harvested. Two state hunters and 4 tribal hunters filled their tags in 2024. And notably, of the state hunters that did fill their tags this year was the first year that a mentored hunter harvested an elk. And so that photo there is the mentor and his father, and the mentored hunter harvested a 10-year-old bull. And so that mentored hunter there is 10 years old, approximately 4 months older than the bull he harvested. So continuing to make history through harvest across in that Clam Lake area. For the 2024 Black River Elk Range, the quota was 4 bulls. So 4 state licensed hunters pursued elk in that Black River Elk Range this last October, of which they all harvested their elk on the 3rd day of the season. And 3 of them found success on private lands and 1 success on public lands of their choice. So. Since reintroduction, each herd has seen an overall increase in population estimates, roughly 5 to 10%, although during years of more difficult winters, that northern herd has seen some fluctuation in herd growth. So the 2024 post-calving population projection was estimated to be a midpoint of roughly 550 elk. You can see there on the graph, those gray shaded areas are confidence levels within that midpoint range delineated by a line. And so of the roughly 550 elk across Wisconsin, about 2/3 of those are associated to that northern herd and 1/3 to the central herd. So during the quota setting process, considerations are given to quite a spectrum of metrics to allow for kind of this tailored management in the form of harvest. And so it depends on, these metrics lie across a spectrum from biological across to social metrics. So our management plan, which was approved in August of last year, allows us to adaptively manage the elk population, and it offers a great amount of flexibility to be able to manage what is actively happening on the landscape. And so although each herd is increasing and seeing an increase in their population estimate, we do have the the ability to flexibly manage that rate of increase. And we can do that through setting quota harvests and harvesting elk. So one initial kind of consideration or discussion that occurs during the quota setting process is looking at or considering the biological aspects of each herd. And so generally, does each herd have a composition of animals that can sustain a harvest? And if so, what can that harvest level be? Populations such as calf recruitment, which is calves making it to their first year of life, the number of breeding aged bulls within the system, as well as reproducing cows, are all considerations biologically. As I mentioned, currently each herd is increasing in size at different rates between the northern and the central herd. However, we as managers can have an influence on that rate of growth, and one of the ways we can do that is through harvest. And one more significant way we can have an influence on that rate of growth is through antlerless harvest. Another point of consideration is where has that harvest occurred over time, so the distribution of harvest since hunting opened in 2018 in the Clam Lake area. Hunters have been able to pursue elk across the entirety of that management zone. And so keeping tabs on where harvest is occurring so that we are not over harvesting in certain subgroups to maintain that biological integrity to be able to sustain harvest into the future. Elk are a culturally significant species to many tribes within Wisconsin, and we as state resource managers are not only tasked at managing the resources for state licensed hunters, recreationalists, but also collaboratively with our tribal governments to ensure this robust resource sustainably in the future for all constituents in Wisconsin. So as we kind of shift into more of the social metrics of consideration, we do take note of the public satisfaction of the current herd size. And so we take a look at this as it pertains to the recreational and non-consumptive value that elk bring into Wisconsin. And so tourism, sightseeing, photography, it all contributes to a level of economic stimulation into the counties where elk reside. And it's a metric of consideration as we discuss bull harvest and trying to kind of conserve this cohort of large mature bulls, which often tend to bring in people into the area for a chance at a glimpse of a mature bull, getting that photograph, or also hearing a bugling bull during the breeding season. As herd size continues to grow and at times our elk subgroups shift locations across the management zones, conflict levels are continuing to be a topic of consideration while we set these quota levels, specifically agricultural damage concerns. It's a focal metric during our discussions in which we review and analyze the number of acres that are agriculturally damaged by elk, the number of claims that are paid out, and subsequently the financial amount of claims that are paid. It's through this antlerless harvest that we can kind of have more of a population level effect and achieve our management strategies if reducing that rate of growth for a particular herd is desired. So harvesting elk is one management tool that we have to be able to address to be able to address the number of elk that are residing within an area. However, within that approved management plan, there are additional strategies which can be implemented to work almost additively with the harvest of elk to be able to have a desired outcome. And so elk staff have previously implemented and will continue to implement some of these strategies listed here. And oftentimes, perhaps if an elk is in a new area or the number of elk in an area is small, we can work to harass elk out of an area, and we've actually seen good success with our rates of elk not returning to an area. One very efficient tool that we do have available to us and we've utilized quite regularly is the use of trap and relocating elk out of the conflict areas. And so this allows staff to capture multiple elk at one time. So anywhere between, 5, 10, 20 elk even in a single day or a single capture event. And so in 2025, our trapping season is roughly mid-December through the end of March. So far, we've captured and moved a total of 46 elk out of 2 conflict areas in the central zone over the course of 3 trapping sessions, And so our, if you may, catch per unit effort is quite large to be able to address some of those conflict areas and have a substantial effect on reducing the number of elk that are residing in that area. Another very effective abatement tool to reduce the amount of agricultural damage that's occurring in an area is to establish diversion crop fields. And so this is acreage that's intentionally planted to lure elk into these fields and off of adjacent or neighboring commercially produced fields. So any minute, day, or week that elk are spending in the lure crop fields, they are, not otherwise spent grazing in these adjacent commercially produced fields. And the department has piloted this project or this abatement technique over the course of the years and have seen great success. We can determine that by analyzing GPS locations that are on our collared elk to determine and see the use of these elk in this area. This growing season, we are committed to increasing the number of acreage that we will be planting in diversion crop fields to help support some of the concerns that we've heard in agriculturally damaged areas. Hunting units, the delineation of hunting units is another another strategy that we can utilize to focus our harvest pressure within a specific area. And so we have hunting units that are within our management zones and also in the central zone adjacent to our management zones. And this will allow us to set quotas for specific units to be able to reduce the number of elk that are residing in a specific unit if that's the desired outcome. 2 more here, quick, sorry. Our elk are species that are covered in our Wisconsin Damage and Abatement and Claims Program, which can supplement producers through financial compensation for the loss of agricultural production due to elk. And so by enrolling into the damage program, producers can receive compensation for that loss, that production loss, but also it does offer additional technical resources by USDA Wildlife Services to be able to implement some of these additional harassment techniques or abatement techniques, Lastly, the department does have the ability to issue nuisance shooting permits in kind of these extraordinary situations where perhaps other forms of abatement strategies have been attempted and failed, or it's just determined that there are no other viable options to be able to address that situation. And I just want to note that often our nuisance shooting permits are for the removal of perhaps a singular animal, where some of these other abatement strategies such as harassment or trap and relocate can address multiple animals in one given shot. The 2025 quota setting process began back in December after staff and committee members and the department considered a set of those metrics that I just talked about. It was decided by the department that an 8-bull quota would be allocated for the for the Clam Lake elk range, again, subject to that 50% declaration. And for the Black River elk range, a 4-bull quota was approved and a 5 antlerless quota was approved. So this recommendation, or these recommendations and subsequent approval of the antlerless hunt in the Black River elk range was premised around conversations surrounding that rate of growth that I've been referencing for the central herd. And so the central herd is doing quite well. We see roughly a 15 to 17% population increase annually. And so although under these harvest conditions or quota conditions, that herd down there will likely continue to at an increased trajectory. The rate of increase will be tapered down a little bit. And so this is, these quotas and approved quotas come at attempts to strike a balance between that biological integrity, tribal considerations and input, the social acceptance and non-consumptive values that elk bring to Wisconsin, and then also accounting for agricultural damage concerns that we've been hearing. So kind of the next steps here, our application process will open, our period will open March 1st and run until May 31st. Soon thereafter, application closure, we will notify the hunters of their tag. And then each hunter is mandated to attend a elk hunter education course, which usually occurs late summer, early fall. And then this year, the season will open October 18th for both zones. I appreciate your time and attention today and look forward to another successful harvest season.
Thank you, Christina. Are there questions from the board? Marcy. Okay, Rachel, then Marcy.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all your work. I'm glad you brought up the agricultural conflict because that's something that's came before us as a board from public input. And his concern was the trap and relocate program wasn't working. It wasn't a successful abatement strategy. But predominantly that has been successful in other situations, or do they often return to the original site?
Actually, data has shown that over a course from 2021 to 2024, we removed 40 elk from an area, of which 4 returned. So a 90% success rate that we saw for that particular subgroup.
Okay.
That 40 is a sizable sample size. However, as we continue to do these trap and relocate efforts, it's adding to our data set.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of learning through this process, and I appreciate your efforts again. My other question was those acres that are being planted in the diversion fields, are those is that rented from farmers, or where are those acres being put in and how many, or kind of, if you could explain a little bit more on that.
Certainly. We do lease some acres, and then we also just have a landowner agreement that we're not paying for a lease. And so this is happening both in the northern zone and in the central zone within Jackson County, or the central herd, specifically in that township of Knapp area. And so we have, it started with 22 acres of diversion crop fields. In the last 2 years, it's been 37 acres. Again, partially leased, partially not. And we will allocate additional time and resources to increasing that number of acreage this year.
And then are those kind of spread out through that township?
Yes,
Or is it
yep.
one?
So what we can do in the data that we receive from those GPS collars, we can analyze a set of data points and overlay that over farmers' fields, delineated fields, and then determine which fields are being utilized the most during the growing season. And so we've selected kind of in a prioritized manner those fields that see the most data in them, the most GPS locations in them.
And then what do you plant in there? What do the elk like? What are they going for?
So in order to best compete with the adjacent and neighboring fields, which are 100% in row crops, corn and soybeans on a rotation, we also plant corn and soybeans on our leased agreement for the diversion fields, but we also have the opportunity to plant more of these seasonal or spread out seasonal cover types, so clovers, grass mixes, brassicas, and so that allows us to plant a spectrum of cover crops in order to kind of fulfill that seasonality gap.
And then I guess the other big thing was the damage and abatement compensation. There was concerns that it wasn't fair to the actual loss of production. So just emphasizing that there's farmer stakeholder and you guys are continuing to work that, these farmers that are being impacted dramatically are being compensated and their inputs being taken, which it sounds like you guys are doing a good job with that. And then there was another concern with damage to infrastructure such as fencing. And I'm not sure if that's kind of compensated or if that's been a concern that you guys have seen.
So personal property is not covered under the damage program.
Have you heard of any instances or people that have had those issues with? I know the one person said he had perimeter fencing that was damaged near the highway, which is a really, from an insurance and liability standpoint for that producer. Really
Yeah,
concerned.
we have heard of that example, have worked actually quite closely, I would say, or frequently with the gentleman of reference here. And, we're actively working to reduce the number of elk that are in that area through trap and relocating out there. Staff are out there harassing off of those areas. Obviously we can't be out there 24/7, of course, but are implementing these strategies currently and have been successful. That's 14 of the 43 that I referenced were moved 1 mile from this gentleman's place.
Sure. Well, again, thank you for your presentation and your work on this and considering, those stakeholders and landowners in that area.
Certainly. Thank you.
Other questions? Comments?
The finances, and it might be more of a question for budget, but I'm always amazed at the number of applicants and a very slight chance of getting a tag. But that funding, can that be used for damage or can it not? It cannot. In the future, could we consider that?
Yeah, Chair Smith, I hope you don't mind, just stepped up, Secretary Young, rest of the board. Yeah, so Rachel, I wanted to hit on your question. So what is eligible for compensation is set by state statute. So we ultimately, like in that situation where fencing, or we had a situation very early on in elk reintroduction efforts where we had a sprinkler system of a cranberry bed that was impacted. Those kinds of things are not covered, as Christina said. Your question, so certainly, yeah, we could look into that. There's an account that ultimately, is created by the sale of bonus tags that we use for damage claims and that sort of thing. And so certainly we can look into that going down the road. We use that revenue right now to cover like such things as the lure crops program, monitoring and managing the herd collars, all that kind of stuff, to kind of help keep an eye on what's happening out there. All of the time that they use to help move the elk and trap and translocate is all covered by that account.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? I have one quick one for you, Christina. You were talking about trapping and relocating. Have you ever been in a situation where you've got elk in a CWD infected area and you're moving them to an area that may have no CWD or less? How do you deal with that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. In exploring a multitude of perhaps options, we did consider moving elk from conflict areas in the central zone to reduce the number of elk that are in the area up to the north. But now that Jackson County did have a CWD positive, our state veterinarian, Dr. Long, considered that not a viable option right now. We do have, I'll say, one particular animal that is collared and have seen, it move outside of the management zone, more in the southern area, and then return. And so, acknowledging that traversing on the landscape, we chose kind of a secondary option to not even move him in that trap and relocate situation.
Tough issue to manage. Thank you.
Thank you. There has not. Yep. And then all of our hunter harvests are tested, as well as any of the mortalities that we can get to in a timely fashion where the biological material is still viable. We submit for CWD testing. So 0.
Any other questions? Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Next item is 6. Let me first check with the board. We've been at this now for over 2 hours straight through. People need a very short stretch break, or you want to keep going? A very short one. All right, let's take 10 minutes. back to our agenda and proceed. Next item is 6F, Wildlife Management portion of the 2025 Spring Hearing Agenda. Scott Carroll. Oh, excuse me, I skipped one. Excuse me. I knew when I got through that I wasn't on the right one. Getting in a big hurry here. Next item is 6E, informational item on the proposed timeline and process to update the department's beaver management plan. Sean Ressler, Fur Bearer Specialist, Bureau of Wildlife Management. Welcome, Sean.
Today, I'm here to share an informational item on beaver management that includes our proposed process and timeline to update our beaver management plan. Okay. Yeah, and if the PowerPoint, I can just run through this because I know we're like, yeah. I'll keep it rolling then. I don't think we need the PowerPoint. So beavers are a charismatic species that draw a lot of attention. Beavers can be a polarizing species with differing views on how the species should be managed. Beaver activity can negatively impact infrastructure, agriculture, private property due to flooding caused by damming or the felling of trees. That said, beaver and beaver activity can increase biodiversity through or provide other ecosystem services by the creation of dams, ponds, and wetland complexes. Managing beavers requires finding a healthy balance between positive ecological and habitat benefits and public tolerance for beaver and beaver activity. To seek that balance, the department is proceeding with a public engagement strategy to update our beaver management plan. Our current beaver management plan was finalized in 2015 and targets a 10-year period to 2025. Our goal is to be proactive and implement an updated plan as soon as practicable following the time period of the existing plan. We've outlined a process to engage the public, stakeholders, and partners in developing an updated beaver management plan. This process includes steps that have worked well for other species with recently completed management plans. Our goals are to understand and integrate diverse perspectives into the development of an updated plan, while at the same time doing our best to foster relationships and knowledge sharing between groups. We've identified several methods that engage stakeholders and the public. Our process includes forming a beaver management plan committee. Each of the 11 federally recognized tribes will receive an invitation to participate on the committee. Additionally, we will have public workshops that will be held around the state to gather input from individuals or organizations not on the beaver management plan committee. We're also working together with our DNR social scientists to run a public opinion survey of beaver and to conduct interviews with beaver trappers and trout anglers. The last major engagement will be a 45-day public review process of our draft management plan. So as far as the timeline, later this summer, we plan to schedule a beaver management plan committee meetings and also the public workshops. Summaries of the public opinion survey of beaver and the interviews of the trappers and trout anglers will also be available later this summer. In the fall, we'll consider the summarized input and new research to start a drafting of the updated plan. And then in early 2026, we intend to have a draft plan that will hold a 45-day public input period. Following that input period, we'll make necessary changes and then bring the draft plan to the board for approval. And so with that, that's all I had for you this morning, or it's not, I've been waiting too long this afternoon. And yeah, any questions you might have, I'm happy to try to answer.
All right, thank you, Sean. Patty?
A person came in and talked about the USDA beaver program report.
Yep.
Do you guys work with that, or is that two separate things, or, I mean?
Yeah, so we're two separate entities, USDA Wildlife Services, which is a federal group. And then
Oh,
we
I
have,
understand that.
yeah.
I mean, the document.
Yeah, so the document, and I'll try to answer this as best I can. We have a cooperative service agreement with Wildlife Services that includes work on, work that they're doing with different counties or townships, in addition to like cold water management that we have, that we work on with our fisheries program as well. So within that document, it lists different responsibilities of the groups.
Are they generally on the same page?
Yeah, Patty, I can answer your question real quick. So the question, there's multiple things going on there. The EA, we just got word, it's been held up a little bit with some of the federal activity. So they're going to be hopefully getting us the document by March 12th is the date. We also, as far as those agreements that we have with USDA Wildlife Services, we work very closely with them on identifying those locations and recognize that our management actions we really take every attempt whenever we can to minimize the lethal removal of beaver or other animals, right? We work to try to minimize that loss. I mean, at a bare minimum, it's recognizing that there is a trapping community out there that would be more than willing to assist with many of those situations. Granted, that has declined. I recognize that. So in this situation, about 25% of that agreement that we have with USDA Wildlife Services, we have two agreements. One is specifically for wolves, one is specifically for other nuisance animals, which includes beaver. About 25% of that agreement is ends up occurring towards beaver management. But definitely those, Sean, our damage specialist, are all working closely hand in hand along with our property managers. All of those management activities are generally to protect infrastructure, whether it's a berm or a dike that we might have a Chapter 30 permit on, and we've got to make sure that water continues to pass through there. Could be a road, could be a trail, could be any number of things, generally infrastructure focused.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Other questions? Robin?
Hey, Sean, I just have kind of a general question. When you talk about getting public input, are beavers kind of spread out across the state universally, or are there geographic areas where they're more located? So will your input be statewide, or will it be focused on any geographic areas?
Yeah, great question. So we're planning on getting feedback statewide. So we're planning to have 4 to 5 those public meetings or workshops throughout the state. And so to answer your question, we have beaver statewide. They can be found in every county. So we want to have coverage across the state.
Thank you.
Yep.
Doug, go ahead.
Yep, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sean. So the letters that went out to the tribes, besides inviting them to participate on committee level plan development, there's an opportunity to sit individually with tribes. So individual tribes, everybody's, besides the Glyph Lake tribes, the other tribes are a bit different in their management. So is there opportunities to consult one-on-one?
Absolutely. I think that was covered in that letter, but if it wasn't, that was the intention. Yep.
Okay, and that went out in December?
Correct.
Okay. And my other question, my other thought is related to the comments earlier on the USDA program. And I think for cold water streams, there's a big difference in habitat management on non-cold water streams than there is on cold water streams for controlling beaver. So I think what you'll hear from some of the tribes is that they're more interested in getting in that program for that purpose than habitat management, if you will. It's focused on trout, on cold water streams. And again, the model that I'm aware of is trapping for control under that agreement, but also trapping for pelts. So that, the trappers are still trapping for the pelt value and not just take nuisance animals out.
Yep.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Sean. We'll look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Sounds good.
Oh, I see Scott Carroll on his feet. You had an early warning on this one, Scott. Next item is 6F, Wildlife Management portion of the 2025 Spring Hearing Agenda. Scott Carroll, Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. I am Scott Carroll, the Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist, and back in December of 2024, I brought before the board a scope statement related to this topic, our 2025 spring hearing rule, with the promise that I'd be back. Here I am today. What we have before you today is, as part of the memo that went to the board, is the specific language that we'll be presenting at the spring hearings in April, that will be collecting public input as part of the public input process for our proposed rule. There is the 4 items that I know I went forward or I've discussed prior, but for purposes, I'll discuss them again. We have 4 questions we'll be asking that we may potentially be promulgating rules over based on the feedback that we receive from not only the public, but from the Congress at their convention in May. So the first question is allowing non-edible parts of deer, bear, and elk to be left in the field after harvest, extending the fall turkey season in zone 6 and 7. These were advisory questions from last year. We're bringing them back again. And then the 2 new ones, which we discussed prior, was allowing the use of technology to tend traps, and then allowing disabled hunters to hunt statewide while the 2-day October youth firearm season is open. These are new questions that we're seeking input and potential rules over. Now, what I have before you is not the actual rule language. We'll be giving that to you shortly as part of the passive review, which I think the board should be getting in the next couple weeks. And then, but this is what we will be presenting to the public. We'll be bringing the rule back to the board for approval, and then a summary of the public input after the May Congress convention. So our plan, just letting you know where we're coming and where we're going, and you'll see me again about this. So any questions?
Okay. Any questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Next item is 6G, Fisheries Management portion of the 2025 Spring Hearings agenda. Kari Lee Zimmerman, Fisheries Regulation and Policy Specialist. Welcome, Kari.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, members of the board, Kari Lee Zimmerman, Regulation Policy Specialist for Bureau of Fisheries. And I'll just sort of piggyback off what Scott Carroll said. This is fisheries agenda items portion for the spring hearings coming up. You'll recall the spring hearing process is typically what we utilize for regulation changes of bag, size limit, things like that. These are questions that are generally derived from either staff or were previous advisory questions the year before, or they come through the spring hearing process from the WCC and their citizen resolution process. Fisheries has 39 questions in total, which I will proceed to read verbatim now, since you guys really would like that. No, just kidding. We have 39 questions total. 6 of those are sort of statewide or regional in nature, and the remainder are localized or water body specific. So I'll just touch on the 6 statewide ones. Oh, are we doing this now? Okay, sorry. So the first one is to allow motor trolling with up to 3 hooks, lines, or lures per angler on waters of Lincoln, Sawyer, Sheboygan, and Wapaka County, and then removing Forest County from the one that currently has 3 lines allowed and bumping that down to the regulation of 1 line per angler. And so the current motor trolling regulations took effect in 2018. The idea was to get some consistency among the counties as to motor trolling, and there are certain areas of the state, though, where there are some concerns about motor trolling, and they want to continue to only have 1 line. So moving those Lincoln, Sawyer, Sheboygan, and Wapaka moves us in the direction of adding to the rest of the counties that continue to have 3, but Forest wanted to stick with that contingent where they only have 1. Changing the opening day of the general trout season for inland waters to the first Saturday in April. It's currently the first Saturday in May, so this expands the opportunity for about a month for trout anglers. And then having 1 inland trout statewide county-based regulation. There's currently 2, and the other, the one we want to change it to is a 5-bag no minimum size limit. There's currently 2 regulations, and the other county-specific one is 3-bag 8-inch minimum. So just having 1 would simplify things, and we found with trout anglers, even when they can keep a larger bag limit, they generally don't. So they sort of are a self-regulating population of anglers. So it shouldn't be an issue there. Catch and release season for sturgeon. Lake sturgeon on 18 water bodies will expand the opportunities for those populations where we feel like they can support it. And then Conversely, we're proposing a closure for shovelnose sturgeon on the lower Wisconsin waterway to protect those fisheries during spawning. And then we are creating consistency between Wisconsin and Minnesota for regulations on the boundary waters of the St. Louis River and Western Lake Superior for walleyes. This would begin in 2027. It'd be a 15-inch minimum length limit for a bag of 2, but only 1 over 20 inches. And then the rest of them are individual water body regulations, changes for bass, pike, shovelnose sturgeon, trout, walleye, and panfish. And just a reminder, you had Alex Latska's presentation in December about the panfish regulation, which was, so there's a huge bulk of panfish items that are coming in this regulation change that are a result of this 10-year study. And so we are adding 2 specific tools to the fisheries toolbox. It's a standard statewide regulation of 25, but there's a species specific of 5, or a bag of 10, but species specific of 5. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Doug?
There, just one, and I asked in June about the Lake Sturgeon hook and line one and why the Wolf River wasn't on here. Don't think we ever came to an answer on that one.
We'll get back to you.
Other questions? Thank you, Kari. We'll see you again soon. Okay, next item is 6H, Wisconsin Conservation Congress Spring Hearing Agenda Questions. Rob Bowman, Wisconsin Conservation Congress Chair.
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Rob, you're still here and we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, boy,
Thank
it's
you.
a long day. Long
Yes.
day. So I'm wondering if I should go through question by question for you to keep you guys here longer, or if I should just move on with a short briefing.
I
So
would
whatever
say
you
at your own risk.
All right. I'm not scared. I'm here and you guys are up there, so it really doesn't matter. But good morning, Chair Smith, or good afternoon, Chair Smith, and Madam Secretary. There, I saved myself because I'm not going to try butchering her name and then get clubbed next time I run into her. So, and members of the board, thank you for your opportunity to present the WCC's questions for this year's spring hearing questionnaire. I'm Rob Bowman, of course, Chair of the Conservation Congress. We started out with 91 resolutions submitted by citizens this last year. 80 of those resolutions passed within their county and were assigned to one of the advisory committees for review. 18 of those resolutions were supported by our advisory committee and forwarded along to the 2 committee, along with 2 committee questions to our district leadership council for further consideration at our recent meetings back in October and January. The DLC rejected 3 of those resolutions and added a question to gather the public's input on allowing the harvest of white deer in 5 central Wisconsin counties, and a question on creating a canine unit program within the department's law enforcement division. 25 advisory questions. The 25 advisory questions that are before you today are being advanced for inclusion on this year's spring hearing questionnaire. These questions will be used to gauge the public's opinion on a variety of natural resource issues. The annual Department of Natural Resources Wisconsin Conservation Congress spring hearings will be held in person and online this year. The in-person input will be on Monday, April 14th, with doors opening at 6 p.m. DNR staff presentations will be from 6:30 to 7, followed by the elections for WCC delegates from 7 to 7:30. From 7:30 to 9, we'll go through the spring hearing questions and any citizen resolutions that were submitted in our county. The online input will start at 6 p.m. on Monday the 14th as well and continue until 6 p.m. on Monday the 16th. Citizen resolutions had to be submitted by February 24th this year, and I'd like to mention that we had 20 delegates that stepped up and offered to help citizens with writing their resolutions. The review process for those resolutions that were submitted will begin next week, and the authors or designated representatives must show up in person on April 14th for their resolution to be presented for input. This year's format was supported by our district leadership council at our meeting in January. Our 91st annual convention will be held at the Best Western Premier Waterfront Hotel in Oshkosh on May 8th, 9th, and 10th, and you are all welcome to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions from the board? There's quite a variety of stimulating questions for the spring hearings this year, and I really look forward to the public input on those. Thanks to you, Rob, and your Congress team for pulling those questions together and forwarding them out for public input.
Welcome.
Robin.
With that, I found it really, really helpful to go to one of the hearings in person in my part of the state, and I felt like it was good to meet people and to learn about local concerns. So I would just encourage all of the board members to pick a county and engage. So thank you for having those and for encouraging us to participate.
Thank you, Robin. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much, Rob, for hanging with us.
Thank you. You have a safe trip home.
We'll try. Thank you. Okay, we're on to item 7, Department Secretaries Matters.
Hi, everybody. I have the honor of covering item 7A, which is retirement recognitions, which is a great thing that we get to do. The first is for Peter Engman in the Division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for 35 years, which is quite impressive. The second is Scott Sapper in the Division of Fish and Wildlife and Parks for 34 years, only got beat by 1 year. Barry Gilbeck in Customer and Outreach Services for 26 years, and Ariana Mankarian for the Division of Environmental Management for 11 years. I request the motion to approve these recognitions.
Oh, you got Rachel moves recognition.
A second.
And we have a second from Robin. Any further discussion, comments?
Just one.
Doug.
Just congratulations to all those that have the honor of retiring. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Institutional knowledge.
A lot of institutional knowledge and a lot of really qualified and significant contributions within all of those individuals.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Please accept our heartfelt recognition to our retirees.
Thank you, will do. All right, moving on to 7B, real estate transactions. In your packet, you have a description there. Are there any questions on the real estate transactions?
Okay. Hearing none. Department Secretaries Matters. Any other comments?
Great. I'll just say quickly, thanks to everybody. I have been on the job for a month, so not very long, but I have learned an incredible amount from this team. I know just from my own preparation that this team has worked for weeks now to get us all prepared, including all the board members. So just a huge thank you to all the leadership of the department and their teams for getting us up to speed. I also want to thank the board themselves. All of you guys, I think, bring special expertise to this group, and I can hear it in the questions that you're asking and the way you're engaging with the material. It's making us a better agency, and I can't thank you enough for that participation, especially for your leadership, Bill. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to continuing this process and getting input and creating a better department.
Aaron, thank you very much, and I sure hope you come back next month.
I promise I will.
We may still
It's
be
on the
in
record.
session by then. Okay, board members matters. 8A, board members spring hearing questions. Each of us as a board member has the opportunity to ask for spring hearing questions to be entered into the hearing process. Doesn't require any kind of a vote by the board. They're just opportunities for each of us as an individual to do that. And I know Marcy has some material on spring hearing questions.
Yeah, so as these are coming around, I recognize that new board members might not realize the opportunity, but the the spring hearing questionnaire and the variety of questions that can come through is really an incredible opportunity. And I've been so impressed with the commitment at the local level for the Conservation Congress and how the leadership team has opened up to a variety of issues to gain public support. And given the history of Wisconsin being conservation leader, natural resource protection, I just love it that tradition continues. So these have been stewing in me for a while, and so now's the opportunity to ask them. The first one I'd like to propose is the require all active bear baits on public land to be labeled with identification. And the question is, do you favor requiring that all active bear baits on public land in Wisconsin be labeled with either the individual responsible for the bait's customer ID or their name and address? This is similar to other things that we have people label on public lands, and I think it will help with communication and issues that we've had over the past few years with some of the enforcement measures and other things for bear baiting. So I don't know that I can really argue the questions while I propose them, but
Just for informational purposes.
they're just
This
for
is a
informational purposes.
Informational discussion.
Okay, so I submit that one, and these will all be provided to Ashley as well electronically, so that they can be shared. And then a big one, the statutory exemption from the RAINS Act for PFAS rulemaking. As we heard from Stephen Elmore today, what we've learned, what we've seen with PFAS, we know so much more. And in the process between the legislature, the governor, and the department, I just think PFAS is such a huge issue that the public deserves to be able to weigh in on whether it can be halted for the $10 million. So the way this is worded is that the exemption doesn't necessarily mean the department doesn't still calculate the total. It just means that it doesn't necessarily stop it in its tracks. So an exemption for PFAS in the environment. Third and final one, this last fall, we heard about a spill issue. And so I talked to staff about, because the media reported it as a loophole, it wasn't necessarily a loophole. The company wasn't out of compliance, but there seems to be a simple way without adding a burden on the reporting that information would be shared with the department when a spill happens, and especially if it's increased in volume. So those are my 3 questions for submission.
Okay, thank you. Are there other board submittals for spring hearing questions? Okay, this is it. We'll look forward to public input on these. Very thoughtful. Thanks for all your work on this, Marcy.
You're welcome.
Okay, under board members' matters. Like Patty's first today.
It's been a long day and I feel smarter. I know about nets and beavers. I've learned so much today. It's going to take me till next meeting to process it all. And it is just such a privilege to sit on this board and just the wide range of information. I just, every month, it's unbelievable. And it's really, I'm really happy to be here. So that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Robin?
Yeah, so I just was going to mention that coming up at the end of March is the Wisconsin Lakes and Rivers Convention, which is a wealth of information, and I have registered for that. So I don't know if any other board members are planning on going to that, to make sure we don't have any forum that would need to be public noticed. But there's a lot of excellent topics and breakout sessions, and so I hope to learn even more during that. And then I also wanted to mention that I saw that there is a webinar on April 1st called Navigating CWD, and it's basically Dr. Peter Larson from the Minnesota Center for Prion Research and Outreach is going to be presenting information on some of the research that they've done. It's being sponsored by Wisconsin Green Fire and I think the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. I'm not 100% sure about that. But it sounded really interesting. It is election day, so I don't know if you guys are all poll workers, but if you register, you'll be able to also see a recording of it. So I would think that that could be of interest to folks as well. And just lastly, kind of to piggyback on what Patty said, you know, I take advantage of the briefings that staff offer, and I can ask like just really dumb questions, and they're all very kind and answer the questions in a way that I can understand the bigger issues. And I'm very grateful for their time and efforts to do that. I know they have a lot on their plate, and they are always willing to take the time to do that. So just thank you to all the staff.
Thank you, Robin. Marcy?
One issue, just can't ignore what's going on with our partners at the federal level and the concerns with the cuts. The most recent one, if you haven't heard about it, is the U.S. Geologic Survey Cooperative Research Units. And the partnerships are just so wide-ranging on natural resource issues. And for this one, it's the wildlife diseases, and I mean, USGS is just an incredible, important agency. And again, Wisconsin's leadership over the years in natural resources protection, being in the forefront of a number of things. I mean, the CWD study, the Lyme disease studies, all those kind of things don't happen independently. So just hope that everyone who's listening or everyone who enjoys the outdoors keeps a close eye on what's happening at the federal level, and that we look at what we can do at every level and in every hat that we wear to protect ongoing scientific research. You know, everything from flood notifications and the important network that happens out there, that we do everything we can to protect our partners.
Okay, thank you. Rachel?
Well, Marcy stole some of my gusto on this, but I know. Yeah, the recent federal funding freezes has had a considerable and negative impact in our state. Really talented and passionate conservation-minded professionals have lost their positions. These people were providing really important and impactful technical assistance to landowners as well as partner organizations. A lot of these practices and projects were aimed at preserving our natural resources, reducing nitrates in our drinking water, reducing phosphorus into our recreational waterways, protecting habitats. So yeah, and then landowners and farmers that have had contracts pulled out from under them related to these kind of very conservation-minded practices. But I do think it's a great opportunity at the state level with the budget coming out for our state to be able to step in and provide fill some of these gaps. So like Chairman Smith had said, I encourage everyone to really participate in the public hearings for this year's budget, because I think this is a really important one. I also wanted to thank everyone that provided public comment. For me, that's, I think, the most engaging and interesting part of this position is that really healthy discussion that we can have, learning from all the different perspectives and the stakeholders involved. So continued encouraging public comments, citizens to reach out to us with their concerns and provide input at any opportunity. And that's it. And then I was going to say conference plug, Wisconsin Land and Water is March 5th through 7th. So I'll plan on attending that one. But And thank you again, Chairman Smith, for so eloquently running these meetings. And welcome to Secretary.
Just being able to stand is a challenge today.
So thank you, everyone, and thank you to the department staff as well.
Doug?
Thanks, Chair. I don't have too much. It's been a long day, so. But thanks for staff and everybody for being patient for the long meeting we have had today. So got a chance, I mentioned it a couple of times, but just really quickly to recap the presentation that was given in Chono by the Northeast Region folks on trout management on streams. Again, just showcases the good work that's getting done and the expertise of our staff people. One of them a Menominee, which is pretty cool. So he's been there for quite a while now doing fishery work up there, and the work they're doing is great. So it was nice to sit in on that. And I think there's one that might have been today, another one that I had scheduled to get in, but I'm not doing it. Budget address. So I had opportunity to attend the governor's budget address, had invitation with a couple other board members. I don't think we had 4. I don't know though. I didn't count. But yeah, so it was nice to be there and to experience it. I've been to those before, but obviously not in this capacity. At the reception, had a chance to chat with the governor for at least a few minutes, and we talked mostly board stuff and his interest in my perception of how it was going and how the board was functioning and getting along. And I'm glad he didn't ask after today. No. I told him it was great. That's good continuity, and the board's doing amazing work, and so are the staff. So I did opportunity, and it was great. So, yeah.
Thank you, Doug. Deb?
To talk about. Really, look, both Rachel and Marcy talked about the federal issue, and for me, it's very personal. My youngest son is a biologist, and his specialty is insects. And he got his master's at Boulder in environmental and ecological biology. First out of the gate was studying bees, and then COVID numbers, and now it's infectious insects that carry infectious diseases. He has an NIH grant working through Yale, and he said, Mom, I don't know how. He goes, Yale has basically said, do your work until you can't, until they stop you. But he's with all of our children. He was the kid that was always under the rock, and so, he's very much into the whole climate change issue, saying, looking at the different insects we have in Wisconsin, we never had before. It's a business issue too, from a real estate point of view, where there's termites where there were never termites. So that's personal. So, and what's interesting to me is this is my 1-year anniversary of being on this board. I saw Todd Ames, your friend, yesterday when I was in Port Washington at the governor's town hall. Says hello to all of you. Great respect for all of you. And what's interesting to me is kind of the integration of all the information that we get. So the gentleman from River Hills, Robert Boucher, who was talking about the Milwaukee River Basin Project and the river keepers. There were people from that particular agency and I talked with Chair Smith, and he was very helpful after I talked with him, because I was invited to go to this small environmental group that's called the Ulio Creek Partnership in Ozaukee County, which we will visit after we go to Chilwaukee on our field trip. But their whole issue is that it's a small group of people, nonprofit landowners, citizens, volunteers, and it's for their issues, a lot of the things that people have been talking about, swamps that they used to be able to walk through, they can't walk through anymore because the water, whether it's groundwater or the way these rivers are being diverted. So it appears for them that it's a combination of climate change, die off of ash trees from the emerald ash borer, increasing the water levels in the Ulio Swamp that stresses the native tree species in the forested wetlands from sustained and significant establishment and spread of non-native invasive species, which was really cool for me as a retired teacher. And once you're a teacher, you're always a teacher. two of these gentlemen that were at this meeting that I didn't know were former students of mine that were environmental kids in high school. So that it's always cool when you see kids that grow up and are really responsible. So, but they, well, you know, we all know, even with our own kids, you're like, whoa, thank goodness. So I'm sorry. It has been a long meeting and okay, so anyway, this particular small group says to me, you know, we're overwhelmed with how to respond to the impacts and would appreciate any and all technical and financial support available from, you know, the DNR and this board. So I called Chair Smith afterward, and he was really helpful about saying, yeah, you know, just gather the information, then make sure they can get the information to who they need to get the information to. So we're all doing this in our communities beyond the work that comes here at the board, and it's really, and your help is always wonderful. So thank you.
You're overly generous in your compliments.
No, I'm
Thank
not.
you.
Trust me.
Okay, my turn. I do have one item I want to bring up. A couple of different times in the last few months, I've had discussions with Rob Bowman from the Congress. And Rob has had, on occasion, significant decisions coming through that come to him rather late, and he'd like to get information on it much earlier because he's got this very formalized structure of committees and leadership teams, and he needs a little time to schedule and work through that. And I said, I don't know if we can fix that or not, Rob, but I've heard this a couple of times. I'm wondering if we can't just pull together a discussion with Rob, with Secretary's office, and with a couple board members and just kind of walk through this and look for ways to do things a little better and a little easier to facilitate the citizen input through the Congress. It's not a emergency, but just something I thought we ought to at least take a shot at it and see if we can come up with some good ideas.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say is, again, on behalf of the board, Karen, it's just been a great pleasure having you all here all day today, going through this whole agenda. This is one of our longer meetings. I can't say they'll all be shorter than this, but you survived this one, the next one should be a little better. But again, thank you very much. I appreciate your energy and your insights and look forward to working with you. With that, we have one more item before we can adjourn. We have a closed meeting scheduled to cover safety and security. We're going to do it in this room as a closed meeting. So what I would ask is that anybody that's not on the board and involved in that briefing, please vacate the room soon so we can get started. Time is very precious. Okay.
Mhm.
We'll resume open session of the Natural Resources Board. Here to report, no action was taken during the closed session. There's no further item or business on our agenda, and I would request a motion to adjourn.
I move adjournment.
We have a motion to adjourn from Robin. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Patty.
Deb.
All-
Deb.
Oh, that was Deb?
Yep.
Okay, my ears are failing me again. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Our next meeting.
Next
So-
meeting is April.
April,
Yeah.
ninth.
April 9th.